I'm just an ass in the crack of humanity. I'm just a huge manatee. A huge manatee. And besides, you're probably holding hands when some skinny says girl that likes you.
Hello, Amy. Hello, Lane.
Stay up late and watch anime. Lucky Star, K-On, Madoka Magica, Zetsubo, Nishijo, Dokoro.
This is the best part of a song ever.
Watch anime with you, Azumanga Daioh and Mobile Suit. While you watch anime with me, Cooley, Elfin Lead and Haruhi. Try to ask you to your face, but no words came out.
Hello, Lapusha. Hello, Saber Analysis.
When I walked away, doesn't mean I don't like you. Urban said you're probably holding hands with some skinny sis girl that likes you. Talk about bad day. All I wanna do is ride bikes with you. Stay up late and maybe spin. Just because I don't say anything doesn't mean I don't like you. No, I opened my mouth or I tried. And besides, you're probably holding hands with some
Hello, Stony Pony Official.
talk about bad dead.
Hello, Malik.
Ride bikes with you and stay up late and watch anime. Hey, I'm just your average Death Note.
Say I'm just your average Death Note hoe? Or punk? I couldn't tell. I think she said Death Note hoe.
Oh, Lord.
Lucky Star, K-On, Madoka Magica, Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, Nichijou, Bludgeoning Angel, Dokuro-chan, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Azumanga Daioh, Mobile Suit Gundam, Fooly Cooly, Elfin Lead, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, and Death Note. We could cut off those last three, and I'm fine with that. I don't need to watch Elfin Lead again or Haruhi again. Death Note could be fun. I don't know.
I've actually never watched Death Note. I read the manga, but I didn't watch the show.
I read most of the manga and watched some of the show.
I am a fake otaku.
Fake otaku. Hello, everybody. It's the Trixie and GigaDonk live stream spectacular. If you are watching this and you love me and you have money and you want to watch something with us, you can send me money on Venmo or Cash App at the rate of $1.50 a minute, and I will consume that thing with my good friend here, Krona.
Meow.
She's paid in love and Costco hot dogs.
I'm gonna bring a bag of Costco hot dogs home.
I greatly enjoyed this song.
Oh yeah, it's a banger.
Oh yeah, GigaDonk, Trixie's apprentice YouTuber, it says here.
Oh, that's interesting.
Whoa.
I've never seen this channel before.
I didn't even know that there could be a YouTube channel about GigaDonk.
Looks really, really gay.
It does look pretty gay. There's a lot of trans stuff going on here.
Gender.
Whoa.
Saber Analysis says, what even is a Giga or a Donk? You know, that's one of life's great mysteries. I mean, Giga looks pretty woke, not gonna lie. Yeah. Giga woke.
I can't stop thinking about how you used to have I don't know if you care about your old YouTube name being brought up.
I don't care.
GigaDonk McFronk. That when the first time I think that you sent a super chat, I immediately invented a song about it that was like GigaDonk McFronk.
You definitely said it a lot. You were like, GigaDonk McFronk, GigaDonk McFronk.
Like, it still gets stuck in my head. It's like it came to me immediately, and every time I remember that's like that's who you are, I'm like GigaDonk McFronk. Oh man. Hello Zeracul, hello Z Cypher, hello Every Rude Boy. Hello Isabel Incorporated. Says I made it with the flames. And I think I said everybody so far.
Yeah. Shout out Isabel Incorporated, by the way. She has really good anime analysis videos.
Whoa, anime.
Anime
is a Japanese colloquialism that's short
Yeah.
for animation. The funniest part about that video in particular is that I don't agree with it at all anymore. Like,
Yeah.
the conclusion I came to is like, well, we might as well only call it anime if it's from Japan, because otherwise, what does it really mean? And now I'm like, it actually doesn't mean anything other than I want my thing to be called anime. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of Japanese animators who do not like being associated with anime, who are like, I would really rather you not compare what I'm doing to, like, the stereotype of what is anime.
I just find it so... It's such a monotonous conversation where you're like, what is anime anyway?
Yeah.
It's just... like, one of my friends brought it up to me just the other day as if it was a new conversation that had never been had before. And she's like, just Avatar just is an anime. And I'm like, hey... shut the fuck up. Like, I'm not doing this right now. And she was so mad at me.
The weird thing with Avatar is, like, it's weird to me that they don't call it an anime, like, that the staff itself did not try to push that as a thing, but, like, they did literally require all of their animation staff to watch Fooly Cooly to work on Avatar. So, like, at that point, it's like, yes, it is anime. Like, it's practically speaking, they're trying to be anime as hard as they can, but it's a bunch of people who were not from the beginning trained to make anime. Like, when you go to animation school, they don't train you that way in America. They're just training people differently in these two different countries, and it's like, so it takes some level of, like, deliberately saying, well, I'm going to copy what they're doing over there. But it is becoming a little bit more, I don't know if homogenized is the right word, so much as globalized with the influences, because you have stuff like Studio Trigger, like, literally going around the world to anime conventions and, like, colleges and just, like, giving lectures on how they do their stuff. And then like 3 years later, suddenly you've got Spider-Verse and Puss in Boots, and, like, they just look like Trigger,
Yep.
And you got studios all over the world, like, doing Kickstarters for what they are calling anime, and it doesn't matter what country they're from. And there just came a point where I was like, okay, I don't care about distinguishing this anymore. It's anime if I say so, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. And it's also not anime if I say so, specifically me. I am the authority on what is an anime.
Exactly.
Together, like yin and yang.
We are the only one that matters.
Like, everything that Netflix calls an anime is not an anime, because Netflix will just make fucking anything and call it anime.
In response to you saying that she had brought it up like it was like a brand new conversation, Saber said, subs are way better than dubs, by the way. I still hear that kind of thing too, like it's a brand new, like, and I bet you didn't see this coming, this spicy meatball of a take.
Yeah.
Like,
this may shock you.
oh,
but...
really? Avatar brought people from the Korean animation studios and brought them to LA. Those people went back to Korea, thought, because they said, fuck it, LA is too expensive. Yeah, that makes sense. Gaslight District is very triggered too. Definitely agree. Isabel Incorporated with $9. Thank you very much. Says, my latest video, all anime is deep. Sarah Louise said, it's a great video.
It is a great video.
It sounds like a great video. I'm guessing you're requesting that, right?
Of course.
Let's go for it. I like to see. Well, I've already
Serial
seen
Experiments Lane.
both Konata and Lane within seconds, so I'm like, all right, we're in.
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, I don't want this to have too bad of an echo playback through the. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. Y'all are gonna hear some echo. That's not the video's fault. That's our fault.
Neon Genesis Evangelion. Lucky Star. What do these three shows have in common?
Classic
They are
anime.
all incredibly deep. Lane is a shockingly prophetic avant-garde masterpiece that predicted the digital singularity of the 21st century with a greater level of accuracy than nearly any other piece of art. Ava is a meticulous 26-episode tapestry of...
I will say that there are some other things that did, but they're all written by the same guy, Chiaki Konaka. Because, like, he also wrote... Like, in the 90s, he also wrote Ultraman Gaia, which is, like, a 50-episode, Ultraman show. But it's full of, like, weird techno-futurism, like, ideas and stuff. It doesn't go into the same depth that Lane does, but it's, like... It still has that effect of making you go, this was from, like, 95? Like, how did he know all this stuff? And it's just, like, that dude was just, like, reading all of the most up-to-date, journals and stuff. Like, he just knew tech like that, and so he was... writing, the stuff he likes into his show, as all animation people do. It's just not a lot of animators were, like, that deep into technology and thinking about it that philosophically, the way that Chiaki was in the 90s.
Rich themes, richer characters.
I like the chat pointing out, is SAO deep?
Yes.
SAO is deep.
SAO is deep. It's
Lead
just
problematic.
not good at that too.
So as the
That is
Cypher said,
hilarious.
I'm not taking
Thank
credit
you,
for that
Z.
joke.
That is a good one, Z. I didn't understand the joke when I looked at that text, so I'm glad you were able to get the,
Deep shit.
what was going on there. I do think SAO...
Deeply misogynistic, for sure.
I think it has deep themes that it doesn't do a good job exploring.
Anime. Yeah.
Like, see, I
many
had planned a
people-
rewrite of SAO that's about PTSD, and that's what it should be about. The
I
show
was
should
going
be
to-
about, and like what's the word? Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. I was going to make my my fan fiction inspired by SAO was going to be about forming relationships through the internet.
Yeah, that too.
Because that angle is really good, very relatable, very human.
Yeah.
They didn't touch on it at all. It's like the video game just is a simulation of real life.
Yeah.
It's just real life except there's menus and nothing else about it is video game like at all. You ain't see nobody clipping through walls in that show. Bunch of horse shit.
There's like buried in the text of SAO is a pretty good arc about Kirito relating to the creator of this game, but then the creator is like a crazy man who traps everyone in the game, and then he basically has to after that navigate like how much do I want to be like that guy who I thought I was like, who is like a terrible person, and how much can I like do what he was trying to do without doing the bad parts, you know?
Yeah.
And then he becomes more and more obsessed about like trying to make AR and VR work and like make virtual reality part of reality, specifically so that him and his wife can hang out with their virtual daughter in the internet world. I think that's like a pretty interesting story when I put it like that, but the way SAO tells it is just so fucking boring and
It's
bad.
very juvenile.
It's not fun to watch.
Let's get back to gassing up
And a
Isabel.
level of artistry so unprecedented that it changed the entire medium of anime literally forever. And Lucky Star is one of the most important teams in anime history, creating a hilarious and ludicrously thorough time capsule of one of the most treasured and irreplaceable eras.
I like hearing that phrase, one of the most important teams in anime history.
Yeah.
This is something I'm really happy has happened to the way people talk about anime over the years, because like even saying like studio is not real, like, you know, the studio's different people at different times, like, but this is the team that is good, and I really like that phrase.
Eras of otaku culture. Now, all three of these sound pretty damn deep to me, but I'm sure many viewers at home may think of it as blasphemous to the name of the other two shows to consider Lucky Star to be on their level of quality. To this,
I had a feeling that's where this was going when you said, what do these three shows have in common? I'm like, okay, this is going to be about how most people wouldn't put Lucky Star in that conversation.
Say, at what point...
Most cis people, I should say. I feel like trans people love Lucky Star and Evangelion and Lane to like a disproportionate extent.
This is so like immediate, like your influence being present in this, where I'm watching this and I'm like, this is like a really old Trixie video if it was made by like... So, you know, literally made by someone who transitioned like way younger than you did and doesn't have all the like baggage.
That's exactly how I feel about Rhyme Kickflips videos as well. I'm always like, wow, this is like if I had thought, but also it has to be a world where I already exist too, because like
it's like
if it wasn't for, you know,
what I'm saying is like Rhyme and I are more like influenced by you, but very much doing our own thing. This is like. This feels
like
much
it would
closer
be a
to like
video,
like it's a literal anime analysis. I don't do anime analysis. Rhyme doesn't do anime analysis.
I do have a video called "What Is Deep," and it's about the conversation about the word deep.
Did I mention anything regarding quality? Just because I believe these three shows to be equally deep has nothing to do with their respective levels of quality, and whether or not I believe them to be equal on that level is completely irrelevant to the conversation. The reason is that, well, how much I may enjoy a series can vary.
Laptop getting hot.
Whoa, where did you see that?
Right there.
Oh, shit. Wait, is that what it's about? It says just issued, like it's a local...
Oh, that's the weather.
That's for Las Vegas, where I don't live and am not.
The fuck?
Okay, great. Thanks.
I thought the laptop was overheating.
Thanks, fucking Microsoft.
How deep it is cannot,
Okay.
because all art is inherently equally deep. But, hold on. What exactly is deep. Because clearly there seems to be some sort of discrepancy between my definition and many others. Right? Well, the Oxford Dictionary has quite a few definitions of deep as it pertains to art. However, the definition that I feel most clearly suits our discussion is profound or penetrating in awareness or understanding. Now, to this I ask, by what metric could you...
The use of Kirby footage in between the anime stuff. So, like, I was literally playing that Kirby game last week. I brought it here with me. The expectation that you would watch me play it.
Very nice. Very nice.
Great taste
Yes,
all around.
Yes. Also, I understand the associations through my own influence, too, because my K-On! Videos are set to Kirby
That's
footage,
right.
So
Nightmare in Dreamland, baby.
it is something I've done. It's just been like, I don't know what to show here. Let's show Kirby, because I like Kirby and it's cute.
Lapusha says Donk poops on camera. All right, baby, let's start poop maxing. Let's go.
Oh, no.
About to lift my skirt.
Save that for the OnlyFans. Hello, Rocky the Robot Guy, and unsubscribe, and Ulamu Ooey.
Also,
Ulamu
people
Ooey.
responded to our thoughts on SAO, and we didn't read it.
Ulamu Ooey said, "We're so pretty, thank you."
Ooh woo.
Who responded to our thoughts on SAO? Where?
Amy Worrell says, I mean, just the idea of recovering lost time after they leave the game is already enough for an entire story.
Yeah.
Damn, if only we had a really talented, awesome writer who could make a story like that.
Yeah, true. Well, I kind of used a lot of the themes I like from SAO for that post-magical girl Baroness Blue story that I read some of on stream.
Yeah.
I read whatever I'd written of. If I ever chased at the latest Punch Forever episode, I have not yet. Probably because somewhere in the back of my head I thought somebody would pay me to watch it at some point, as long as I don't have already seen it yet. Isabel said, I rewatched What is Deep like 15 minutes before uploading just to make sure I wasn't repeating what you said. Lol, that's good, good.
Yeah,
I
it's
appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying this is a rip-off of old like Digi content. This is the same format.
No, I will even
Done
say
with-
I had
yeah.
the level of faith in the way this is being presented to think that you
Yeah.
wouldn't have made this video if you didn't specifically have something else to say.
Yeah,
so that's kind of
exactly.
why I was like, I'm excited to see where this is going.
Possibly judge this. Is there any piece of art that isn't aware or understanding of anything? And how do you even gauge what a profound understanding is? This isn't like other subjective content.
Why do you have to go back to your hometown now? You failed the college entrance exams twice now.
I don't remember what the next line
It doesn't
is.
matter. I fucking can't remember how he phrases it. And then I'll come back, Rubico.
You are so easy going.
Good, which clearly denotes a value judgment based on the
Fucking
viewer's history
cicada
of
just
engaging
dying
in
there for no
criticism.
reason.
Is
Huge
vastly
fucking
more
cicada.
abstract and difficult to put into words. Does it just mean something that personally probes your brain more? If so, would a historian with no knowledge of anything regarding art students not find something like Hidamari's sketch vastly...
Yes. This is a really, really good point. Like, from an anthropological perspective, Hidamari's sketch has vastly more to say about the present moment than fucking Legend of the Galactic Heroes does.
deeper than something like Grave of the Firefly?
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's been so long since I've seen Hidamari's sketch that it will probably be nostalgia for, like, how old the technology is.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even have smartphones in that show. Like,
And if this is the case, is there a limit to how deep a piece of art can be? Is it possible to be so knowledgeable that no art is deep anymore? Considering all of this and what I've managed to glean from various responses across the internet, it seems that a more accurate definition for the average viewer's idea of a deep anime would be a show with meaningful
Hi, Nisa.
themes. Now, to this I ask,
Lisa's here!
what
Woo!
the hell is a meaningful theme? Is it something that pertains to serious things in the real world? Well, I hate to break it to you, but literally every single narrative in history inherently incorporates themes that pertain to serious things in the real world. Cardcaptor Sakura has themes of romance, friendship, courage, determination, and self-discovery.
I'm sorry, hearing the word courage made me think courage and heart cannot be lost or torn apart. Together we must pull each other through. Satch Bell!
Ichigo Marshmallow has themes of
Cute ass show.
nostalgia, cultural adaptation, and existential
Am I gonna come on
reflection.
screen? Hey, look, it's me. It's literally me on the scooter. Nobuo Ito.
What show is this?
This is Strawberry Marshmallow.
I haven't seen that one.
Basically, this little girl here, this is her big sister, Nobune. and all she does is just kind of smoke cigarettes, drink beer, and think about how cute these girls are. And they just kind of have hijinks. And basically, this girl on the left is like the Cartman of their group. Like she's just a little shit.
She's racist.
So,
okay.
well, okay. I mean, she's not unwoke, but she's just a bit of a crybaby to the rest of the girls.
Even a stupid, dumb, bad show that no one likes, such as X-Arm, has tons of themes about the man versus machine crisis that has plagued humanity for centuries now. Even if someone were to create an anime entirely comprised of random scribbles with no thematic narrative or artistic intentions, it would still convey fascinating meta-narrative themes about the entire...
Putting it, like, making it move around and just fade in slowly. It's really funny.
The nature of what art is. Now,
Mayday from Space says, what are we watching so far? This is a video by Isabella Incorporated. She is a small YouTuber who makes anime analysis content, and it's very good.
Yeah, we're gonna give that a like and subscribe.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, it would be a good show because, again, depth is totally and utterly unrelated to quality in any way. There are works of art that convey themes that are more meaningful to you personally, and a big part of creating a work that can be perceived as deep is knowing how to convey or present your themes in a way that seems heady or cerebral or conscious. Well, in reality, even if a show has a lot to say about its themes, many of the series that are perceived as deep often don't really convey many more themes than shows that...
I could rewrite this video, but just replace all the anime references with hip-hop references and make like the exact same point, and it would hit with that crowd too.
And they often don't really convey different themes. It's all in the presentation. So, that's it, right? Whether or not a show is deep is all about whether or not it can present its themes in a way that comes off as deep. Well then, what's the meaning of the word? A piece of art that's good at fooling you into thinking that it's smarter than it is? That doesn't really sound like a compliment to me. Wouldn't you rather a piece of art be honest with you than the literal definition of pretentious? And to be clear, nothing in this video is intended to put down the shows that are often considered deep. I enjoy the vast majority of those shows, and I agree that they present their themes
Sonic X had like a 10 million score.
in an interesting and unique way that makes you feel like you're maybe beginning to form a little bit of a brain. I don't consider these shows to be pretentious.
I think there might be some Ego Raptor influence in here as well, possibly.
That line delivery.
But to insinuate that these shows are somehow deeper because their themes are presented in a way that makes you feel smarter just seems ridiculously narrow-minded to me.
Wait, pause for a second. Miba says, why was she recording inside a cave? She didn't. That is the echo. That is because of the stream. That is not her fault.
Oh, yeah, that's our fault.
The audio is actually perfectly fine in the video itself.
At the start, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's because we're not wearing headphones.
It is always that deep. Everything is deep.
Everything is deep.
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 Including my other videos, which you should watch.
Whoa!
Yo!
I also have a second channel where you can find even more of me talking, and a huge playlist where you can find all of me talking. I also have a brand new Discord server that's
Oh my god.
282, goddamn.
So maybe join.
That is a lot more than I thought there was.
Anyways, thanks again
Really
for
been
watching,
checking
and
them
I'll
out.
see you
Damn.
next week.
How many views has this got?
This one has almost 500. Not
Damn.
bad.
That's pretty good.
Sarah Louise, my friend. Engagement pumping. Just
Very good
real
shit.
quick.
Yeah, I found this girl's channel like, I think it was yesterday or the day before. It was the day before, yeah. I just like was like checking my letterbox. Saw she followed me on letterbox. I was like, oh, she has a YouTube. That's cool. Saw the videos. I was like, wow, that's really good. Saw that she was like younger than me, and I was like, oh, god damn. Has about the same number of subscribers I do. I'd say, yeah, you're on your way to success. Like if you're like, because like you're young and your videos are this good already. This is like well ahead of what I was able to do when I was younger.
Strong thumbnail game also.
Yeah.
I really like this one.
Yeah. I say if you want to be a career YouTuber, you are well on your way because this is all good shit.
Debunking the myth of the 3-episode rule. Panty and stocking is total anarchy.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you've also made a whole video about why you are using the word teams and not studios, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Very clean.
Very clean.
Appreciated. Good work. Enough. Hey, look, it's GigaDonk.
Oh my god. What the fart?
Let me look at the chat.
Yo.
Sonic X. Hey, Ellen. I don't remember if I said hello to you yet.
Y'all don't
Here
watch
with the
anime
hot
from within
dogs.
your caves?
We had hot dogs earlier. We had Costco hot dogs.
Yeah. Every piece of culture is but the tip of a vast iceberg, and that iceberg is the noosphere.
The noosphere. Homesteading the noosphere, if you will. Which basically means the sphere of things that are known by people.
Elaine says, I love Costco hot dogs. I never had them before. They were very good.
Yeah.
Making history today. Trixie took me to my first ever Costco.
Yeah. You were all cute. Big cat. Kitty. I just realized they can't like see your whole outfit. You should like stand up and show off your whole outfit real quick.
Can they see me?
Yes, ridiculously cute. Blossom. Shark! Let me make the camera up so you have a face. Cutie.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Did you know I'm a cat?
I did.
Did you know?
I found out.
Did you know?
Speaking of, let me show you an important cat video.
Gay shit.
I had to hunt this shit down. Thriller animation. God damn it. Okay, yeah, Cat Funky maybe, that's what I want. This is the one. With lyrics. I didn't know there was a version with lyrics. Amazing. Until somebody requests something, we're just gonna watch Cat Funky maybe. With the microphone off. Hello, no thank you. Elaine said Krona is the cat sitting at the end of Trixie's broom as they fly over the moon. I love that. That's so cute. Gary, I have not watched Punch Punch 3 yet. Video makes me so fucking happy.
Sitting at the end of your broom, called me Gigi in the Japanese version, and then said, well, I guess Krona can be Phil Hartman's voice coming out of a cat if she wants to.
Oh yeah, I guess Gigi's voice is like a lot girlier in Japanese, isn't it?
Yep.
I never really thought about that.
It's kind of a different movie in Japanese.
It was all just dreams. It wasn't real. It was all fine, everybody. They didn't really get turned into zombie cat. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't right. This isn't what real life is like. What's going on? They're actually still cats! They were cats the whole time! That video came to my head when I was watching another video that a friend of ours made from the Golden Butterflies. Couple friends.
Oh yeah.
Rocky the Robot Guy with Sec 100 says, watch The Red Eclipse by Insane Incorporated. More unique indie animation. Also, sorry I can't use Cash App in my country. No problem, mate. I always appreciate anything.
Hell yeah.
I will be happy to have that money next month. We'll watch that as soon as we're done with this video, but I want to shout this out because it's really cool.
Possessed by the Neko arc. Yes.
I was definitely surprised by the emergence of a narrative at the end. It's so well done.
And they both die in the Family Guy death pose. It's peak.
It is definitely peak. I really look forward to the day I get to be in a Is Mars Still Burning music video.
This is one of the best crossover episodes I've ever seen.
Shout out Alex is Androgynous, love the song. Shout out Marcy, love the video.
Yeah.
And of course also shout out Rhyme Kickflips, who was all throughout it.
Of course.
As I said here, great song, great video, great narrative, great people. Oh, thank you very much, Trixie. Alright, we've got two requests here now. Rocky the Robot Guy with the Sec 100, and then Gary Always also with $2 said to watch Kashira Kashira Beatrice Remix in ReZero. We'll do that. Why is this fucking... It's like endlessly right-clicking for me for some reason. I just want to click the like button on the comment, whatever.
What the fuck?
Also, Elaine sent me $2. She said, They said, I only have $2, but I sent via Cash App in case you wanted another Costco hot dog or something.
Do you have like a sticky alt key? Why is it doing that? The fuck?
I don't know. It seems like it finally stopped, though. It still won't let me click the
What the hell?
like button on these comments, though.
Strange.
Whatever. Thank you, Elaine. I also only have like $2. Well, I had $2 this morning, and then it's like $7 that I had sent myself the other day showed up. So now I have like $9.
Nice.
And now thanks to Elaine, I have like $11. 9/11. 9/11's cool.
Epic win.
Epic win. All right, The Red Eclipse by Insane Incorporated.
The $100. How long is this gonna be?
That's 100 sec.
100 sec.
Let's find out what that is. That is $10.54.
Interesting.
In Swedish krona. Krona?
What?
You're money? I mean, I knew you were money, but I didn't know you were money.
Swedish currency.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
I wish I had fucking thought about having a headphone splitter or something. I'll just make it not quite so loud.
That's a good idea.
Y'all are gonna hear some echo, but it won't hopefully be like cave bad. That looks cool. Very Batman. Love that. Noir gothic.
It's nighttime. This is so
Extremely
Batman.
This is like that one bit where all the villains are playing poker.
Taps harder.
Could you please?
It's her PD. Leave her alone.
I like the character designs a lot. Remind me of the Sandman, actually.
I was thinking the same thing, but I wasn't sure if I should say that. Might be an insult now.
Well,
Does anyone know what
No, the
I mean,
art.
he
The
didn't do
artist.
the art. Yeah.
know what that means?
Never mind.
He means patience. I'm a judge.
Also very.
I'm used to patience.
That's wait.
As a judge, I don't.
That's like literally like. Well, okay, not literally, but it's very close to the Judge from The Wall, like Pink Floyd's The Wall. I'm wondering if it's like a direct reference to it.
My time wasted.
So, you actually showed up.
I really love the animation style, by the
Yeah.
way. Which I'm wondering, like, what they drew this in, because it's like it feels like it could have literally been drawn in like MS Paint, because it's all. It looks like all of the darkness was like filled in by literally going like hand by hand and like drawing it in, you know, because you can see the little bits where like the lines end and everything.
Verdict.
If that makes sense. Reminds me of what's that show called? Fucking the YouTuber Umami. It reminds me of his style a little bit, but more like comic book.
Lady L, misconduct, blot. I brought you all here because we share
It's just literally Goofy.
What the fuck?
one.
That's illegal.
Lack of psychotherapy?
Yeah, Disney's gonna fucking kill you.
I met the Red Eclipse.
The red
It's parody. Oh, he turns into all kinds of cartoon villains.
My
Interesting.
God. Interesting power.
37 counts of breaking and entering, 149 counts of aggravated assault, 15 counts of torture. This man can't keep getting away with this.
I'm down a fourth of my men by last Sunday.
And considering that's a lie to save face, imagine how many men she's really lost.
She's animated like Yzma from
Yeah.
fucking
She has the same
Emperor's New
face.
Groove.
The outline.
This perfidiousness has propagated
Perfidiousness. Is that a real word?
to my nearest benefactors and auxiliaries. Timorousness.
Timorousness. I'm guessing you're right.
He's so
Solve
pissed.
this issue.
Blind him.
Vapulate.
Cruel and
Manipulate.
unusual punishment.
Do you have a piano?
What do you have that beats my 10-foot looking glass in the summer sun?
I'm sorry, I had to sit there thinking about the phrasing, what do you have that beats my 10-foot looking glass in the summer sun? Because she managed to say in a very badass way, like the dumbest imaginable, like, like gimmick to kill someone. What the fuck is it the bad guy from Soul Eater, the Kishin
Meat origami. Assassin. Best I could find.
I love this so much.
Yeah.
The shipping isn't cheap.
Factotums.
Factotums. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Yes. Get him. Yeah. Rip them open, baby.
Oh, get fucked.
Oh yeah. This is so fucking rad. Oh my god. Wiggling around like Volda from Soul Calibur 2.
Oh.
Yes. There's nothing I love more than seeing people get horribly eviscerated to like catchy little songs like this one.
Especially by like
Such a vibe.
hot mutant chick.
Did. Kind of reminds me of General Grievous from the old Clone Wars, like the 2003 Clone Wars.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name? Tartakovsky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking headbutted with
Gnarly.
a spiked head. That's awesome. Whoa. Oh, get fucked. The animation got very like Masaaki Yuasa there for a second.
That was so fucking cool. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was fucking hard. That was absolutely 100% hard as fuck. That fucking ruled.
Is there more? Is it over yet? There's
Rocky
another
the
minute
Robot
left.
Guy, great fucking taste. Yes, agreed.
Now.
You pay. Then the ready clips.
God,
pay.
Misconduct is so happy. A gleeful smile.
I'm in.
So am I.
I suppose the court has reached a verdict.
Of course, you realize this means war.
Well, they make Bugs Bunny look so intimidating.
Ezekiel. Oh, didn't catch the last name. Hold on. Ezekiel Yamarino? Yamarino? Ezekiel Yamarino. I've never seen that name before. Ben Huff. Composed by Brendan B.
Twice says they're playing PvP Balatro.
Have you played Balatro?
I have not.
Me neither. Seems like it sucks your life away if you do. Like you lose your whole self to it, and then it becomes your life. So I'd rather not. It is a post credits. I knew it. I was like, this is kind of a superhero thing. So there's probably, and it's a YouTube animation, so it's probably got a post credits.
Twice says that was like 7 minutes ago. Yeah, I can't read.
Saber compared it to Redline and Mike Mignola. I could definitely see both of those comparisons. And Aeon Flux.
That was beautiful.
Very, very influenced by like 90s cartoons for sure.
That made me extremely happy.
Yeah, that was badass. Okay, Gary always said Kashira Kashira Beatrice remix.
I like you getting recommended.
Fucking real quick, just subscribe to that shit.
Yeah, I like you getting recommended the stream that we're doing right now.
Yeah, it always happens.
Also,
always like, why?
That SpongeBob thumbnail, it says "Eat the Rich." The fuck. Wonderful.
Yes, let's go. She's Beatrice, by the way. This character definitely was also named after the Umineko character, because like ReZero has such obvious Umineko influences that it's like, okay, so you just also wanted to have a golden witch, but you made her like a little like, I don't remember how old she's supposed to be. She's obviously not a kid, but like she looks like one. And she has that voice. I think she has the same voice as the friend from Railgun, right? The girl who's like in love with Railgun. She sounds just like her.
Ellen says she's very cute. She should be in a better anime.
I fully fucking agree. Well, and also like in the first season they keep her kind of mysterious and she's just kind of there being like cool and mysterious. And then in the second season they start having her do stuff and it just sucks. Like, it sucks all the life out of the character. You're just like, oh no. Also, Kashira kind of means something similar to and such, which is my own moe girl thing I say all the time in real life. Is
True.
I constantly end my sentences at that, especially talking to Bird.
And such.
I think it means something like that. Nanoyo? It's kind of hard. Hold on. It's really hard to do it that consistently. What the fuck was that noise?
Your phone
That was
just
me
shitted?
receiving $54, I guess.
Wow.
For watch request, good anime isn't afraid to be bad. Okay, cool.
What?
Definitely gonna watch that. I have to go pee. Will you talk to them while I go to the bathroom?
Okie dokie.
I don't know if you want me to say your name, but thank you. I don't know who that was. Who sent it? Who sent all that money? You don't have to say who you are if you don't want to. Also, but I go pee.
All right. Have fun.
Tell them the truth.
Have fun in the toilet.
The toilet.
The toilet. Okay. How we doing, chat? How we feeling today? Feeling nice and breezy. So, Z-Cypher says, entertain us, Krona. Okay. Did you know that I'm gay? I did it. I'm an entertainer. I've done it. I've saved the world. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm pretty tired. I'm pretty spaced out right now. I'm pretty out of it. I'm gonna fill myself with whiskey here in a minute. I think I'm gonna get shit-faced. I think that's the best thing I can possibly do right now. Watch Endless 8, it will break. What? Spirits of death like apples. I have no idea what y'all are talking about anymore. I don't know what's happening. Bro. Nisa, I miss you too. I'm gonna pet you. I'm petting you. You've been petted. Do not resist. It's gods of death, Baka. What? Tell Trixie when she gets back. Did you know spirits? Trixie Nesan.
Hi.
Did you know
Hi.
gods of death like apples?
I did.
Twice told me to say that. Is that like a quote from Death Note or something?
It is.
Okay.
It's like a riddle he uses to distract the cops. So they're trying to translate it, and it starts off, L, do you know? And then he says that gods of death, and then he says like apples. Ow. You bung me.
Actually, Twice told me to say spirits of death, but then Z-Cypher corrected them.
Because I said await B, and you didn't say anything.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
So maximum headbutt.
What's up?
Bird, I'm hungry. Can you make me a sandwich?
How about a Jamaican beef patty?
What?
I don't think she knows what that is, or would want one.
Nope.
Be about 15 minutes.
Bungy bungy. Bungy bungy. A wild bird appears.
I want to
that gods of death, sorry, is the phrase that gods of death is what they use in the English manga release.
I'm probably gonna start drinking soon, but I want to put food in me so I don't feel ill.
I feel ya, I feel ya.
Yes.
I feel ya, I feel ya, I feel ya. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, we're about to watch, right, I was about to look up what the name of that video was again, because I forgot. That's why I had opened up my phone. We're watching Good Anime Isn't Afraid to Be Bad.
Yes. Gotta wake me up inside.
I'm trying to remember if I know I've seen this title before. Afraid?
Freud.
The best anime aren't afraid to be bad?
Ellen Horai says, I feel like drinking less and less as of late. That's probably good, but I do kind of miss getting shit-faced. Yeah,
it must be this one, right?
I really like getting shit-faced with friends. I don't normally do that by myself, and I've been by myself a lot more lately.
I think someone must have linked this in the Discord or something, and I didn't watch it, but I remember, because I definitely remember seeing the thumbnail in the video.
Didn't even watch it. Wow. What are you, heartless?
Well, I don't think it was like in the. I don't think it was We Create. I think it was We Love Stuff, which are two different stories, you know.
Wow, somebody doesn't love stuff.
Oh, it's Herson here in chat. That's the right one. Okay, so this is your video, right? Like you're requesting your own video? I always like to ask people if that's the case because I will be differently critical depending on if it's someone else's video or your own.
Yeah. Next potion says, do you miss hangovers? I don't normally get hangovers. I don't know about y'all, but it's probably just a skill issue, honestly. I'm just better at drinking and at life than everyone else on Earth.
I'm also noticing that in chat is Herson, but this channel is more Herson. So I assume this is like a second channel or like some kind of expanded universe of your main. It has the same avatar, though.
Yes.
Interesting. Intriguing. Getting involved in the universe to set myself into this. Whenever I see a new YouTuber who I've never heard, I don't think I've seen any of your videos, so now I'm like, all right, I have to gear myself up to step into another Lucky Star universe, another heavily Lucky Star related universe.
Oh wait, this one has more subscribers than me, and now we're not watching this.
1928, a man.
It is a competition.
Oh yeah, by the way, this video is going to be echoey. That's not Herson's fault. That's because we do not have headphones on. I do not have a headphone splitter.
Halfway through the video and go, why does this video sound like ass?
In 1728, a man by the name of Alexander Pope wrote.
I already like how this has started. We've got Konata eating the wrong end of the chocolate coronet, and you're talking about 17th century or 18th century history.
An essay titled Peri Bathos, or the Art of Thinking in Poetry. In it, he argues that contemporary poetry fell victim to something he calls bathos. Bathos, with a B, is defined in relation to pathos, with a P.
Now, I'm going to say this also. When I saw a video with the word bathos on the thumbnail, my first thought is, this is me relate it somehow, because I feel like I'm the only person who's talked about this terminology at all on YouTube and in relationship to anime specifically. So I'm like, okay, this is going to be another take on some of the bathos principles I've talked about before, is what I'm expecting.
Whereas pathos refers to moments.
All of this, by the way, because of the fact that there's a song by this band Circle Takes the Square, which I really love, where it's the song Non-Objective Portrait of Karma, and the last lyric is, watch the bathos drip forth like the petals from a well-crafted rose. And I always thought that was just a cool-ass fucking sentence, and it made me look up the word bathos, and then I was like, that's literally Angel Beats. And I wrote that in like 2010 or something in a blog post, and then every time I saw a show that I thought, oh, this is like a great example of that, I would take note of it, and then I made a few videos about bathos as a concept that certain viewers had always told me were like their favorite videos of mine, because it was just something I really tried to talk about before.
It's where a work successfully appeals to the emotions of its audience. Bathos refers to those moments where a work tries to appeal to the audience's emotions and misses the mark. Pope's essay covers the myriad of different ways that bathos can rear its ugly head. For instance, one cause of bathos is a disconnect between the seriousness of a scene's subject matter and how dramatic its presentation is. This can go both ways. You can have scenes with an unremarkable subject that are presented in an extremely dramatic way, or you can have scenes with a serious subject that are presented in an over...
See, Cypher said, no, the cable. Are you hearing some kind of awful noise?
Both of us were vibrating our legs, so...
Just for safety's sake, I'm going to blow on everything.
Oh yeah, that cable is touching my leg and I was vibrating it. That's probably my fault. Wow, wow.
Is it still there? It was just for a second? Okay, yeah, it probably was just us vibrating too high. We need to vibrate lower. Twice said, show Corona the video I linked as context for Death Note. Where did you link it? In Discord?
Most likely.
Wait, why do I have a DM from... Oh, that's an audio thing. I probably should not play that on here. Where's the link? Twice, I don't know where you linked. Here? How?
Can't see it.
You can't post links on YouTube chat. It eats them.
Yeah.
Really casual way.
Oh, hi, Mark.
In most cases, the intent is to play on the viewer's emotions, but the work hilariously misses the mark. At its core, this is what bathos is all about. Moments where work juxtaposes the serious with the deeply unserious, becoming funny as a result. When people say that something is so bad that it's good, this is usually why. That
Hello,
being
Marcy.
said, bathos has many forms. For instance, another way in which...
I'm going to move my entire leg away from that cable.
Wait, I'll just move the cables. It also probably doesn't help that there's stuff on them and around them and shit. Go drink. Is this better? Are we good? Marcy says, love the dress, Corona. I'll see your reactions to these messages later. Indeed, because she's currently watching our reaction to
Epic.
To
Kitty ears, kitty ears, kitty ears.
We'll have to see. Yeah, I guess we will. I guess it's not. It's hard to know right away until all of a sudden.
It's like remember that bit from Kill la Kill where they're like all watching the arena fights and Gamagori is like vibrating his leg violently, like stomping him, shaking it.
Literally me.
Both of us do it at the same time.
Audio is mostly good. The noise just fades in for like 2 seconds and then disappears. Oops, there it goes. God damn it. Let me try a few more unplugs.
Butt fart.
Butt fart. Cheese whiz. Okay, apologies to the requester that we are having audio issues in the middle of doing your thing here. Also, I've been sent a video to contextualize Death Note. Death Note, but you can't hear the internal monologues. It's just going to be silence for 3 minutes, right?
You're under no obligation to do this, but would you mind submitting yourself to a test of your deductive reasoning skills?
Sure, why not? Sounds like fun.
All right, then. We can begin by taking a look at these.
I'm just going to intermittently say words to see if the microphone...
Photographs of 3
crappy.
notes written by
Y'all
prison
let me know.
inmates while under Kira's control just prior to their deaths. None of this information has been made public. You can take as long as you want to look them over. Please let me know what you think.
This is not the voices I pictured them with when I read the manga.
Very interesting.
No, me neither. I hate L's voice in the dub. I don't understand how that's what they went with. He just sounds like a flat, boring dweeb.
He doesn't sound eccentric enough.
No, or cool enough.
Yeah.
Herson said the best live streams aren't afraid to have bad audio, so... Oh, right, yeah, he's thinking.
It would be quite amazing to learn that not only could Kira kill others, but could also control his victims' actions. I think Kira wrote these, and it seems he's encoded a message for you as well, almost as if he's mocking you. If you line these notes up side by side and take a look at the first letter of every line, it reveals a message. Rearranging it like this gives you...
If I wasn't wearing a skirt, I would start sitting like L right
Gods
now.
of death love apples. But there are obvious print numbers on the back of all these photographs. Arrange it in that order, we get... L, do you know? Love apples, gods of death. That doesn't sound right. And based on that, it's hard to believe that Kira would have wanted you to read it this way.
That's incorrect.
God, this is such bullshit.
The
L
thing
sounds
is,
way
there
too
were actually 4
neurotypical.
photographs.
It's killing me.
When we add this one, it reads...
Hi, I'm L. I'm a nice guy. Nah, stop.
Gods of death who love apples have red hands.
But seeing as I only had 3 photographs to work with, my deduction was perfect.
No, it wasn't. The truth is, there were 4 of them. If you'd figured that out, it would have been perfect. Even though you knew the message was incomplete, you decided that there were only 3 notes. You never even considered that there might be a 4th. What do you make of that?
Stares at you for a while beats play.
Marcy says, Trixie, friend me on Discord. We'll talk music video ideas.
Well, you got me there. I didn't think of
yeah.
that. In any case, the likelihood this message will lead you to Kira is not very great. Besides, we all know gods of death don't exist.
If you were me, faced with someone who might be Kira, how would you go about establishing this person's innocence or guilt? You'd need to be absolutely sure.
I would probably try to get him to say something that was never made public in any way. Something that only Kira could know.
I friend everybody who wants to DM me. Everybody I DM.
Yeah, so what all the unheard inner dialogue in that scene is about is the fact that he knew that there were only 3 messages because he only created 3 messages. So L presenting him with a 4th one made him like, oh fuck, like he, you know, like he's realizing that me not even considering there being a 4th one is like evidence towards the idea that I already knew there were only 3. And that's the mind game they were in there.
To work and achieve bathos is by covering a serious subject matter and presenting it in a dramatic way, but overshooting in the process. In other words, it's moments when it comes across as though the artist is trying way too hard. Nowadays, however, most people associate bathos with one form in particular. Moments when a work seems to be building towards a dramatic moment, only to subvert that build-up with an anti-climax. This bathos
That
is
was
really
a great
subset
joke,
of a
I
broader
gotta say,
form of
in the
bathos,
Spider-Verse
however.
movie, but I feel like it would have hit me a little harder if I didn't see that exact gag in the Venom movie like 2 months prior.
Yeah.
Someone at Sony just really loved that gag. We put it in every Spider-Man movie from now on.
Yeah, it's a hard-hitting thing to see not in 2 movies in a row, for sure.
Spider-Verse did it better.
Marcy, is Mars still burning? Said, more cool shit coming real soon, looky eyes.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited. I like cool shit. Cool shit's the best shit.
That of tonal whiplash. You see, the exact opposite of the anticlimax can also be bathos. For instance, if you have no build-up whatsoever and then drop an extremely dramatic scene into an otherwise laid-back show, that
Brian
too
Griffin.
is bathos. For instance, Brian's death in the series Family Guy is a rather serious scene, but the juxtaposition between it and the rest of the series makes it so impossible to take seriously that the writers ultimately went back on it. When done poorly, bathos is groan-inducing and frustrating. However, every so often, when the bathos hits just right, it can elevate a work by introducing humor without undermining the underlying emotional appeal that it's lampooning. So, what's the secret? Sincerity. Good bathos doesn't undermine the pathos of the original work. It exists harmoniously alongside it. Just as much as it's about irony, it's also about sincerity. Nowhere on earth do artists seem to understand this better than the nation of Japan, where parody is a mainstay of comedy. Take a movie like Machine Girl, for instance, a horror action film about a Japanese...
Definitely, this movie is the most bathos movie like that exists. It's like simultaneously the most violent and fucked thing you could imagine, but also has these scenes that are just like cute, lesbian, like heartfelt, like, you know, you were the first person that ever made me feel like a human, like dialogue, and like they're just covered in blood and like
totally.
It's a wild fucking time. Oh.
It is very hot.
My goodness.
I would leave it alone for 5 minutes.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Schoolgirl seeking revenge on the Yakuza who killed her brother. This movie's serious to a fault, with no obvious jokes or moments of levity. In spite of this, however, it's secretly a comedy. The humor stems entirely from bathos. Every time the movie wants to be dramatic, it overshoots intentionally in the presentation. The interpersonal drama is far too angsty, the action far too hectic, the gore way too over the top. As a result, the movie becomes hilarious, even without stopping to tell an actual joke. This is completely different from how America generally does parody movies.
Mostly because of the, it's like she has this like best friend character who's just like a random Genki girl, and like halfway through they have her just like get killed, and then implied the bad guy had his men like fuck her body afterwards, and it was such a like dark like twist for that character who did nothing in the movie. Like she was just there like to die horribly, like so that she would have a motivation to go fight the bad guys. And I was like, I don't know, it hit me in a way where I was like, oh that happened. Like even though the whole movie is like fuck shit happening, that scene in particular had really hit me.
The Scary Movie series, for instance, constantly breaks the
I think about it randomly
tone in order to play wacky music and tell overt jokes. It doesn't keep a straight face, and as a result, it's not able to tap into bathos in the same way as Machine Girl. To be honest with you, however, I don't watch a lot of Japanese live-action movies. I'm an anime guy at heart, and as a result, that's what we'll be focusing on for the rest of the video. While the movie Machine Girl taps into bathos by intentionally overshooting in its presentation, the currently airing anime A Ninja and Assassin Under One Roof, or Ninkoro for short, taps into bathos by contrasting its serious subject matter with its very relaxed presentation. In this show, the biggest running joke is as follows. A cute anime girl shows up, we're given her backstory, and then she's executed by our main characters, an assassin named Konoha and a ninja named Satoko. There's no real jokes or clever punchlines here, only bathos. A hilarious disconnect between the brutal tragedy of the situations being depicted and the casualness of how they're presented. To keep the show's comedy from getting stale, it continually ramps up this disconnect, making the situations more and more tragic as the presentation becomes more and more casual.
I've already forgotten what it's called. The new ninja show.
It looks adorable. I like the character designs. I guess they kind of remind me of what are those goddamn games called? The ones where you like beat the clothes off of girls or whatever. Senran Kagura. Golden Butthole Free said, thanks for not replying to me about buying my plane ticket. Just wanted to know when you'd be available after I get there. Also, Krona, admit Love Live is the best show ever. React to.
Never.
Have you ever even seen Love Live?
Nope, never admitting it. Never watching it.
Hurston said it's Ninkoro. It's currently airing and it's animated by Shaft. Oh, nice. I guess I don't know like almost anything about what modern Shaft anime is like.
Has the same director as Madoka Magica.
However, the show doesn't fully display its mastery of bathos until episode 5, where the dynamics of the bathos flip-flop completely. Whereas all of the previous episodes featured incredibly serious situations being taken completely in stride, now the show turns to presenting a completely absurd, comical situation as dramatically as possible. The assassin, Konoha, is completely fooled when her partner is replaced by a robot look-alike. No matter what the robot does, Konoha remains completely oblivious to the
Ekinzone says Giga is outfit maxing. I think we can all agree on that as well.
fact that her partner has been replaced. Absurdities pile up one after another as the robot's true
and
nature becomes...
Deep Sea Fish, shout out, also said, I just watched Machine Girl like 3 days ago and the tonal whiplash was enough to break my neck. Yeah, it's
awesome. That sounds like my kind of movie. I gotta check it out.
Almost certainly where the band Machine Girl gets their name also.
It's incredibly obvious without Konoha ever realizing it. While the events of this episode are easily the most absurd things we've seen in the show yet, they're all presented in an uncharacteristically serious and dramatic way. Konoha becomes closer and closer to the robot who she still believes to be Satoko, even confiding her closest secrets to the machine. Eventually, she falls in love with it, with the show presenting these scenes in a manner so serious that it wouldn't be out of place in an actual romance show.
Alright, I'm sold.
At the end of the episode, the robot is ultimately killed by the real Satoko, and Konoha is forced to face the reality of the situation. Rather than a break from the bathos, however, this is where it reaches its peak. For the first time in the show, a character's death is being treated seriously. The music, the visual presentation, the voice acting, all of it sells the tragedy of the situation and the sense of loss. While a lesser show would take this opportunity to return to the status quo, Ninkoro lays on the realism. Instead of ending on a joke, the episode ends with a quiet scene of Konoha in her apartment mourning the death of the robot, and it becomes clear that she's not fully ready to accept the real Satoko back into her life. The follow-through elevates the bathos to its peak. This is the most memorable way to end this episode, the saddest way to end this episode, and ironically, the funniest way to end this episode. Not 15 minutes earlier, the show played a flesh-and-blood girl getting eviscerated for laughs, but now it expects us to care about the death of a machine? The best part about this is that it works. We do care. This is the perfect example of how sincerity is at the heart of good.
By the way, the thought that something is a robot does not in any way affect my thinking that I would care about it more or less. I'm like, what do you mean? That's just a girl. What do you? That's happens to be made of metal.
Bathos. Thus, just as Machine Girl displays mastery of bathos through exaggeration, Ninkoro displays mastery of bathos through the disconnect between its subject matter and its presentation. Next, let's take a look at how tonal whiplash can be used to achieve similar effects. The simplest and least interesting form of bathos through tonal whiplash is the minor anticlimax. Scenes that seem to be building towards a dramatic moment only to fizzle out with a joke instead. More interesting, however, is when the bathos arises from a major tonal shift between scenes rather than from within a scene. For a textbook example, we need look no further than one of the most popular comedy anime of all time, One Punch Man. The premise for this series is simple. The main character, Saitama, is a superhero who can defeat anyone in just one punch. At its core, it's a comedy series that thrives on constant jokes and quick gags. The hero and the villain side characters are typically absurd parodies, such as the Tank Top Master, Child Emperor, Pig God, and so on. However, for a brief moment, the show became uncharacteristically serious. It all started when a villain known as the Deep Sea King began rampaging through a town.
Golden Butthole Free with $5 says, Trixie Mommy, I'll arrive there at 1 p.m. but can't get into my hotel until 4. Want to hang before? Yeah, I mean, I assumed I'd have to get you from the airport anyway. So, yes.
First, we get a ton of comedic scenes of various absurd superheroes trying and failing to stop him. However, when the Deep Sea King makes his way to the evacuation center and is suddenly facing down a crowd of defenseless civilians, the mood changes instantly. Out of nowhere, the show suddenly becomes deadly serious. The music is serious, the color palette is darker, and there aren't...
Yes, Ellen, Landon is coming down on Sunday. Krona's gonna leave, and then Landon's gonna show up.
Revolving door of nerds invading.
Still don't know if Nisa will end up being able to come this week. She would have, but she couldn't make it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be here like all week, so hopefully she'll be able to make it out here at least a few days.
That would be sick.
Yeah, we'll see.
Aren't any jokes. The cyborg hero Genos takes a ferocious last stand against the villain, but is ultimately defeated in a crushingly brutal scene.
Gary says, I feel like Landon and Giga would get along really well. I don't know. She kind of had to kick his ass out of the Discord server. I don't think it would go that well.
See, Cypress as a fight would go down.
Just as the Deep Sea King is about to finish Genos off, he's interrupted by one last hero, Moomin Rider, a completely powerless cyclist who has been the butt of jokes in previous episodes.
Yeah, Ellen's the one who kicked him out of the
Discord.
Discord.
Oh, Ellen kicked him out of the Discord.
I mean, Krona.
That's even funnier that Ellen was the one who had to pull the trigger, actually. Because she was really trying to stick up for him. Like, really trying to help him out. And ultimately had to be like, sorry, buddy.
He fucked around too hard.
It was the meme of baby with the gun. What do you think of that? Is it alright? If you end up not liking it, I'll eat it. If you end up liking it, I'm gonna make myself. Ellen said I'll go to your hotel and kick your ass there too.
This scene nails everything it needs in order to be genuinely inspiring. In fact, this scene wouldn't even be out of place as a climax in a conventional action show. However, in the context of a full watch-through of One Punch Man, it's one of the funniest scenes in the entire show. The humor comes from the tonal whiplash. Everything in the entire show leading up to this scene was extremely lighthearted and comedic. Because of this, we're primed to constantly expect the show to break the tension in this scene with a joke, but that moment never comes. Ironically, playing the scene straight is the funniest thing the show can do. Just like with the death of the robot in Ninkoro, it's hard not to get genuinely swept up in the moment, which just makes the bathos even funnier. After the Deep Sea King is eventually defeated, the show lets the somber mood linger for a bit throughout the rest of the episode, transitioning the tone back to a reverent comedy gradually instead of all at once. Here, the writer correctly understood that one dose of tonal whiplash was enough. If the show had immediately gone back to cracking jokes, the emotional impact of the previous scene would be neutered, which would ironically make it less funny as well. There's something particularly fascinating about the bathos that comes from tonal whiplash. Unlike the previous forms of bathos, which came from a disconnect between a work's subject matter and presentation, this kind of bathos can occur even when every constituent part of a work is conventionally good. This raises the question, why is tonal whiplash funny? Should it be funny? Typically, pathos is seen as something that only belongs in comedies, with writers being taught to avoid including it in more serious works. With respect to most causes of bathos, this writing constraint is simple. Just ensuring that each scene's tone is appropriate for its subject matter is all it takes to avoid invoking the sort of bathos we see in Machine Girl or Ninkoro accidentally. However, the writing constraint needed to avoid the bathos we see in One Punch Man to
it's
avoid
like Ellen and Landon threatening to kick each other's asses on the chat.
Realistic. In real life, things just
Get him, Ellen.
happen. An abrupt layoff, a cancer diagnosis, the death of a loved one, all out of nowhere.
I do imagine Landon makes noises like a squeaky toy when he's hit.
Life is abrupt. Life is sudden. Some days it's a comedy, other days it's a tragedy. Happiness, anger, triumph, despair. You never know what each day will bring. Life is
I need to
full
rewatch
of
Sangatsu no Lion.
of the sudden climaxes and anticlimaxes we call bathos. And you know what? It is ultimately kind of funny. At the start of this...
I do think I think there's like a difference where a lot of people come to art to like see something relatable to their real life experiences. I tend to do that a lot, and I think that if you feel that way, you're more into bathos. Whereas if you're somebody who comes to art to escape from your real life experiences and you want it to feel like a satisfying dramatic arc every time, then that's the people who really can't stand it, because they're like they're coming to get exactly the kind of thing that they're expecting, and when like it flips on that, then they are like offended because.
I've seen a lot of people get really pissed off when a show's tone is not consistent from start to finish.
Yep.
It's very strange to me because it's just how real life is. Like, the mood in real life can change like that on a dime.
Well, a lot of people are like, I specifically don't want my media to be like real life in this way, you know? And I get that. Like, I also get... Like Iyashike, like if an Iyashike suddenly got like really violent, you'd be like, I don't think I'm gonna watch this anymore. It's not the same thing anymore.
In this video, I defined bathos as something akin to the antithesis of pathos, stating that it came about from a failure to express an emotion.
And for the record, something like Madoka Magica, like while it takes 3 episodes to really reveal how dark it is, it's not like it's a comfy show at the start. It's like a weird, disturbing, like, you know,
it is
off-kilter
very
show from
moody.
The start.
Ocean. However, if you've been paying attention, you'll realize that's not actually true. Is the scene of Moomin Rider standing up to the Deep Sea King not inspiring? Is the scene of Konoha mourning the loss of her robot girlfriend not?
See, Cypher said, this reminds me when I was watching one cute fishing anime and then it punched me in the face, or punched me in the gut with that one kid slapping his sister. It was so dramatic. I don't know what anime you're talking about. Fishing anime? I can't even think of a fishing anime.
That reminds me of that one episode of Digimon where it's like I watched like the dubbed version of Digimon that's like full of like immature silly jokes.
Oh, Suritama.
And then there's that one episode of Digimon where they just like Tai just starts being a total asshole and everyone's like, what's going on? And he's like, it's my sister, okay? She almost died because of me. And it like shows him as a kid like almost getting her killed when she was really sick, and like his parents like hit him. It's like, whoa. Like, y'all played this on the Kids WB for real?
For $5. I'm 9 episodes into season 2 of Sangatsu. Not gonna lie, Trixie, it's not that good. Love Live, Kyosu Giga, Yokohama Kaida, Shikiko, Gosick, all 10 out of 10. Now, I know you told me you liked season 1. Do you just not like season 2 because you're in that bullying arc? Because that part is a bit of a struggle. Like, I think that's the first arc of season 2. And like, but it ends up picking up in a really good way. Like, basically, the one girl who's in middle school, like, has this friend who's getting bullied in class, and she's trying to stick up for her, but it ends up becoming a problem for her, too.
Yeah.
And the friend actually has to go, like, she, like, literally gets pulled out of the class and, like, sent, like, to another town to go into this program that's, like, they try to rehabilitate your ability to socialize, basically. And the way they do it is first they teach you how to talk to like animals and like be friends with animals. Then they teach you how to be friends with old people, and then they slowly work you down to your peers. I always thought that was really fascinating.
Yeah, I kind of forgot most of the bullying arc.
Wait, you've seen Sangatsu? Oh right, you said you had to rewatch it.
Yeah.
Headbutt.
Meow.
That time I just wanted.
Krona seems to like the Jamaican beef.
I do like it.
Can you make me one too?
I was gonna say I was going to.
Oh, you're going to bed? Okay.
I can. I'll start it. You know.
Bird the trad wife.
That was how Bird started off as a trad wife. Because when we first got together, then he did.
Now I'm the moneymaker. B, just set a timer for 20 minutes, and when that timer is done, the beef patty will be done.
Okie dokie dokie.
Like, set it right now.
Epic.
Set lasers to fun.
Landon says, it's just meh, my friend. Like, I just don't care. Okay, Landon's basic confirmed. Basic bitch.
Just get further into season 2, and it gets to the old guys. It gets really, really good.
Yeah.
Like
those are the best old guys in anime, I think.
When I think about why do I love Sangatsu no Lion, it's because of the old guys. It's like it's the only anime that has like cool old dudes that actually have like storied lives that like you know they have. Like they'll have a guy who's 70 and he's got like 70 years worth of actual interesting things that he's been through. You know that all kind of get flashbacked through and stuff. Yeah, I swear you will have fun again, Landon, if you get through the bullshit at the start of season 2. That is the worst part of the show for sure.
He says, "I just swear I only care about the shogi shit and mommy older sister."
The shogi
She's hot.
gets so much better later in the season. Yes,
it really
hot
does.
old guys. Ellen, yes, they're the hottest old guys I have ever seen. Or it's on Katsuno Lion.
Yeah.
There's like one battle that's 2 old dudes. It's like the mentor, the main character's mentor, and then like the super old, like one of the champion guys.
Yeah,
and
talking about the Burning in a Field episode.
Yes, they have like a 2 or 3 episode match or something, and it's really fucking good.
Unforgettable shit. One of the best like anime moments I've ever seen, for sure.
Rakugo Shinju does also have hot, but they're not that old in Rakugo Shinju. I guess after the time skip they're old. So yeah, that does also have hot old guys.
Not sad. Is the movie of Machine Girl not at times?
Sorry,
genuinely
you made me
pretty
think of
cool? You see,
you made me think of the finale of Avatar, when all the White Lotus guys get together. Like they're like a league of elderly people, and they're like, "Oh, don't you know, kids? All old people know each other."
If you really truly want Oyaji Moe the anime, oh no, I want Paradiso, not Paradio. No, I guess that's just also the name of a real restaurant. So this is about like this young girl comes to work for this fancy restaurant, and it's just a bunch of hot old guys that work there. So it's just like reverse harem, but hot old men. And it's written by Natsume Ono, who is like a legitimate genius. All of her manga are considered classics pretty much. So it also has an anime from like 2008 or something. I only saw the first episode, but I would definitely rewatch it now that I know I'm into men. It'd be a very different experience.
well, Bathos doesn't replace pathos, it supplements it. Everything we've covered in this video so far has been a comedy. However, that's about to change. Dramas, tragedies, thrillers, slice of life, every genre under the sun can benefit from having its authors be less afraid.
Person said the ironic thing is that Shimada isn't actually an old guy. His health is just so bad he seems like one. He's like 30-something. I assume you're talking about the dude from Rakugo. That's hilarious.
Of Bathos. Many of my favorite shows of all time are those which aren't afraid of sudden tonal whiplash, which play around with how they present their subject matter, which go a bit over the top sometimes to the point where they become
Do I still hang out with Flip Down Yonder? I haven't been able to because he lives in Boston, and the only times we ever got to hang out was because I lived there at the time. But and also he came to RadCon 4, but I would love to hang out with him. I don't get the sense he really goes out and does a lot of stuff. It would kind of be a thing where if I had something going on that I told him about, he might be able to get to it. So I'd like to make that happen.
Certainly hilarious.
The character Hurston was talking about, Shimada, is the mentor character in Sangatsu.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
That's funny that he's only supposed to be like 30.
Yeah, it's the... Well, isn't that like... Was that not the Prodigy character who was like super good at shogi, or am I getting confused with the other one?
He was also like really good from a young age.
Okay.
He was Ray's mentor was the guy who like he was from a bumfuck town, and he would like take a 2.5-hour commute into Tokyo just to play shogi.
Yeah.
And he had also like set up a bus service in his town so that old people could go to the community center and stuff.
It's been too long, God.
Landon said, "Watch Kent Murphy bunting. This video is boring." Well, you're gonna have to click the rest of the video before we get to the next request.
Yes.
So
we'll start by covering the kind of bathos that
bathroom.
arises from tonal whiplash, and to do this, we'll be looking at one of my favorite anime of all time, the 2005 sci-fi mecha series, Eureka 7.
Jibun wa... I mean, fuck.
At its core, Eureka 7 is a coming-of-age story about a young boy joining a ragtag group of companions that travel the world together and call themselves Gecko State. However, it's also so much more complicated than that. The early episodes are very confusing on the first viewing, as the viewer is bombarded with a
Fly away.
bunch of seemingly conflicting information. First, we learn that Gecko State is a group of counterculture thrill seekers that compete in hoverboarding competitions and run a popular magazine. Then, we learn that Gecko State is a paramilitary group that regularly kills people and has been branded a terrorist
You were singing Code Gay Ass. That's why I was doing the... Oh, wait.
organization by the world government. Episode
Eureka
7 of the
7's
show
first...
is a comedy about the group putting its...
The first Eureka 7 opening theme is also by Flo, and it sounds almost exactly the same as the Code Gay Ass opening theme.
newest member through a series of childish hazing rituals. Just 2 episodes later, however, we get a harrowing story about how Gecko State's founding members struggle with the guilt of having actively participated in a genocide against a religious minority group.
Mecha anime are Gundam, I agree.
You're right.
But the thing that makes Gundam specifically special is that it's made of Gundanium alloy. And if you didn't know, Gundanium alloy can only be made in space, because it's too dense to bring it into Earth's atmosphere.
Eureka 7 constantly oscillates between the extremely serious and the utterly mundane. For many people, the frustration this produces overrides all other feelings they have about the show. It's not hard to find negative reviews complaining about the tonal whiplash, saying the show would be better if it had more focus. Personally, however, I couldn't disagree more. The constant tonal whiplash in Eureka 7 is inseparable from the core appeal of...
How does Gundam stay whole when it's on Earth? I assume they found a way... Well, isn't that like a concern? Like, doesn't it fall to Earth at some point and they're like really worried it's gonna burn up on entry, but then it just like survives or some shit? Something like this happened. I know the Gundam literally like falls through the atmosphere at one point. Is it even in original Gundam? Because I know Hiro Yui's Gundam like does that in the first episode of Wing, like it like falls to Earth.
The show. It makes the situations feel more real and the characters feel more authentic. The character development that underpins the show's
Z-Cypher, you probably would enjoy Eureka 7.
Appeal wouldn't be possible without
It's got this
approach.
motherfucker right here, Holland, who rules. Rest in peace to his voice actor. Fuck. Oh, his name has slipped out of my brain. I keep remembering names of guys who sound kind of similar to him and I know are not the right one.
To writing. When most people think of character development, they imagine a character changing over the course of a show. However, it's often even more interesting to flesh out a character by revealing a side of them that had always been there but hadn't been shown to the audience yet. And the fastest way to do this is to put that character in a situation we've never seen them in. One of the best examples of this in Eureka 7 occurs during the show's final act, as a climactic battle is being fought to determine the fate of the world. I'll spare you the details, but the gist of it is that the main characters break through a barrier.
What you got there?
Some Coke with some whiskey in it.
Ooh, what kind of whiskey?
Fireball. Just girl stuff, you know.
Yeah, just femme drank.
Oh my god, just whiskey.
The funniest thing about the here in Virginia, we have the alcoholic beverage control stores, which is the only place you can buy hard liquor, and they have the Fireball in the exact back corner of the store, so that you have to walk across the whole store to get to it. Like, we know this is all that you want, but in order to get to it, you're gonna have to pass every other option available to you.
They structured the store just for me.
Yep.
And enter a forbidden
Frat
area,
girl
which
drink.
is promised to contain all of the answers that Gecko State had been seeking for the whole show.
True.
However, upon arrival, all they find is a completely unremarkable island, and to make...
This is major fucking spoilers for Eureka 7, by the way. I don't know if you mentioned that, but
matters worse.
I have
the
never
method
seen
they've
Eureka
been
7.
relying on for transportation
We should watch it
breaks
together
down
sometime
immediately.
while I
They're
block out this
stranded.
part of the video.
Despite
yeah,
all the build-up,
it's a
despite
good
all
show.
the
I
sacrifices
rewatched
took
it
to
with
get to this
Bird,
point,
who was
there's
not
no
that
real
into it.
payoff. From here, the next several
I
episodes
started
are about
writing
the
a big long
remarkably
video
down-to-earth
about it,
struggle of the characters to
and
find
I
food,
didn't
water,
finish
and a
it.
way out of the situation. This is a
I put out
textbook
2
example
parts.
of one of the most critically maligned forms of
And I wrote
Oh, I vaguely remember that.
3 or 4 parts.
The whole situation feels a bit like
was
a
back when I was
betrayal.
working my
The
boring
audience
ass
was
warehouse
primed to
job, and I
expect a
listened to
climactic
copious amounts of your
resolution to the
content.
story, but instead, progress is slowed to
the problem I ran into with that series is that I was using Anime News Network to talk about specifically who had worked on every single episode of the show, not realizing that they only had that information for 28 episodes.
Oh, damn.
And so when I got to episode 28 in my writing, I was like, oh, fuck, I have to totally change the way I'm approaching this video because I no longer know who specifically worked on each episode.
Yep.
Yeah, I probably should have more thoroughly looked ahead on that. Are they drawing Shin-Chan? Maybe.
a crawl. However, it's only by betraying the viewer's expectations that it becomes possible to give the viewers something they didn't even know they wanted. In Eureka 7, the 3 episodes spent stranded on the island have some of the best character writing in the entire show. All 5 of these characters are under an immense amount of stress. They're just as frustrated as we, the viewers,
Landon
are
says
about the whole
Eureka low-key
situation.
god tier.
However,
Oh,
no
Landon
matter
likes it.
how
I'm not
eager
gonna watch
they are
it.
to get moving, they can't find any way to make progress. It doesn't take long before the
Watch that
characters
shit,
begin
Krona, or I'll
bickering
fight you.
amongst each other.
Big cat!
At first, their arguments are petty and shallow. However, as minutes turn to hours and hours turn to days, they become more
days turn to
serious,
weeks, and
vicious,
weeks
and
turn to
real.
months, and months
Remember
turn
how I
to
mentioned
years, and
earlier
years
that there was
turn
an
to
episode
decades,
about how Gecko
and
State
decades
participated in a
turn
genocide?
to centuries,
Yeah, the
and
3
centuries
that are
turn
stranded
to
on this
millennia,
island with their
and
main
millennia
couple are
turn
orphans
to
from that
something
genocide.
bigger
have
than
been
that I
adopted
don't
and
know what
raised
it's
by
called.
this girl, Eureka, after she killed their parents.
This is actually
Even though
less
this
of a
was
spoiler
established
than what was
all the
being
way
talked
back in
about
episode
before.
9. It had
I've been
kind of
tuning out every single thing you said about this show because I
up again.
I just
The
want to watch
tension
it for
surrounding
myself.
the premise had been buried for so long that a viewer could be forgiven for forgetting that it even existed in the first place. However,
Yeah.
when these characters are put
It's a
under
great
immense
video,
stress
but
and forced to rely on
sorry I
one
have to
another
do
in a
this.
survival
But, you know,
situation,
the images on
suddenly
screen
comes
are
bubbling to the
enticing me to watch the
surface all
show
at
really
once.
hard.
Narero.
ママから離れろって言ってるんじゃレントレントダメどうしてママはレントなんか忘れてないよねだってママは
Okay, I'm gonna skip through this stuff so that it hits harder when you actually see it in the show. And then this is also the soccer episode. A lot of people really hate this episode, but it's really funny.
Ever made.
Okay,
It's a
wait,
relative.
wait, what is
to
this?
answer this, we'll be looking at tonal inconsistency, even when that means sacrificing realism. To answer this, we'll be looking at one of the worst anime ever made.
Okay.
It's a relatively recent and popular show that you've likely heard of before.
Really?
Soso no Frieren. In many ways, this fantasy action series may be the smoothest experience that anime as a medium has on offer. The premise is easy to understand, the setting is very familiar, and the characters are elegant in their simplicity. The tone of the show is
Literally me
masterfully
AF right
smooth.
there.
While the show can be sad at times, exciting at times, and comedic at times, the transition between these moments is always very gradual. There's never any bathos resulting from tonal whiplash. For the most part, this is fine. However, there are a few instances where I believe the story writes itself into a corner, where the refusal to allow bathos to rear its head results in massive missed opportunities. The first of these instances comes in episode 9, when the character of Fern fights to the death against the demon Lugner. The way the fight plays out is pretty simple. Lugner lands a surprise attack against Fern, pinning her to a wall. They chat to each other for a bit, and then Lugner drops his guard and allows Fern to free herself. Afterwards, we get a generic power fantasy beatdown where Fern handedly defeats Lugner. At its heart, the problem with this scene lies in its dogmatic dedication to the formula of a generic power fantasy beatdown. These are everywhere in modern anime, and Soso no Frieren is no exception. This formula has 3 steps: underestimation, where the character is underestimated, flexing, where the character demonstrates their power, and recognition, where the greatness of the character is recognized. This is essentially how every fight featuring one of the 3 main characters in Soso no Frieren plays out across the entire show. This is fine
Yeah, they're
most
OP.
of the time,
That's what's
but
cool
here
about
it
it.
presents a particularly egregious missed opportunity. Remember the scene from Eureka 7 that we covered earlier, about how there existed a tension between the characters which had persisted throughout the whole show, one which was only finally confronted when they were put under extreme stress? Such a tension exists in Soso no Frieren as well. Fern, you see, had decided at a young age to dedicate her life to studying magic while aimlessly journeying the world with her master, Frieren. It's notable that Fern never really seemed particularly enthusiastic about this. Fern's the type of person who always goes with the flow, who passively follows the path laid out
Alan
for her
Horai
by the
says, I
adults
will
in her
say,
life.
this person needs to work on their cadence a little. It's really hard for me to pay attention with the way they speak. I kind of feel that way about most, like, analysis content, to be honest.
True.
I'm ADHD brained as fuck.
Yeah.
Throughout the show, there's this lingering tension that Fern will eventually be forced to evaluate her way of life, to sort through her feelings and choose her own path. Thus, when she's pinned by Lugner's surprise attack and is faced with near certain death, it feels like the perfect opportunity for Fern to finally do some introspection, to show some vulnerability for once. Let's imagine a different version of this scene. While Fern is still outwardly able to keep her calm, inwardly she's beginning to panic. She questions everything that led her to this point in her life. At every crossroads, she always took the most passive path available, doing whatever the adults in her life told her was the right option. However, where has that gotten her? She's about to be killed. Is she happy like this? Why is it that there's an expectation that all mages in this setting dedicate themselves
I will
to
say,
combat?
more than anything
We've
about
seen
this
that
video,
magic can be used
I'm impressed that this video was made and finished, because I feel like I would get too bored in the process of editing this. Like,
it's tough to do this kind of edit, yeah.
36 minutes, and not just going to the effort of writing this, detailing every single example from every show you want to talk about, scripting all that, and then doing voiceover and editing on top of that, like all the zooms, all the little flourishes you're adding. I would for me to do this video, I would have to care really strongly about the point being made, and I don't think I could do that I don't think I could do this at all, because like this is why I don't do anime analysis. I don't care about anime enough anymore. I'm not deep enough in it anymore. So it's like, it's kind of impressive to me in that way, that like you can make something this, I don't know, well structured and like well edited and everything when it's this long.
I'm still trying to figure out how much I disagree with this free run point.
Grow props, to move heavy objects, to polish statues, to move quickly from one place to another. There's no reason that a dedication to magic necessitates dedicating one's life to combat. There's a lot of room for Fern to question how she's chosen to live her life, to really explore what magic means to her. It's possible that, after some soul-searching, she ultimately decides to continue on the path she set out on with Freerin. However, if she never even questions this choice, if she never does any introspection, then the tension from her passive approach to life will never go away. However, if the rewrites I just proposed were implemented in the show, it would result in massive tonal whiplash, potentially creating bathos and the disconnect between the build-up towards a generic action scene and the reality of a desperate, pathetic one. The audience wouldn't be able to project themselves onto Fern as easily, and the power fantasy would be broken. The author can't have that, and so the show misses out on an opportunity for greatness. This is a common trend throughout Sousou no Frieren. Another instance just as egregious happens just 2 episodes later. Episode 11 opens with the party celebrating the defeat of the...
Yellow. On YouTube or Spotify? Bird wants some music to fall asleep to. Not VeggieTales, he said.
I wasn't gonna say VeggieTales.
Do you want something like peaceful? Why don't you listen to Blossom Dearie? No? Less peaceful? Something from me. Alright, let's see. Listen to Dredge, Dredg. Listen to their album El Cielo or Catch Without Arms. El Cielo is a better sleepy album. Yeah, Dredg, and then their album El Cielo. Now, like EL, like the Spanish word L, and then CIELO. Yes. Okay, Melazo, bye. Have a good sleep.
aforementioned demons. As things calm down and they set out in the next part of their journey, however, something interesting happens. They get lost in a snowstorm. By all metrics, this is a desperate, serious situation.
Felix Vids with €5. Hey Trixie, please watch the trailer for my game Friday at Hours. It's a persona at a house party, plus there's PCP era Trixie reference in there. That sounds wild.
Oh my.
I'll definitely try.
They have no food, no direction, and are slowly freezing to death. To make matters worse, the character of Stark falls unconscious and has to be carried by the others. It's not an exaggeration to say that this may be the closest the party comes to being wiped out in the entire show. If done well, this would be a perfect example of bathos through tonal whiplash. The show just pivoted instantly from the characters celebrating their previous victory to them being on the verge of death in a snowstorm. However, because the creators want to avoid bathos, this scene is presented in a remarkably underwhelming way. Despite the reality of the situation, it never actually feels like the characters are in any danger. The music is calm, none of the shots are framed in a dynamic or tense way, and the characters even crack jokes, with Fern suggesting that they leave Stark behind because he's too heavy. This whole scenario ultimately culminates in one of the worst moments in the entire show as our party stumbles upon a cabin. You'd expect the characters to be ecstatic, to thank their lucky stars that they were saved, to be filled with a renewed sense of purpose. However, that's not what happens. Instead, they open the cabin door, see a shirtless guy working out inside, and Fern shuts the door before suggesting that they head out because, quote, there's a pervert in there. Freeran even seems to go along with this, and they begin heading out to their certain death. The only reason our party isn't wiped out in this episode, it seems, is because the next words that come out of the mouth of the man from inside the cabin piques their curiosity.
Ellen says that feels like a total misinterpretation of what happened in this scene.
Yeah, I'm waiting till the end of this free run section before I really go in about
From
how
start
I feel
to finish, the whole snowstorm scene is presented in just as lighthearted and relaxed a manner as the festival that preceded it. In the name of avoiding bathos, Soso no Freerun sacrifices both realism.
To me, that literally is bathos, though. That was not avoiding bathos. That was bathos.
Yeah.
They were like almost dead, and then a funny thing happened. That was bathos.
I think he's arguing that because the tone was kept light and not like too dark. That's what even though they were in a like deadly situation, they were cracking jokes and keeping the tone light so they could smoothly transition into comedy.
To then do that and have it be like a big change.
Yeah,
I will
and
make
the opportunity for a great scene. Here's a moment where not only Fern can do some introspection, but also Freeran and Stark as well. As the leader, Freeran most of all. She almost got these two kids killed through her recklessness. Doesn't she feel the least bit guilty about this? Shouldn't she promise to be more careful going forward? Nah, that would change the tone of the show too suddenly, and we can't have that. Let's get a joke about how men warming each other up in freezing conditions is gay instead. Okay, enough about tonal whiplash. Let's talk about another form.
Okay, so when it comes to Freeran, I think that that's a perfect example of a show that the tone is the point. And so doing tonal whiplash would ruin the show. Like, it would just not be the same. It wouldn't be Freeran anymore. And the reason it is toned that way is that Freeran herself is 1,000 years old and did not feel anything for all of that time. Like, she just now started giving a fuck about the world and people and like the people around her and like caring about them and their circumstances at all, you know?
Yeah.
And like, keep in mind, she had feelings for Heiter that she never really not Heiter, what's his name? Himmel, the hero, that she never really examined in the time that she felt those. It was only after he died, like 60 years later, that she finally started being like, wow, I wish I'd hung out with that guy, you know, and like starts remembering things about him. So, I just think that the disaffected nature of Freeran is the show. Like, it's to show you what it feels like to be that disaffected. And like, speaking personally, I'm somebody who, like, I enjoy seeing bathos in media, but it is very, very difficult for things to like hit me on that kind of like heavy emotional level that would take me from one tone to another. Like, I feel like I do a lot to keep myself from like having those emotional tonal whiplashes in my life. Like, I don't want that to be a thing, so I'm trying to not have it.
I would say I appreciate the arguments being made here, and I can understand where you're coming from, but like, this to me is very obviously like, these are two different ways to tell a story, both of which are valid. I have seen both methods done well and done poorly, and I think the method itself has nothing to do with how good I think the show is. Like, I don't know. I don't understand the Like, this is just personal
said,
preference.
I think Free Rent is almost Shield Hero tier in terms of how harmful the themes of the show are for impressionable viewers to internalize. You'll have to make that a video as well, because I don't understand that at all. Free Rent is in my
that
opinion,
sounds like rage pay. Like,
Free Rent is, like, for me, like, top tier manga. Like, straight up, one of the best manga I've ever read. So, like, whatever you're saying, I'm sitting here like, I don't understand how you can fathomably think that, but I'm interested to hear.
Shield Hero is, like, fetishistic and, like, it's like SAO tier in terms of how it deals with its characters and, like, their dynamics. Like, it's a show about a guy who buys a slave daughter and then she grows up super fast and wants to fuck him. Like, I don't... What? Not the same tier at all.
Video on Free Rent's themes, which are on your main channel, the ones you're commenting on. I guess I'll have to check that out to understand what your issue is with it. But I really, really, really like Free Rent. Like, I think the manga is like a 10 out of 10. So when you're saying these criticisms, I'm like, I literally don't see how those things would make it better. Like the changes you suggested, I do not see how those would make it a better story in any way.
It would just be a different story. It wouldn't make it like better or worse necessarily. It would just be different. And
well, it reminds me of
feel that strongly
an argument that my friend Riley and my friend John got into, where John was saying, like, this sandwich would be really perfect if it just had like this, like if it had mayonnaise instead of ketchup or something like that. And Riley was just like, it would not be the same sandwich. Like, it wouldn't be that sandwich became perfect. You would have a different sandwich which is perfect, but it would no longer be that sandwich. That sandwich is just simply not a perfect sandwich to you.
Totally, yeah.
And, like, that's how I feel with those arguments. I'm like, that doesn't make a sandwich I would want more. Like, what you just described did not make me think, oh, that would be such a better version of Free Rent. I'm like, those scenes were perfectly fine. I wouldn't change anything. But,
yeah. I agree with what Ellen just said. It really does feel like not engaging with what the anime is doing and instead wanting it to be something else, which is not a great mindset to have when criticizing something. I wholeheartedly agree. I could never get behind, like, criticisms like that where it's like, yeah, just like... Like, I already made my point that it's different. It's not better or worse. It's
Hurston
just...
said that their Free Rent video was ratioed 10-1 by a response video from a channel called Pay Talks Anime. I am sorry for your loss.
That sucks, but I'm also not surprised.
I've never heard of Pay Talks Anime, though.
Landon saying, Love Live better than Free Rent.
Stop watching this shit vid. I'm fine. This video is fine, aside from the fact that we disagree about Free Rent.
I would also say, Landon, if you want us to stop watching this that badly, you need to beat the amount of money that was donated to make us watch this in the first place.
I wouldn't even...
$2 is not enough.
You can't buy me to not do something someone paid me to do. That's not a thing.
You don't have to tell Landon that.
How does work?
He'll just give you the money, and then he'll forget he did that.
The seriousness of a show's subject matter and the seriousness of its presentation. Even more so than tonal whiplash, it can be difficult to imagine how a non-comedy anime could benefit from deliberately invoking
Cypher says, who watches anime? Not me.
However, I've come prepared with an example. Enter Doro. By all metrics, the setting for the show is one of the most brutal and depressing ones you can find in anime.
Whack-ass
the world
show,
is filthy,
love it.
Murder is commonplace, and even the fashion in this series speaks to an obsession with the macabre. Not only is the setting nasty, the experiences the characters are put through are awful as well. They endure hardship after
I have to pee too much. Tell them about everything in the world. Tell them about the cats.
About the cats. Landon says, I'll beat you up. Oh my god, I'm a Super Saiyan. Don't fuck with the Landinator. Landon, a soft breeze would kill you. What are you talking about, man? Your power level is nothing. It is niet. Yeah, I don't watch nearly as much anime as I used to, so all these anime analysis videos are like, if you yourself and your analysis are not like super interesting, like this is not a video I would personally watch on my own time because I'm just not like in it, you know? Like I would have watched this in like 2018 when I was at like my peak otaku. But right now I'm like, okay, like I want to form opinions on the things you're saying, but I haven't watched half of these shows, and the ones I have watched, I haven't watched in like 6 years, dude. See, Cypher says, now we're in the Giga Corner. The Croner. You should let people double a donation to overrule it and have you refund the watch request. You'd make a killing. Oh my god, like whoever gets the highest bid gets to like kill the other person's video. That's really funny. Hey Krona, did you play more Deltarune? I haven't yet, Ellen. I kind of wanted to, like, I started playing Chapter 1, and I got to the bit where, like, Susie and Lancer team up. Very funny, very cute. And I've been kind of, I don't know, I've been super busy. As soon as I get home from this trip, I do plan on just binging the whole game, since I, no longer have a day job. I ain't got much else to do besides make videos and play Deltarune, so I'm probably going to blast through the whole fucking thing in like 3 days, as soon as I get back, because I've been waiting years for Chapter 3 and 4 to come out. I'm so happy that it's finally out. It's like an instant purchase for me. Not even a second thought. Since Chapter 2 came out, I've been a huge fucking fan of Deltarune. It's like top 5 for me, one of the best games I ever played. I love Ralsei so much. I want to kiss him on the mouth. He's so cute. Landon says, I have a 20,000 power level. I'll lick your ass. You'll lick my ass. Oh. Might be my new #1 favorite game after Chapter 4. Well, in that case, I'm extra excited. Fart on me, mommy. I will open up my butthole and unleash the big toot.
The big toot.
Let's finish this
hardship,
funny
up
video.
to and including literal torture. However, in spite of that, the events of the show are never really presented
while you're in the
in a
toilet, I was talking about
particularly
how
way. If anything,
my peak
the
like
show is
anime
downright
phase happened like
relaxing
6
to
years
watch.
ago, so I don't
Even as the
remember
events of the show
a lot of these
become
shows very well, the ones I have seen. I will say Dorohedoro is one I watched much more recently because it's like my best friend's favorite fucking thing ever. Her favorite manga, her favorite anime. She has it on VHS even. She has a custom-made VHS of Dorohedoro. Fascinating.
Incredibly dark, the tone often remains rather jovial and upbeat.
だから安物の袋はダメだって言ったろ。
In spite of this, I wouldn't say that this show's a comedy. At its heart, it's still a serious action thriller. None of the humor in the show ever comes at the expense of logic or realism. While the presentation of the show in terms of music
goofy.
and
I'd call
directing
it
is
like
often jarringly casual,
like
the
horror
underlying
comedy.
script is still fully serious.
Rather than realism, I would have said verisimilitude.
I would just call it like, I don't know. I put it in the same category as like Evil Dead 2. Like, yes, it is horror, but it is also comedy. Like, there's not a hard line between those things. It can be both.
So, why would someone choose to create an anime like this? It's because, thematically, Dorohedoro is a commentary on nihilism. Nihilism is a philosophy
Doro
that asserts that
heterosexual.
there's no meaning to life, that in the end, nothing really matters. The setting of Dorohedoro reinforces this. For instance, everyone born with the capacity to use magic in this setting is doomed, from birth, to go to hell for eternity when they die. In this setting, nihilism isn't just a philosophy, it's a reality. When everyone knows that they're going to hell no matter what, it's hard to feel like life really has any meaning. This is why everything is presented so matter-of-factly, why the show has such a weirdly upbeat tone despite its incredibly grim premise. It's an exploration of a world where most people have given up, where there's no real meaning to life. In a world like this, it's not really worth making a big fuss about anything. Life sucks, everyone's accepted that it sucks, and we're all just along for the ride. So, we've shown how both tonal whiplash and tonal disconnects can be used to great effect in serious works. What, then, of the third and final cause of bathos, moments when a work overshoots on the tone that a scene calls for? Could exaggerating the most dramatic moments in an anime to the point of hilarity really have a place in a serious work? The answer is a resounding yes. To illustrate this, let's take a look at a serious political action thriller, a show so meaningful.
By the way, the most deliberate use of bathos I can think of is Evangelion, particularly the rebuild movies, where it's like every time there's a violent scene, it's like a children's choir singing like a happy song while like fucking robots are tearing their faces off of each other.
That it embodies the very meaning of the word deep.
It's like that animation we watched earlier. The origami.
Yeah.
Kill. Stick with me. To say that Kill la Kill is intense would be the understatement of the century. Basically everything in this show goes too far. The violence, the drama, the sex appeal, it's all exaggerated to the point of absurdity.
Can I just pause for a moment?
Yeah.
Last time I was on stream with you, we reacted to that Glass Reflection review of Kill la Kill that was horrifically off base and wrong about everything.
Yeah.
If I have to hear another bad take about Kill la Kill while I'm intoxicated, I cannot be held responsible for anything I say for the rest of this live stream.
I think this is about to compliment Kill la Kill.
I
think that's where this is going.
I really hope so.
In many ways, the show almost feels like a parody of itself. However, the fact that the emotional aspects of the show are
7.16 out of 10
exaggerated doesn't mean that they're insincere. The scenes which are trying to be sad are still sad. The scenes which are trying to be dramatic are still dramatic. And the scenes where Ragyo molests her daughter are as creepy and uncomfortable as intended.
Correct.
There is one problem that arises as a result of the gratuitous excess of Kill la Kill's presentation. It leads many people in the audience to believe that the show is satirical, that the violence, sex, and drama on display exists merely as a comedic meta-commentary on other anime in the genre. There's a prevailing belief that, because Kill la Kill is deliberately absurd, it must also be meaningless. The reality
Where are they? I'll murder them.
is that this couldn't possibly be further from the truth. In actuality, the show is incredibly dense with meaning. Kill la Kill isn't even particularly subtle about its own themes and symbolism, often taking time to spell them out explicitly, such as in this scene from episode 2. The central motifs of the show are clothing, particularly uniforms, and nudity. Uniforms represent control, power, and conformity, while
Fascism. The joke is that fashion and fascism are said the same way in Japanese.
nudity represents freedom.
I know I said this yesterday, but I just want to keep bringing it up. Not yesterday, whenever we did that.
Vulnerability, and self-actualization. Using these motifs, Kill la Kill comments on fascism, on gender role expectations, on economic inequality, and more. Honestly, once you start watching the show with this in mind, the dialogue can go pretty hard.
Ow.
いいことを教えてやる。一つ。昔ある女がいた。女は人と服は敵じゃないと信じていた。愚かな女だ。その愚かさゆえに服に裏切られた。二つ。お前も行き着く先はその女と同じだ。
何言ってるか全然わかんねえよ。
So, if this show has so many meaningful things to say, why does it revel in such excessive presentation? Couldn't it have taken a more thoughtful, down-to-earth approach? To those who ask this question, I have this to say. Why do you want things to be bad? Why can't good shows just be fun? If I want deep themes and social commentary in my anime, I shouldn't have to suffer through serial experiments lane to get.
Hey, hold on. Careful now.
Jesus
As much as
Christ.
I enjoy still shots of power lines, I shouldn't have to sit through 20 minutes of them just so that I can get 2 minutes of actually interesting content to think
Jesus
about.
fucking Christ, no. You had me for a second there. I was starting to get sucked in and be like, okay, yeah, no, like, you're totally right. Like, Kill la Kill is awesome. Like, it's really cool to be, like, really deep and, like, smart, but also silly and goofy at the same time. It's the best. And then bringing up Serial Experiments Lane is a bad example. I'm like, are you not able to feel? Like, are you, what the fuck? Like,
too much emphasis.
I'm
on
just looking at
dialogue.
power lines. Like, what? Bruh, come on.
If a show is trying to convey an emotion, trying to make the audience feel something, why shouldn't it simply go as hard as possible? This idea is at the core of the short TV anime Space Patrol Luluco, which happens to have been made by the same creative staff as Kill la Kill. The story revolves around a middle school girl named Luluco fighting space crime, as she develops a crush on her teenage coworker in the process. Later, it's revealed that the boy our protagonist had fallen in love with was actually an alien sent out in search of the most worthless garbage in the universe. And, as it so happens, he found it, the unrequited first love of a middle school girl. In the process of harvesting this, he kills Luluko. As our downtrodden protagonist wanders the depths of hell, she encounters a wise sage and laments to him about her foolishness in ever thinking that it was okay to feel anything.
少しでもあの人を好きじゃなければこんなことにならなかったのに。
However, Inferno Cop sets her on the right path.
普通なんてものは他の誰かが作り上げるものじゃない。自分が
Petra didn't know that Inferno Cop is in Luluko. Luluko is so short. Luluko is really short. You can watch the whole thing in the span of like an hour or less. It's
2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Is it 2? What? The episode's like 5 minutes long. It's
I think
so
they're actually
short.
closer to 10 minutes or something. Or they're 8 minutes.
Are they? Luluko used to be my profile pic on Twitter.
Maybe they are only 5 minutes, but there's 12 of them, so...
It's not 2 hours. I watched it like 3 times.
しっかりやれよ。初恋をした中学生は無敵だ。
You see, it doesn't matter how insignificant other people think your emotions are, all that matters is how important they are to you. In Space Patrol Luluko, even though the first love of a middle school girl is canonically the most worthless piece of garbage in the universe, it's still worth expressing with all your heart. There's no reason to hold back when it comes to expressing emotions, to expressing pathos. It's far more fulfilling to live life to its fullest, to experience all of its joys and sorrows as strongly
So I'm
as
realizing it's interesting. Like, because to have the same complaint about Free Ren and Lane, both of those are, in my mind, anime about dissociation and, like, about the feeling of being, like, washed out and in the background and, like, I can't break it to the surface, you know? They're about the climb out of that. They're about, like, how do I become a person? How do I emerge into an emotional reality?
But Trixie, wouldn't it be better if Lane just, like, pulled out her fucking gat and started shooting all the internet bad guys, all of the... Like, she jumped inside the computer and started having a fucking loud, audacious battle against Mr. Internet.
It would be sick, but...
No, but it would be inherently better.
Not be Lane.
It would inherently be a better story because it would be cool,
Artists
rad.
are far too often concerned with avoiding the bathos
Capable
that
of feeling
arises
emotions
from
at anything
overdoing the
subtle.
emotional moments in their works. However, if you want to make something truly great, you have to be sincere, and sometimes that means embracing bathos rather than shying away from it. Thanks for watching to the end. If you enjoyed
not all the time.
Isn't always the most sincere thing you could do with a show, though. Like,
there's
again,
plenty of
like,
extremely
my
insincere
life is a lot of underreacting to things other people would probably get emotional about, you know, like a lot of just being numb and not able to feel much of anything. And you know, I spent like 10 years without crying more than like 6 times. Like, I did not live a bathos life.
Yeah.
But that's why it's fun to see, you know, in anime. But it's in no way relatable to me.
Like Ellen just put Landon in timeout for
I knew
saying
that
too many
was coming.
slurs.
I was just waiting.
Herson says, I was not intending to imply that Lane was bad, just that I don't like the popular belief that that's the only way to make deep anime.
Well, that's true.
That's true, but that's not the message I got from this video at all. It really did sound like you were saying, like, Lane's version of storytelling is inherently worse.
Well, I just kind of got the feeling you were saying Lane is boring, and you don't want to have to sit through all that to get to the deep stuff.
It
and
was said with a lot of derision in your tone.
I guess it's just, to me, like, the shots of power lines is the deep stuff in Lane.
Yeah.
Like, that is... Like, you're meant to be thinking about the power lines and what they mean, and, like, the ever-presence of, like, electric technology, the fact that it's always making noise and making a light hum, and what that actually does to you psychologically. Like, that's what the show's about.
Yeah.
Watch it with headphones on. It'll make more sense, I promise. There's a very detailed sound environment.
Yeah.
Lane is definitely for audiophiles, also. Like,
I feel like if you watch Lane and you don't feel anything, it's like, that's just, like, strange to me. It's like, that's alien. Like, that's so foreign to me.
Alright, we have to watch. Landon had sent a request for one of those, what's it called, videos, but because he got timed out, all of the messages are gone. So I don't know what he wanted me to watch. But
well, Landon, you said too many slurs, and now we can't watch your request. Oh well, on to the next one.
A trailer for Friday at Hours from Felix Vids.
But yeah, Herson, your intent definitely did not shine through in the way you wrote that and delivered that line.
Friday at, I guess I don't want Felix vids in there. Trailer.
It's just But yeah, while I am
Kent Murphy Bunting is the name of the video Landon wants us to watch. Okay, I did not get Friday at Hours trailer by typing that in. Is there more that I need to know to get to that? Is this the one?
Welcome back, kids and coaches. I'm Coach Kent Murphy, and today I'm going to teach you kids how to bunt and the proper way to do it. Fucking, if you got something to say, fucking shut your mouth. It's important.
I don't make the videos.
Bunting with Kent Murphy. Now, I brought my best friend, Jeffrey Wilson, along with me today. He just got out of jail again, but he's got a lot to offer you kids. So listen up. We're going to go ahead and break this down from a fundamental standpoint. Chuck, if you wouldn't mind pitching me the ball going out there. Now, the first thing that's going to happen when you're coming up to bat to bunt is you're going to have to step out and take the signal from your third base coach. Now, this is an important time in the bunting process because it gives you a chance to get out of having to lay down a pussy bunt like a dickwad. So after your coach gives you the signal, one good way to try to get out of having to bunt is to just throw your bat down and stare at him right in his stupid eyes. A lot of time that'll intimidate him and make him change the call. The other real effective way is to just yell it out. Just tell the other team, like, hey, man, I'm fixing to fucking bunt. Sometimes when you give away the play, the coach will just wave it off because he's like, well, ain't no fucking point in doing that now. That works sometimes, but if you can't get out of it, you're just going to have to lay down the bunt, and I'm going to teach you how to do it even though it's fucking the worst thing that's ever happened in my fucking life. So here we go. First thing you do, you get your bat.
So, like, are these videos where Landon learned how to talk?
I think, baby. You know, act like you don't give no fuck about stupid bunting with your coach.
Just imagine Landon, like, in a drunken haze with these, like, videos playing around him in a circle of monitors.
Wind up, and then that's when you square around.
Elaine says, okay, I'm back. A bunt?
So you got a better grip on
yes, unfortunately.
Most people tell you not to do that because they say the ball hits you, but unless you're a pussy, it's the only right way to lay down and bunt. So we're going to go ahead and demonstrate
a weed punt
play for you. I'm sorry about this, kids. All right, Chucky, let's go ahead and teach these kids how to bunt. Let's go on.
Oh my God, the pile of beer cans.
Go and finish your beer, man. Fucking, we're on your time. You know what I mean?
You really gonna bunt?
Fucking, I know, man. I don't want to do this. God, just fucking throw me the ball, all right? Come on.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever done.
Fuck.
Here you go.
Fucking, come on, Chucky, don't throw the ball at me.
Don't bunt on my field.
I just got to teach these kids, man. What's the point? They got to know how to do it. Just throw it in there. Stop trying to hit me. I swear to God, I'll fight your ass. All right, kids, I'm going to fucking lay down this stupid ass bunt. Just throw it in here, Chucky. Don't hit me this time, man. I'm just doing it once.
Smacks the shit out of it. Not a bunt to do.
Oh, you did it!
I really appreciate the slowdown right before he hit it.
Fuck you, you thought I was going to do it, but I ain't. I'm Kent Murphy. I don't bunt. Fucking drilled it, baby. Hey, hum that thing in here, kids. I'm Kent Murphy. Don't ever fucking bunt.
Don't ever bunt. Don't do it.
That was a valuable
When's the last
lesson.
time one of you kids ever...
I agree. I actually do agree. Full send every time. Okay, we got to figure out how we find Friday at Hours. It is very dad humor, I agree. Here we go. It was on Felix Vid's channel. It's been a long day. So tired. Nice.
Honk
Basking
shoe.
in the moonlight.
Honk shoe, honk shoe. Fuck!
The toughest challenge for gamers in 2025. Get out of bed? It shouldn't be that hard, right? Somebody's opening the door. Talk to your neighbor.
No! Impossible. Go back. Be the life of the party.
Yeah. 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 beer pong. Beer pong. Beer pong.
Lara's turn.
What does this art style remind me of?
Reminds me of a lot of shit that I can't put my finger on. Your tactic creams. Wow.
This music goes. Oh. Oh yeah. Keep the style and the kids check it for it. My number one suggestion is you motherfucking Florida. Got more than the bullshit, older than new shit. Cool bit, bitch, in the switch, old school brick. Cut up on your it'll swap them. Kill a couple cops and set your fucking block on. My start over, put a Range Rover through Fort Knox. Kill a couple more cops and burn the federal reserve. Stab, swerve, slash a clip in the. Goddamn, I fucking put it. Yes.
Hot girl, hot nut.
Little girl, she's cute. Fish, big swords, right hander.
Over 10 endings. Dead.
Oh no.
Don't overdo it. Land in the video game. Nice.
I couldn't help but read that phrase in Yahtzee Crowshaw's voice, like, well, don't overdo it. Like,
is that how he talked? It's a little faster than that. Well, don't overdo it.
Well, don't overdo it.
Wait, so where was the U reference at? I missed it.
Oh yeah.
There's supposed to be a PCP era Trixie reference. Person who requested this, if you're in the chat still, can you give us a timestamp on where the Trixie reference was at? Was it that character who speaks Japanese? Was it like a background detail that we missed? It's in the shot where they are gaming. When were they gaming?
Hold on. That was right back here. Right
oh, wait.
there.
Oh, it's the Plebe and the Weeb. I see it.
Oh, hey! Who won? Plebe and the Weeb.
That's awesome. It's Solar Res. I didn't even notice.
You've also got a Lucky Star up here. You've got Ultraman on the wall. Goku, Ghost in the Shell.
Hell yeah.
Looks like K-On?
That does look like K-On.
I don't know who that is on the left, though.
I have no idea.
If that looks like Yui, but this looks like some big titty, like...
Felix says, Ayo.
Looks kind of like the mom from Air Cannon. I'm not sure who the fuck that is.
I like the Game Boy in the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Little GBA down there.
It's not K-On. What is it?
Yeah, what is
I'm deeply curious.
What the fuck is this anime?
Also, that video game they're playing is two Mega Mans fighting each other. What the fuck?
The girl in the front looks mad hot. I definitely want to know who she is. It's in it's Camphor. Oh wow. Well, it's probably not as hot as it looks decompressed.
Is that Konata up there?
Like that.
Yeah, it's got to be Konata, right?
It's either Konata or one of the other. It
looks like blue hair.
Girls. It does look like blue hair, but it's like lighter. Maybe they just color changed it a bit.
Yeah, maybe. I like the Ultraman poster on the left.
They're also playing what looks like Mega Man, but with footballers and a fighting game. Very clean. I like it.
I like it too.
I think we caught up on my 3 weed smoking girlfriends smoke blunts. Hell yes. I want 3 weed smoking girlfriends. That sounds awesome. They've all been replaced by legally distinct lookalikes in the Steam demo. Ah, clever.
Ellen said the same thing. I wish I had 3 weed smoking girlfriends.
That would be nice. 3 bitches in my Nova Coma, they robo rocking, one of them naked playing with pussy while holding my whip. It's an old clipping song.
So are we caught up?
Yeah, we're caught up.
Damn.
We're caught up on requests.
Need more requests.
I guess we can just do whatever the fuck we want now.
Damn.
Shit.
Alright, time to watch Trouble Chocolate.
Can we get away with that on YouTube, you think?
The whole show is on YouTube, but actually I don't know if I should do that without Kamugi.
True. Where is Kamugi?
I don't know.
I haven't seen Kamu in chat at all.
says she's online on her phone.
Maybe she's doing another thing. They could be doing a group watch or
That's
something.
true.
in the
Yeah.
server. I didn't think
She's
about
doing
that.
stuff all the time. Z-Cypher says, I should pay for something dumb. Yeah. I've sent money to Trixie before just for the sake of it without any request in mind. And then I was just like, well, I gotta request something. I sent the stupidest shit posts possible.
Oh yeah, the fart one.
Yeah, the Marmaduke farting video.
That one was incredible. It was on a whole other level, a
So
whole other
fucked up.
tier.
Well, I guess I'll make a
Whole new
request.
plane of reality.
Can we watch the worst rap battle ever video?
Worst rap battle ever.
Yeah, it's one with the like 2 kids, like middle school kids. It's one with Raindrop. It's not that one. Although that one is a little funny. Oh wait. Nerd rap battle, that's it. I love this video. It's one of my favorites. Oh wait, Z-Cypher
Fucking
says,
E-Bomb's World.
how much is it for like 5 minutes?
That would be like $7.50, right, or something. I think. I don't know.
I don't do math.
250 times or 150 times 5 equal. This should be $7.50.
Yeah. Yeah, you can take this out of my hot dog fund. I love this video.
It's a nice locker you got there, dude.
This is Raindrop.
Raindrop, opening my locker. Take 2.
I love that there's a take 2. Like, did he fuck up opening his locker the first time?
Showing everybody his locker number? Why would you do this? The cameraman realizing that.
But you're not.
Mike Glambin.
You gonna say another bar?
I don't know what to say.
Mine caught. Don't know what I've wrought.
Oh!
I think you can rap. It's a joke. You're a freaking joke. You're gay. You can't get a girl anyway. I'm done.
Killed him.
You're gay. You suck fakes. Oh, all night that your face all wells up and it fades away.
I'm sorry, you suck fakes is going to stay in my head for a very long time.
I think he said like the F slur, but had to make it rhyme.
Oh,
so he was
that might be it too.
Yo,
You
you're
suck
gay.
figs.
You suck.
Oh my
figs.
god.
Yo.
Wait, this is my favorite
I
part.
have to go back and hear that again.
Yo, you're gay. You suck fakes.
Oh my god. That is so fucking funny, actually.
Oh, all night.
Oh, all night.
Your face all wells up and it fades.
Oh my god, this is like Thug Bungalow, but like even more ridiculous.
away. Yo. What? You can't mess with me. Oh. Yo. You suck.
Dicks.
Bows along with pose.
Bows.
You're so gay that you.
We get it, dude. Gay. You're gay. We get it. The gay jokes. How gay
The
am
guy's
I?
feeding him lines.
Don't know what to say. You're gay.
Did you see him fucking up the camera lens?
I did. Oh
You're
god.
gay.
You're so... Yo, you're gay. You're so gay that you're gay.
You think you're all that, but you're not. I don't know what to say.
I just told you what.
Why did every middle school have a kid who talked like that? Like that like raspy, like, I just told you what to say!
You look like a bird from a cartoon.
Wait.
I've got a request for searching just BL Incubus from Z-Cypher.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to draw your attention to this part where he calls him a furt.
Pull on your shirt. You look like a bird from a cartoon.
This guy's brilliant. I don't know This kid has got the gene, the rap gene. You know, he's gonna go places.
A furt. You look like
this
a
kid will
furt.
have a fentanyl addiction next week. He'll be fucking
from a cartoon.
Face tattoos all over him.
Oh god.
A coon.
What? Whoa!
Forgot he said.
Whoa! A fag is one thing. All right.
And it ruins like rooms.
Keep going, Randall.
You live with raccoons.
Okay, yeah, he rescued it a little bit. He was like, raccoons. I meant raccoons,
I meant
of course.
raccoon.
What did you think I meant? I'm not a racist.
Wait. I don't know if you heard that. Just like the kid feeding him limes.
Yeah.
Animal boom. You live in Kalamazoo. You fool.
Live in Kalamazoo, you fool.
Just the guy going like, he lived with raccoons and baboons. Animal boom.
I love that he like could never think of an actual rhyme. Only slant rhymes. Like 100%.
You're so gay you don't know what to say because you're gay.
Raindrops wins with this beautiful flow.
Why isn't the guy coaching them in the contest? The answer is because the guy coaching them knew it would be funny because they're both giant nerds.
Yeah.
It's like clearly the older kids getting the dipshit 6th graders together for a rap battle because they knew it would be terrible. Oh my god.
Just be a incubus.
Might actually be my favorite video on the internet.
Is this what I want? Is this karaoke? Or do I want...
It looks pretty Z cipher coded.
This is a Hitalia dance version. Also, this one's got Yadanaika guy in it. Which one of these should I mean, Yadanaika is the one that I'm the most tempted towards, I have to say.
Z cipher says yes to the first one.
First one, okay.
Yes.
It also has Yadanaika.
Oh wait, pause it.
Yeah.
Gary always says, Giga, have you ever read Homestuck? I've read Act 1. Every time I go into reading Homestuck, I think, this is it. I'm going to binge all of it. I'm going to spend the next 3 months. I'm just going to, like, it's like One Piece. I'm just going to dedicate myself to reading this one thing forever until it's done. And then I got through Act 1, and I was like, fuck, dude. Fuck. That took a lot out of me. Yeah. I need a fucking break. So I read Homestuck, but not nearly enough of it. I'll get back into it eventually.
More like homo suck.
I'm sure... What was that comic called? Something about homos and sucking.
That comic is ass. Zorak would never read a comic like that.
Act 4 is where it really picks up. I mean, I already liked it. I liked it. It's just a lot of effort. Maybe after I play Deltarune, I'll feel in the mood to revisit Homestuck. I'll go through Act 2 at least.
Probably the best thing about Homestuck is that it gave the world Toby Fox as like a direct influence. That's fucking hard. This guy is like chewing through every word like, yeah! Like, damn. Wait, what is this a parody of? What is Just Be Friends, right?
I have no idea.
It's a parody of like an old pop song. I don't remember who does it. They should put T-Pain on this. I totally agree.
Pause it. Gary always says, Giga, do you care about spoilers? So, I care about spoilers with some things. It just depends. Like, do you think Homestuck is something that I could get deeply emotionally invested in and then have like a big emotional beat like ruined for me?
Yes.
In that case, I do care about spoilers. With some things, I don't fucking care. But like,
Homestuck's hard to spoil because like the logic of it is so fucking bizarre that like. Like, you could be told a character dies, but that doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means, you know?
Well, that's kind of like with One Piece. Like, there's so many... I had a lot of One Piece spoiled for me, but the thing is, One Piece is so freakishly long that, like, even if I'm spoiled for, like, 5 things, there's so much more of it I don't know about that doesn't matter. And
Homestuck is like that, for sure.
Yeah, so... I don't know. Depends on which part you're spoiling, I guess. I mean, I don't care that much.
Said the Vocaloid in me is dancing so hard. I never thought about having a Vocaloid in my heart. But... Oh, whoa, hold on.
What?
It suddenly turned into a Bakemonogatari cover also.
I want to address one of these messages.
Please look at the lyrics. Hold on. Let's find a version that has English lyrics.
Henningway says, yeah, One Piece isn't really spoilable in my opinion. The twists are still impactful if you know they're coming, some more so. That is definitely true, because I had like a major character death around the middle of the story, like spoiled for me well ahead of time, and when I got to that part, like knowing fully it was gonna happen, I was still emotionally fucking destroyed afterwards. So you are entirely right. Spoil the shit out of Homestuck for me. I don't care. If it's well written, like if the way it's presented is effective, I will still feel the emotions intended. So spoilers are a lie. Gary Always a $6 says, you can't fight the Homestuck, mad mega tax, and then a bunch of emojis. Alien emoji, and
oh, this is a video request.
Tengu emojis. Robots and cats.
Come on, why can't I find the English lyrics of this song? Where do I have to look to find them? I don't know if they're still around. They might have been taken down.
Damn.
That would be ass.
Did the captions on YouTube not give you English lyrics?
No, they had an auto-generated option.
Cringe.
Didn't do nothing.
The internet sucks now. Yeah.
It's true.
Someone might have translated in the comments.
We've got the Romaji.
Just gotta copy and paste all of that into Google Translate.
We could do that.
Damn.
There you go.
Text exceeds 200 characters.
No.
Boo!
Damn it. No. It's not gonna work.
Fucking ass Google.
Back to dancing, goddammit. Ellen said, I just downloaded the unofficial Homestuck collection. This might have been a bad idea. Z-Cypher says, goodbye, see you in a month.
I have that unofficial Homestuck collection installed on both of my computers. Henningley says, yeah, knowing about that specific One Piece spoiler turned the entire saga into an insane descent into tragedy, sort of like a Greek epic or some shit. I wholeheartedly agree. Like, among all of the badass shonen, battles going on, just that looming in the back of my mind, like, this is gonna end in tragedy. It was great.
There's something I felt that way about that. Like, it was significantly better the second time knowing how, like, fuck it was gonna be.
Because, like, if someone spoils something for you, it's one thing someone says, like, oh, so-and-so dies. Like, okay. Like, just saying that is not comparable to experiencing it. Also agree with what Gary always just said.
The thing about Homestuck spoilers is that most of them won't make sense without context. Yes, this is true. Elaine, I also agree with what Elaine said. They should make a manga called BL Me, Boys Love Me, about a boy who somehow accidentally gets all the boys around him to fall in love with her.
That's the plot of that webtoon Boyfriends, I think. Polyamorous boyfriend relationship.
I don't know it.
Yeah, it's cute.
There's Vampire Hunter D, and in that series everybody falls in love with D because he's got like vampire charisma. So, like, men
Vampire Riz, baby.
Like every man who sees him like starts questioning their own sexuality because they can't help but be attracted.
All we gotta do is just spoil it. It's true.
Hey Trixie, tell Ellen I'm fixing to fucking bunt. Putting me in timeout isn't cool. I'll hit a digger on you all and steal the base. Don't you fucking question my bunting ability.
God damn. Landon cannot bunt.
I doubt it. Doubt has been cast.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I can understand like enough of the words in this to get that it's about boys' love, obviously, but I don't know what the Squid Girl, why Squid Girl is there also.
Decipher says he missed the Madoka girl.
Oh, I see.
No. Ellen says, why would you not have Squid Girl if you can have Squid Girl? Valid. The song is actually long as shit. Like 5 minutes.
Very nice.
Yep. Alright.
When you said just BL Incubus, I thought it was just going to be like a compilation of times when the guy from Incubus looked really hot, such as in this video. I'm not going to let any of this play, but this is the first thing I remember seeing as a kid where I was like, that's like an attractive man.
I think about like
drawing himself.
I think about being bisexual my entire life and not realizing it. I think the first time I felt a really strong, powerful like attraction to a man was when I played Devil May Cry 5. That fucking
Yup.
What's his name? V?
Yeah, V's hot.
Yeah.
All of them are hot. Everyone in that game is fucking
They're all hot, but
they
just
made
like
Nero's way fucking hotter in that game than he was in the original, the 4 or whatever.
Just this man specifically.
Yeah.
Like,
but he looks just like Kylo Ren.
He's just
but, like,
he does
less long in the face.
I have a similar attraction to Adam Driver, but yeah, no, this man, just looking at him, like I look at that, I just see sex. Like that fucking
big ass lips.
Most gorgeous man ever? Fuck. This is like, especially with like his outfit. Like, come on, that's just sex. Ellen says, not my type. That's fair. That's understandable.
Bring up the other guys, Nero and Dante.
Yeah.
Nero's really hot in this game too. I think.
You go for it.
Where he's got the.
Yeah. I mean, like, I played the beginning of the game where it's Dante, this dude, and V all together. And I'm like, this is like Yu Yu Hakusho if all the main characters were the hottest men alive.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even think I was bisexual at the time. I was under the impression that I was like a straight dude. Like, this was pre-trans me. And I played Devil May Cry 5, and I felt such strong feelings. I had to stop because I was like, damn.
I mean, similarly,
like,
realized
it was making me gay.
Even though I denied these feelings for a long time, I thought I was bisexual because of Dante in Devil May Cry 3 when I was like 14.
Now, you're ahead of the curve. You figured it out at 3. I didn't figure it out until 5.
And also Link, because I had posters of both on my wall, and I would just look at them and be like, "They're really fucking hot." Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to not think that's hot.
I will forever love Nintendo for making Link so androgynous in Breath of the Wild. That was the best thing that ever happened. The fact that even now, as a trans girl, I can still play that game and think, yeah, I kind of like being like the hottest twink ever. Like, this game is really good. Every NPC, even in Breath of the Wild, every NPC is so like bisexual vibes. Like, they're so hot. I love it.
Dante's the hottest for you, Ellen. I think I have to. Well, I don't know. I really do like Nero in that game. I think he's just got such a nice, like.
There's one for each of us.
Yeah.
Ellen can have Dante, you get Nero, and I get V.
Amazing.
Oh my god.
Did we get another request that I forgot about? Yes, we did. Gary always. You can't fight the Homestuck.
That's right. Max Potion says, Breath of the Wild Link in the Gerudo fit is my kink. I have seen so much hentai of Link in the Gerudo fit. Oh my god.
Oh boy, Nick Cage, let's go.
Like, femboy art, like, oh.
I forgot, like, one of the interesting things about Homestuck, like, divided from its time period, is that, like, people don't realize how much this contributed to the Nicolas Cage memes. Like they kind of started before Homestuck, but this like heavily blew up the Nick Cage memes and heavily blew up. There was like another meme that came out of Homestuck that like transcended it.
I need to go toilet, and also get more alcohol.
Toilet. Hello, Aggie Dine. Toilet. Hello, Max Potion. I don't remember if I said hello since you've been here. Hello, Henningway. Hello. Ellen again, even though you're still here in Z Cypher and Gary because you're cool. And Cure, I don't remember if I said hi to Cure yet. And Elaine and Petrichor. I think that's everybody who's in chat right now. We're gonna watch this Homestuck video, but I think I have to show it to Krona because it's gonna convince her to be a Homestuck. Sir Max Potion in chat. One of my Sir Max and Sir Z Cypher. I knighted both of them. That's right, you can be knighted as a golden butterfly. There are golden butterflies running around with knighthoods. Only 2 of them, but where do I get the ability? Where do I get the right to knight? I got it from being a princess, and so therefore I can knight anybody I want. How do you become a princess? I think God has to like tell your great granddad that he's special or something, and then through descendancy you get to be a pretty princess. Actually, traditionally a princess was just whoever marries the prince. It didn't really even mean you were a child of royalty at all. In fact, it literally meant you weren't a child of royalty. It meant you were whoever married the prince. Or I guess you would be a child of royalty, but probably not like the king and queen. Like, specifically, you would not have been the king and queen's kid. You would have been their kid's wife. Like, having a daughter, they wouldn't have had, like, a title. I think, or they would have been duke or some duchess or some shit. Like, they wouldn't have been princess. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I think it was only something you can marry into, historically. But then, like, Disney was like, and the king and queen, their kid is the princess, and that's you. You're the child of the rulers of all the land.
Oh my god. Poop. I have come to chew bubblegum and lick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
And I'm full of ass.
Hello, everybody.
That's Andrew Hussey. He created Homestuck.
Hell yeah.
Whoa. Let's go.
It's art.
Get me in.
It's art.
It's loading. Spurs.
Spurs, baby.
I should have known this was going to be what this was.
Mr. Chum. Every time.
Wind and shade, frost and frogs, light and rain, vagabond and mendicant, renegade consorts and denizens. Skya 413, countdown to the reckoning. Durst and Prospect, Carapaces, Pogo, Hammer, Sassacre. You can't find a Homestuck, though it's weird and random. It's the greatest fandom. You can't find.
I don't know if I call it the greatest fandom, but it's a good one.
Yeah.
A lot of good came out.
I think Sarah Zed has a whole video shitting on that fandom.
They probably said it as a joke, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Apple juice, pupa pan, Nick Cave City of cans, dog scratch, snowman. I warned you about those stairs, man. God tears, March, Drago, even is this douchebag. You can't find a Homestuck, though it's weird and random. It's the greatest fandom. You can't find a Homestuck. True, it's quite outrageous, but it's so contagious. Exploring with the Radia, tarot.
Yeah, I could tell Homestuck was gonna be great from the first like few pages. The main character appears, and one of his first commands was to acquire arms.
Yes.
Like, here we go. I've heard so much about Vriska. I gotta binge the whole series just for her.
I should just do a live stream reading Homestuck. Can't be that much farther than reading all of Umi Echo, right?
Homestuck group reading. I'd do
I'll
it
just
with
do
you.
Umi Echo and then Homestuck immediately after. What could go wrong?
If you do Homestuck live streams, I will join you for that and help do like the voices and stuff. That'd be so fucking fun. Ellen says, should I do a Homestuck stream?
Honestly, what we should do is drag everyone.
Yeah.
And have everyone do different characters.
That's what I was thinking. As soon as Ellen said that, I'm like, we should all do that together because that would be fucking awesome.
Guy Fieri is the Anti-Herbalist.
My friends and I have talked about doing the same thing, but with the Dragon Ball manga. Because my friends all love Dragon Ball as much as I do.
Good fandom is a relative term, that's also true.
All who die come back again. TikTok, break heads, Hong Kong scary wolf heads, cue balls, magic dogs, the universe is a frog, self, mob and fairies, Lord English killed Hussey, troll, fresh prince, don't screw with the contest, scale mates, rap wars, blowing up the tumor, zilly who, shaving.
I don't know if I've ever been in a fandom that I like thoroughly enjoyed being a part of.
This fandom's about to explode.
Well, maybe the Digimon fandom, because it's relatively small.
It's weird and random, it's the greatest fandom. You can't find the Homestuck, and from now on it will go on and 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 on. You can't find the Homestuck, though it's weird and random, it's the greatest fandom. You can't find the Homestuck. True, it's quite outrageous, but it's so contagious.
Hey, it's really funny being part of the Soul Eater fandom because they're just desperately hoping for a remake that's never going to come out.
Probably not.
Can't find the Homestuck. True, it's quite outrageous, but it's so contagious.
That was great. Definitely feel energized to read Homestuck now.
Golden Butthole Free, who somehow got back from his temp ban, said, "Hey Gary and Ellen, payback is coming. I'm gonna bunt you with a bat. Also, Krona, I've never dated a trans woman, but you're cute as fuck. Wins our wedding."
That's so.
Krona's already taken.
Yeah.
You cannot.
I do currently have a partner, but that's very sweet.
Krona has a long time committed partnership to a good boy.
Until he opens up the relationship, in which case...
Landon will still not be in the conversation whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say, in that case, I would marry everyone except for Landon.
No, that's hilarious. Homestuck is good, actually. Yeah,
right. And Landon says, "No, not true. Break up with him."
I think we could all agree Crota is, in fact, the cutest. Possibly that ever even was. She wants to be the
Oh my god.
cat.
Ellen Horai says Landon is like the Birdly of our community. Might I interest you in a plate of Gamer's Delight?
To cat them is my cause. Okay, why am I not finding what I'm looking for by simply scrolling?
See, Cypher says, I was going to say I'm poly and I'm still picky as fuck. Fuck the average person, I ain't fucking them.
Same.
Yeah, being poly doesn't automatically make you a whore, despite popular belief.
Some of us, despite being poly, have had sex with so few people that we feel like we're the weirdos for how low the number is.
Kira says, what is a blurty? So, Birdly is a character in Deltarune, where like the whole gag with him is that he's like obsessed with the antagonist of chapter 2 because like she claims to be a gamer and he really wants to like court her, and it's really funny because he's such a geek and he's so full of himself, like he's super pretentious. Birdly is one of the funniest characters in Deltarune. He's a great meme.
Ellen said, I don't like Kino, I love Kino. There's a difference. We gotta do a Kino's Journey group watch on the server, like, and in terms of shows I really want us to group watch,
I have been told that is happening. Like, I was invited to a group
watch. Oh, yeah,
watch
we were invited to that. Oh, wait. Wasn't that supposed to happen, like, while you're here? Like, on Thursday or something?
I was told it's supposed to happen the Sunday after I leave.
Okay, maybe they planned it for that then. Yeah. I know there's supposed to be a group watch this weekend. Okay.
Yeah, Yakuman is planning this.
Yes. Yeah. I think I literally said to Yakuman, like, I really want there to be a Kino's Journey group watch on the server. I also really want to organize, and this I don't just want for the server, but something I want to do on Twitch is just to, like, make a regular habit of marathoning Hamtaro. Because there's like 200 episodes or some shit of
Jesus
Hamtaro.
Christ, really?
It's quite long, yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, it is. It's got a lot.
I don't remember watching much Hamtaro, but I do remember having all the McDonald's toys. Like, when I was really little, like in 2nd grade, they had these toys that were like the Hamtaro characters, and each one came with an adorable Halloween costume. So I'd have like the one of like Penelope with like a little spider outfit that you could take off of her. It was super cute. She had like a little string, so it was like a little web, like she was going like climbing down the web.
Okay, I didn't share this yet. First, let me go ahead and share this. 'Cause
Max Potion says, I want those toys. Dig them up, Giga. I wish I still had them. I was like, I don't know what happened to them. Landon, stop trying so hard to incorporate the R slur into your messages. You're gonna get timed out again. You dumbass.
He likes it. He's a glutton for punishment.
He is.
He's like
he is constantly asking for it. Oh yeah, isn't this the video you showed me earlier?
I did.
This one kicks ass. Bocchi the Rock. Haven't seen it. Is it good?
Bocchi the Rocket is good. You would enjoy Bocchi, I think.
Yeah?
It's just a show about being the most neurotic girl in the world.
Okay.
And being super shy, but making friends.
I was gonna say, I trust your taste more than anybody. Landon says, you turned me down, Krona. You broke my heart. You cheated on me. It's true. I'm a bad bitch. I'm a heartbreaker. Say to my credit, I have dated all over the gender spectrum. I've dated 2 girls, 2 guys, and 1 non-binary person. I'm pretty fucking thorough in my experience.
I've been with 2 eggs and and a biscuit.
I said this to you in private earlier, and I have to say it again on stream. I am so eternally grateful that, like, people in my, like, age group have grown up to become brilliant artists who make things that look like PS1 graphics, Dreamcast graphics, like N64, like that. I'm so glad there are people making stuff like this who appreciate the aesthetics of this kind of stuff. Like, it's so fucking cool, and older millennials did not appreciate it enough. I remember when I was, like, younger, and indie games were starting to catch on in a big way for the first time, and all of them were just trying to be Earthbound. Yeah. And I was like, man, it'd be really cool if y'all tried to capture that dreamlike aesthetic that PS1 games had. This is so Dreamcast. This is great.
This is like, I mean, this is exactly the aesthetics Tom Oliver is obsessed with.
Yeah.
And has done a lot to try to crack the code on, like, how do you make shit look like that.
I remember him making that raccoon character.
He's still working with her, I think.
Awesome.
I think he still puts out
that makes me happy. I followed all the, like, We Are Games stuff pretty closely back in the day.
Yeah. I am games.
Ellen says, teach me your secrets, Corona, sad face. What, my secrets of dating?
Yeah, how do you pull so much game?
I've dated 5 people. I feel like that's not that much game, but, like, I mean, the first one I dated in high school lasted for like a month, and she dumped me because I was, like, boring and lame. Second person second person I dated, it was because she was just as depressed as I was, and we were both, like, hopelessly, like, codependent, and it was a really toxic relationship, which lasted for a year and a half. So that was actually horrible. And the third person I dated, we were both kind of eggs at the time, but, like, dating them helped me understand my own gender a little better because it was the first time I got to be the submissive one in a relationship. And then as soon as I broke up with them, because, like, you know, we just kind of realized, like, after a few months we weren't as compatible as we thought we were, so I broke it off, which sucked at first, but then quickly both of us, like, exponentially, like, did better as people. Like, we found ourselves afterwards, so we're still friends to this day. And then the fourth person I dated was a femboy trucker who I met on Tinder, and that lasted for about a month. We didn't really get that far into the relationship. He was just kind of boring. Like, I broke up with him because there was no spark, there was no chemistry. Like, getting him to talk about himself was like pulling teeth. The furthest it went was just us cuddling on my bed watching No Game No Life, and, like, some of the time, you know, we were, like, making out and it was really cool, but, like, watching No Game No Life together was an experience because it was, like, constantly going back and forth between, whoa, this is the coolest show ever, to, like, ew, this is the incest show ever.
Ellen said, how do you all date people? How does one even do that? Okay, so my first relationship started because I kept complaining about not having a girlfriend on an internet podcast until someone reached out to me and said, I would date you. And then we e-dated for, like, we just started, you know, being in Skype calls and being like, I really hope we could have sex sometime. That would be cool. And then I flew to her house and we hung out for a week. And then
this was the horse girl, right?
That was horse girl.
Yeah.
And then with my last relationship, it was, once again, I was bitching on the internet about not having anyone in my life, and someone contacted me and said, I'd fuck you. And then I drove to Rochester, and then we were together for like 4 years. Yeah. And then she left, and Bird lived in my house, and I really liked him a lot. And after considering every other possible guy that I could go with other than Bird, I was like, I actually don't like anybody more than this guy who happens to live in my house. I'm just gonna see if he wants to be with me, and he did, and that's lasted since.
Well, like,
ludonarrative dissonance.
I like this.
God damn it. I love that. That's everyone's memory of my first relationship.
Oh, I remember that.
Just the words ludonarrative dissonance.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have sex with you until you start analyzing ludonarrative dissonance, but, like, can't say it right. This says, man, it's so sad that the R word is ableist and makes you sound like a dick because it's so useful sometimes. Yeah, or, like,
True.
We talked about that the other day, how it, like, you got stuck on trying to find a way to describe someone as stupid
specifically
without sounding,
Landon. I was trying to insult Landon in the least bigoted way I could, and I ended up using a very broad, general, like, disabled slur, which was not the way to go. And then we had a whole conversation unpacking that, which I'm glad happened, but...
C-Cypher says, I don't seek people, they shove their way into my life.
What I've come to realize is, if you have to, like, if you feel so strongly about someone that you want to use that word, disengage with them. Just be like, you know what? I don't gotta talk to you. Like, you're not, this isn't, You know, if you think so little of someone's intelligence that you think they need that description, then you should just disengage with that situation.
Yeah, but I like to vent. I like to talk shit
That's
about
true.
people in private with my friends.
Venting is fun. And
My favorite way to talk about people is like, if I think people are stupid, I just call them like drooling morons. That's the best way I can say it.
Good.
Which, like, I mean, any way of insulting someone's intelligence, you can extrapolate bigotry from that.
You can also just call them a fuck nugget.
It's true about like pretty much anything, though. Like, you can't extrapolate bigotry from everything because our society is innately bigoted because
I have to pee.
Everything sucks all the time, forever.
I'm gonna put on 7G, the fight against phones. I don't know if you've seen this. Maybe you've seen it on one of my streams.
Like an infantilized picture of an avant-garde.
Gary always says, it's so weird that people want to use our word because doesn't mental art imply that it's not their fault and we should be helping them? Yeah. Well, that's the tricky thing, is that most people do not respect mentally disabled people in the slightest. They're seen as subhuman and looked down on broadly.
Come on, baby, you're my favorite wartime president.
I have no idea what this is. What did Trixie just put on before she left? The fight against phones? I'm too drunk for this, dude. Instead of saying anything intelligence related, I just call them evil or cursed or some similar moral judgment. Yeah, I came to the conclusion the other night that the best insult is incurious, calling someone deeply incurious, because it sounds like a choice, like when someone is confronted with information they don't understand, and instead of investigating, they're just like, no! Like, that's incurious, and I think that is something you can judge them on, like, morally.
You're sick of it.
What I've been doing.
It's like judging their character instead of their innate, like, way of existing. Yeah, because this is Hemingway saying this, because usually I'm not mad they're dumb, I'm mad they're wrong. Yes, exactly, yeah. Incurious or uncurious? I think incurious is the right way to say it. Feel free to Google that and fact check me, but I think incurious is the right way.
One frame at a time, 24 frames a second.
It's like, forget intelligence, you just aren't trying, motherfucker. Yes, Gary always, that's exactly it.
That's what I'm saying.
I think we should say
Because, yeah, I mean, most people aren't, like stupid is an abstract concept. Like, stupid is kind of like a hypothetical. Like, when you call someone stupid, you're projecting that mental image of them onto them. It's usually not what they actually are. Like, when you see someone on the road who's driving and they're just staring into their phone the whole time, like, not aware of their surroundings, it's not because they're necessarily dumb. Like, they're not cognitively disabled. They're doing it because they are lazy. Ugh. Which is something you can judge them for. Like, I don't know. Just trying to judge people for the right reasons.
Yeah.
But the word stupid is so normalized that it doesn't read as bigoted.
Don't
So
let me like things. I'm serious.
it's just a shorthand for saying, wow, this person sucks. This person sucks at life.
What we streaming about when I fly out? We could honestly watch the rest of fucking Go Sick. It's been like 5 years and we slowly see. I need to rewatch the first half. Actually,
Nah, that
but
fucking sucks. You gotta force Landon to watch Trouble Chocolate instead.
I don't know. He might have seen it. Landon, have you seen Trouble Chocolate?
Ain't no fucking way Landon's seen Trouble Chocolate. He's not cool enough for that.
He's seen a lot of real weird, obscure fucking 2000s shit. So.
I only know about Trouble Chocolate because one of my friends showed it to me, and I don't even know where he found out about it. Hemingway says, can we get a top 3 beers? I don't have a top 3 beers. I just drink beer when there's nothing else to drink.
Oh man, top 3? Fuck.
Bud Light, because it's woke. Why are you cute?
Oh, I'm trying to think. I mean, I really like quadruples and triples in general. So, like, Three Philosophers from Oma Gang is one I've always stood by. Golden Monkey by Victory is always one I've stood by.
I'm drunk. I'm gonna hug you.
I wish we could watch Yanbo, but we're probably getting stream in trouble if we watch Yanbo.
Mhm.
Yanbo is really cute and good.
Copyright claim. Copyright claim.
What if we watch Yanbo sped up?
Gay!
I've been catted.
Kinda gay.
Mega gay.
Is Coke woke?
You know what?
It
This
is
one
now.
says bro on it, and that's not very woke of them to call me bro like that.
I bought like a whole case of Coca-Cola cans, and I dug through the thing trying to find the ones that say sis on them.
Yeah.
Almost all of them say dude or bro. I'm like, fuck it, I'm drinking the dude Coke today.
Bro
Gary
is
always,
gender neutral.
you know, I hear that a
Arguably.
lot. I hear that a lot from a lot of guys. Tell me like, they'll say like, oh yeah, man, bro, dude, guy, and I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, oh, I meant man, bro, dude, guy in the
Man,
gender
bro,
neutral
dude,
way.
Guy, homie, dog,
Man, bro, dude, guy is not gender neutral. Only men think that. I have never heard a woman say that. It's always guys claiming
I
that.
accept dude only. Dude is gender neutral because I'm a dude, she's a dude, he's a dude, we're all dudes, yeah.
The only reason that's true is because anyone who says dudette sincerely sounds like a fucking dweeb.
True.
What about you
guys? Is fine with me.
You guys is fine, but
I come from the South, so I say y'all almost constantly, so
Yeah.
that saves me from having to you guys.
I
but-
try to avoid you guys. Not because I'm afraid of sounding like a transphobe, but because saying y'all is more fun.
Y'all ain't got no motherfucking. Landon reviewed Trouble Chocolate on his blog. I'll send you.
Wow.
I'll send pay you restart Go Sick again tonight, mommy, lady, mommy, mom. Why tonight? No, wait till you just.
Okay, actually,
I can't watch it on stream because it'll get me taken down. Wait till
okay,
you
but
get here.
actually though, can you send me Landon's blog on Trouble Chocolate? Because I'm deeply curious to know how wrong he is about it.
Yeah, Landon. I don't remember what your blog is called, so
Yeah.
link me that.
Is it not just called Landonime?
His YouTube is called that. I don't know if he means I think he means his written blog, which is probably like built onto like one of those anime review sites or something.
Yeah.
Like Anime Nano or not Nano. What the fuck is it called? I don't know.
Ellen Horai
You're
says.
cold. Why are you cold?
I don't know.
Maybe we're both cold.
Ellen Horai says, well, those words come across gender neutral to me because that's usually the intent, but they're definitely not gender neutral from a word science perspective.
Exactly.
See, yeah, because like the word people is right there. Why does everyone default to guys? The answer, because we're all subliminally conditioned to believe that men are the default and that women are secondary.
Amino, that's what it's called.
You need to fight the language. You need to force your way into saying things the way that is better. Instead of saying, hey, you guys, just go, hey, people, because that is grammatically correct. It may not sound as natural, but it is more real. It's more accurate. Carrie always says, because if I say people, 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 I sound like Minkus. Who is Minkus?
I have no idea.
Don't get that
Minkus?
reference. Minkus.
We're too young, Gary. I have to explain.
What? How old is Gary?
It's like 38 or 9.
That's
not that
old.
much older than
That's
me,
not
but
that
old enough for me to make fun of him.
I have friends in that age range. That's fine. I say you guys and y'all interchangeably, but y'all sounds better and is better. Y'all is definitely funnier. I mean, I like saying y'all just because, like, I'm from the Midwest and I live on the East Coast. So, like, I like to say y'all as a way of signifying, like, I am not one of you. I am very much an Illinois child. Comrade is gender neutral. Comrade...
This is not.
Comrade reads specifically as NB to me. Like, comrade is a very non-binary word.
Comrade?
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
Comrade to me is just the way that kids thought my name sounded when I was growing up.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry.
I can't find you, Gary. I mean, not Gary. Landon. God damn it. I got banned for calling the moderator a cunt. I don't know if you can find it online. Why didn't you include that in the...
Henningley says Illinois gang. Hell yeah. Illinois gang, baby.
Come on, feel the Illinois.
I'm feeling this stream much more now that I'm intoxicated. I don't know if you noticed. I'm being a little bit stupider.
I just realized Max Potion probably has no idea what my dead name is or why it sounds like Comrade.
Let's keep it that way.
Yeah, might as well. Now, my dead name is a cool name.
It is a cool name.
I do not dislike my dead name.
I have to tell you.
It's
I have
not
to tell
a
you.
women's
A
name.
long time ago, when I listened to DigiBros back in the day, I told
Yeah.
one of my friends about what you and Victor's names were and Shades and how cool
Yeah.
they were.
Yeah.
And then years after the fact, my friend forgot where he learned those names, but told me in confidence, yeah, if I ever had kids of my own, I'd want them to have this name and this name. And it was your dead name and Victor's.
That's
I'm
so
like,
funny.
What the... I didn't say anything because I didn't want to embarrass the shit out of him, but I'm like, that's the anime YouTuber I watched all the time.
I got my name from my mom knew a couple of hot guys that had the same name, and Vic got his from, he would have been named Jordan, but then my dad's like best friend, who's named Victor, died like right before he was born, so he named him after his friend.
Isabel says, I say dude and girl no matter who I'm talking to, though I try to be more conscious about it when I'm talking to trans people. That's the right way to live. If you use the word girl as interchangeably as you use dude,
yeah, true.
That's both hilarious and awesome, because men usually get really offended when you call them girl, which kind of proves the point that I'm making.
In old school like gay communities, like in drag communities and stuff, it is that like girl is the word for dude, you know? So like it definitely tells you something about where someone's coming from, like which word they have that is like their general term. Like if you say dude all the time, it's probably because you're usually around dudes all the time, you know? Like if you're used to being around women all the time, you're not going around saying dude mostly. Like
super chat.
Unwoke dead leaves be like dead names. That's funny. Gary always with $2 says, read the Blue Sky DM I just sent you, Trixie. It's on the topic. Okay, will do.
Blue Sky.
Bisky, Lucifer and the Bisky Hammer.
Biscuit.
So this one time I was chopping it up with a coke worker, a cis hetero black woman, and I said something, don't remember what, and she just laughed and said, girl, and then she froze and just kind of deer in the headlights sighted me and said, I started to say, I mean, and I said, no, girl is fine. Girl was the right thing to say, dude. The moment called for it.
Girl was the right thing to say, dude.
Somebody like suddenly like be like taking themselves aback to realize they just misgendered a man by saying girl, like
girl. That's
mean,
kind of funny.
Very, very modern, very cultural.
Well, I can understand.
Very 2025 interaction.
I can understand the fear reaction because there are quite a few men who would be extremely fucking pissed if you called them girl.
There are.
Because they are that insecure. But Gary always is not
Carrie
that
says,
insecure.
I'm kind of femme, Trixie. I have momly energy. That's so not how I imagined you, but I could totally imagine how that's possible. Do you have long hair? Because that'll be enough in a lot of context. But
person whose name I can't pronounce says, what are you drinking, Krona? This is just some Fireball whiskey mixed with Coke. But this is my second glass, and I put quite a bit of whiskey in it, so that's why I am so dumb.
I'll bring you a tale of the broken seas, and I'm drowning in whiskey and beer.
It's like Fireball was kind of a meme drink like 10 years ago, so I feel like a weird pressure to convince you that I'm not a lightweight.
Well, you shouldn't. Don't. Fireball may be a meme. That doesn't mean it has less alcohol than other whiskeys.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
It's very alcoholic. It's just not disgusting. And men who drink whiskey want it to be disgusting. Like the point to. Actually, Dick had a whole rant about this specifically back in the old. Because one of the biggest problems in the universe was Fireball whiskey, and it was specifically because it's like feminizing whiskey and making it like a chick drink and no longer.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Like a manly, like he was like, I want it to be. He was also complaining about like gummy vitamins. He was like, the point of vitamins is that I need the disgust to know that it's making me healthy. I don't want it to be like taste good. And I was like, yeah, you can think that all day. Dick grabs handful of gummy vitamins, shoves them through face.
Yeah,
I love gummy vitamins.
That's really funny.
Not physically, just how you are. Okay.
Oh my God, Henningly says, dark woke gender neutral pronoun would be grandma. That's fucking awesome.
Woke. I wish people would call me grandma. My personal idol, the person I'm trying to be like more than anyone else in life, is the fucking old lady from Summer Wars. The grandma who dies like halfway through the movie. Spoiler alert. This bitch. This is my personal life role model, because her whole thing is that she has all the phone numbers of all the important people. So when everything's going down, like she calls a bunch of. She has no idea what's going on. She doesn't understand computers or the internet. She just knows that there's a problem happening. So she calls everybody she knows and then like dies that night.
Oh no!
But then the next day, everybody comes through, and so it's like, you know, just because she made all those phone calls, the day gets saved because she knew everyone.
Henningly says Fireball has a little less alcohol. Nuh-uh.
It's not 40%.
Don't say that.
You have the bottle around?
Not the bottle. It's in the kitchen.
Close cat. My friends that are a couple years younger than me call me grandma. Wait, aren't you a teenager?
Yeah, I was gonna. That's what I was gonna say a moment ago.
Kids are so cruel.
You said you wanted to be called a grandma. I'm like, Isabel literally said to me the other day.
I'm just imagining
that she's like the granddaughter of Trixie the Golden Witch.
Well, like once you reach your 30s,
that's fucking hilarious.
You generalize it as like you're in the first or second half of your 30s. Like there's you don't think about like 30 versus 35. You would never see like a 30-year-old calling a 35 grandma. It's just like we're for all intents and purposes the same age, you know.
I would say Isabel, to clarify that, because she said to me something about like, oh, if me, GigaDonk, if I am the daughter of Trixie the Golden Witch, then she's like the granddaughter, and I'm I think of you more as a big sister than like a mother, because the age gap between us is only like what, like 6 years,
something like that. I'm turning 34 in August.
Isabel is young enough to be your daughter, though.
It's okay. I am mother without child, so I have to take a bunch of internet children in order to have children.
Yeah. You said it instead of having a kid, I had a Discord server. It's fucking great.
I was like real emotional when I said that too. It's true though. I literally started. The reason I'm so engaged with the internet is literally because I cannot like physically have children. Yeah. So I've like decided consciously I will raise the internet because these kids need guidance. You don't end up on the internet because you have a great relationship with your parents and the people in your hometown. Like that's just not why you end up online. It's not how this works.
Yeah. Henningly thinks of you as the landlady. That's hilarious.
I wish I was a landlady. I would have more than I have more than $10 in the bank now, thanks to whoever sent the.
Agadine says, so is Krona now to you what you once were to Ghostlightning, Trixie? I think so.
Kind of, yeah. Particularly the way we interact when you're around. Although you're a lot older than I was when. Because I was like 19 and Ghostlightning was 30.
Yeah, I'm in my mid-20s.
But the way that I talk to you and try to like fill your brain with info about like whatever I think would help you to know, or like random stories, and
you definitely try to show me lots of things, but like you do it in a way that like a friend would. Like I was the one who pushed for having the title of being your apprentice, because I love that idea.
And for what it's worth, like with Ghostlightning, it's not like him being my mentor was something from the beginning. It was like after 3 or 4 years of us talking, I was like, you have taught me everything I know, so therefore you are my mentor. And he thought that was cool, you know, like he appreciated that he was like receiving that level of respect for what he had done. And it wasn't like he had set out to be my mentor or anything like that.
Yeah, so I would say if Ghostlightning is your mentor, then I am like the granddaughter of Ghostlightning.
That would be more accurate. And he's old enough to actually have a granddaughter. Like his daughter is
you gotta tell him that
16 or 17 probably by now.
Yeah, so. I don't know if you've kept in touch with him at all over the years, but you should on
Facebook mostly.
In that case, you should tell him that he has an artistic granddaughter. That would be funny.
Sounds like, especially because Isabel said that she's been reading Ghostlightning, which that is fucking awesome. Very few people, even though I talk about him all the time, very few people go back and read him, including me. I feel bad because there's a lot of blog posts I know I didn't understand really as a kid. Like
I've read a few, and I'm like jealous of how good he is at writing. Like
it's very good. Well, and he was.
I mean, if you really want to mentor me, you should boost my writing skills because I have a lot to learn in that regard.
Amy says, "Can't wait to be someone's mentor." Like unironically, for real, you will be.
Yeah.
It really just takes like somebody's gonna discover your work, and be like, I want to do what, like, not that I want to do what you're doing, but I want to do it the way you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, and that's usually what ends up with that is like, like you, and with you, it's like we just live very similar lifestyles innately. Like it wasn't something we tried to do. It was
we just
like
naturally are similar types of people.
Z-Cypher said, I need to be transported back to like 2012 mentally when I was all consuming internet. Now I have a job and I am tired. Yeah, I get that. It's hard. I have a hard time convincing myself to do the job part of this job. I have a lot of fun hanging out on Discord and like emotionally fulfilling myself through making art. I have a very hard time being like, okay, now you need to set aside time to do something people can pay you for. I can't imagine being someone's mentor. I'm kind of like Epo. I always enter as the challenger. Interesting.
I could see myself being someone's mentor, but like not for like a while. Like Isabel, check back with me in like 5 years if we're both still doing YouTube.
I should say this too. I have almost always had people putting themselves in the apprentice position under me since I was like even back when Ghost Lightning was when I was his apprentice. I had people younger than me who were like trying to apprentice for me, who like wrote for my blog. Like I would always take people onto my blog and stuff, and like usually those people would disappear though, and like. Granted, back then it's like I was 17. They were like, it's like me as a 17-year-old having 15-year-olds like looking up to me and my writing style and trying to be like me, you know. And then they would be around for like a year or so, and then they just disappear from the internet completely because assumably they went and did something else in life, you know. Yeah. Or they changed identities, reappeared later as someone else, you know. It's hard to know people you don't really know like that. But I definitely had like a revolving door of people who wanted to be like my apprentice. Vu kind of was like my apprentice when they were editing for me, you know. But I just was not very good at being a mentor until more recently because I wasn't very open or honest. Like those are things you need as a mentor, is to be able to be open and honest with the people you're like trying to mentor. And if you can't do that, then it's way worse.
Isabel says I'm unironically mentoring a 12-year-old younger than me. It's IRL, so it's kind of different.
Well, that's better. I mean, it's better if it's IRL too. Like, because that means you can actually like really help that person, and I like to hear that. You know, it reminds me of Oh, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say also good to hear that you're already in the position to mentor somebody, even though you're a high school kid yourself. Like that's.
Well, and I don't know if you have siblings or anything, but that's a big part of why I've always been in that position. Is like Victor's a year and a half younger than me, and up until we were adults, practically everything Victor thought was something I told him. And I'm not saying that to be like, you know, like weird and megalomaniacal. It's just like that's the way it was. His only real influence was me. My parents were always busy. Yeah. You know, and I just poured everything into Vic. I told him absolutely everything I could think of. Shade's a little different because he was so much younger, he couldn't understand a lot of that stuff, you know. So I feel like I have more influence on him now that he's like an adult and we're kind of both adults and we can communicate more like on the same level than I did growing up.
When did my chair get so far away? Let me in there.
Get in there.
I want to be in the frame. We'll also have both of us in the frame.
That works.
There you go.
But I was thinking of my favorite band, the Mars Volta. The two guys who are in it are Cedric Bixler. The singer Cedric Bixler Zavala and the guitarist Omar Rodriguez Lopez.
Need water.
And they grew up together in El Paso, Texas, and they met when they were like 12 and 14 or something like that. So in a way, they always had like kind of a brother relationship. And they were just like in bands together and literally lived together until they were in like their mid-30s, like well into the Mars Volta, well into being in multiple bands. And then they finally, like in their late 30s, had like a falling out that was like the most sad thing as a fan to fucking watch happen. But then they got back together, and it's been the most heartwarming thing as a fan to watch happen, and it makes me very, very happy.
Yeah.
The Mars Volta being back together is a real brother relationship. Exactly, Aggie Dine. They are more brothers than a lot of real brothers.
Real brother relationship. Elaine says, I'm trying to get by without some kind of mentor or guidance. It's hard. I don't know how people have the ability to mentor others. It's just time experience, right? Like, you've just done what you do a lot, and because I do the same thing, you have plenty of advice to give me.
It's also partly that you're, like, looking for it. Like, for the difference between who I can and can't mentor is how willing they are to listen to me.
Yeah.
Like, there are people who will come to me for advice, and then I give them the advice, and then they tell me the reasons they can't take that advice. And I'm like, okay, before you think about why you can't, think about how you could. Like, imagine a way you could take this advice. What would you have to change, you know?
Yeah.
But they always feel like, I get the response like, but I'd have to change this and this. I'm like, well, okay, then you can't, you know, like, sorry, if you're not willing to change those things, you can't do this, you know?
Yeah.
But you come in with a mindset of like, tell me what I need to change in order to do this, you know, which is the correct way.
I wanted to respond to this comment by Hemingway that says, I love having a job, Lamau. It's kind of way easier than creating. It gives me a time to build up creative energy I can release later on as long as I sleep and don't consume trash. I have mixed feelings about that because, like, I hate having a day job, but also I do reap the benefits of being at that grindy day job, thinking up like a whole like while I'm working, I will think up a whole script, and then as soon as I get my break, I will write out that script, and later on I can turn that into a whole video that's really good. So I'm kind of like of two minds about it, where I'm like, well, on the one hand, having the job sucks ass, but on the other hand, it does make me more creative. But then because the day job takes up so much of my time, I can't make the art as quickly as I want to. So my plan for this like the next like few months is I'm going to take this time to just be unemployed and try to see if I can keep up the pace with my creativity. Like, because normally, you know, like I'm a trucker, like I need to be driving to have good ideas, because it's like kind of stimulating my brain, but also it's mindless enough to like, I'm on autopilot, like I'm stimming by driving. So my brain is working, but I have enough like extra brain power, like enough extra RAM in my brain that can be dedicated towards creativity. So if all else fails, I will, while I'm unemployed, I will just get in the car and drive around aimlessly until I start having ideas again. That's my plan. And if I can't, you know, get monetized within the next few months, then fuck it, I'll just go back to having a day job until I can. But yeah, probably gonna start up a Patreon soon. Probably gonna start up memberships as soon as I can, because I really want to just do YouTube. I really don't like having a day job. I will do anything to avoid having a fucking day job.
The nice thing about some people wanting a day job is that they have the money that allow me to do my job. Because if nobody had the day job, then nobody would have the money. Granted, I'd love it if we lived in a society where literally no one had to have the day job and money wasn't real, but, you know.
Amy Worrell says, my job requires constant thinking and reading, so I can't do that. Skull emoji. Yeah, so it's very much a double-edged sword. Because if you get a job that's mindless enough that you can think about other stuff, it can be beneficial to your creativity. But also, if you don't get enough sleep, like if you're just having an off day and you don't feel that like you don't have that spark, like your brain's just kind of not working that well today, you're just gonna feel like shit because you'll be like bored because you're doing the most like menial task possible, just doing the most mindless work all day, bored out of your fucking mind. You very much have to be able to entertain yourself just by thinking. And I cannot do that every day. Some days I can, not every day. But I am also very bad at getting to bed on time. I hate the idea, like, I try to force myself to go to bed at like the right time so I can get enough sleep, enough good quality sleep. But inevitably something's going to interrupt my sleep, or I'm going to have nightmares, or it's going to be too hot, or I don't know, fucking... Like, I just go to bed too late because I hate going to bed because it feels like time that I could spend doing things I enjoy is being wasted on sleeping, which is a stupid mentality to have because you need to sleep well and sleep enough in order to enjoy life at all. Trying to get caught up on the chat now because I've just been drunkenly, like, rambling. Z-Cypher says, if people ask me for advice, I will give it to them. I'm not going to give people validation, lol. Yeah, I do feel like a lot of people do come to Trixie for validation, and it's like, I wanted that at first, but then I just became friends with her, and now I don't need that anymore. Instead of making really good art to prove myself to her, I just make good art with her.
Turns out making good art is not really that much of a way to prove yourself to me.
Amy says, granted, whoever wants to mentor under me better be ready because my standards are way too high. In fact, I need to work on toning that down. Yeah, I mean, it got a lot easier to get closer to you once you just started being nicer and less critical of people, for sure.
Well, and it's hard because when people send me their work, my instinct is to tell, like, I always assume that people are asking me, like, what do I need to do to make this popular, you know? And, like, if that's the question you're asking me, it opens a totally different conversation from just, like, how do you feel about this thing, you know? Like, how do I feel about it might be, like, you'll never get any views on this, but I love it, you know? Like, but that's not usually the... I think a lot of people have it in their heads that making good content equals, good, like, people like you or watch your videos, and that's not how that works.
So that's what makes you a good mentor in particular, is that you give me the validation and the advice I need. Or, like, you can just be like, yeah, Krona, I love you and I love everything you do. But then you can also be like, here's how you can get it to reach more people. That's the best. Ellen says, I do wish I had a mentor during my years when I was learning to write. I feel like I'd have learned much more and maybe would have done something to show from it. Yeah, if I was... I would still be doing YouTube without a mentor.
I've still never
if I
written
didn't
successful fiction, which is what I was trying to do back then. So
I would say if you and I didn't become friends, I would still be doing YouTube just because of the support that other people have shown me. But like having you as a mentor has boosted my confidence to levels I've never felt before.
I feel like I should note
your
that.
endorsement
Like,
gives
when I
me
say
power.
Ghost Lightning was my mentor, it wasn't like he was trying to teach me to be a better like anime analyst or whatever. It was like trying to teach me how to just write.
Just
like,
be better at life.
my goal was to be a fiction writer back then.
Yeah.
So like I looked up to him because he was an English major who fucking wrote his master's thesis on the Silmarillion. Like he just knows literature like on a level I couldn't even dream of, you know.
Yeah. See, Cypher says you need to force yourself to have experiences outside of making art to make art.
That's also very, very true.
When I was unemployed, I was only working on art for 4 to 6 hours a day, but I was still pretty damn productive. My biggest goal in life is... Oh, that's Isabel. My biggest goal in life is not having to have a day job by the time I graduate high school, lol. I mean, I would say, like...
Good luck.
When I found out how old you are, I was shocked because your videos read to me as being made by someone in their 20s, not in their teens, so... Just keep doing what you're doing, and by the time you're in your 20s, I think you'll be set.
All depends.
Like,
I mean, if your goal is to make money, you have to make stuff that is about making money, not just stuff you like making because it's good. You have to be like, what can I do that will make me money now?
From what I've seen of Isabel's channel, she seems to have a good sense of like what videos will be eye-catching and get people interested enough to click on them. Like,
true.
So just like, I also shouldn't say just keep doing what you're doing. Like, you should want to improve and keep like reaching higher goals, which like I just think if you are like innately a driven and creative person, you will aspire to that naturally. But you know, just don't give up. That's the biggest thing I can say. I get sad sometimes because I'll put a lot of effort and thought into a video and it doesn't get more than like 1,000 views. Like that can make me sad sometimes. I just try to remind myself I'm still really early in the game. I've only been doing this for a few months. I don't even have 20 videos yet. It's whatever. Eventually it'll get bigger.
Ellen said, I do feel the same way in that when I'm at work, it makes my creative gears turn, but having an 8-hour shift kind of means by the end of it, the drive is dead. I feel that because back when I was flow team at Target, it was like a very physical job. So like I could be thinking all day about the thing I was going to write when I got home and then get home and be like, my body is done. I can't even move.
That's what happens to me most days. I'll have such cool ideas while working and I'm like, oh, I can't wait to get home to do this thing. And then I get home and I'm like, nothing is happening. I'm dead.
Amy said, my ass better be working full-time as a creative by the time I'm 30, otherwise society will suffer.
Yeah, it's like that quote that I think I said this in one of my earliest videos. There's a quote from the movie Tick, Tick, Boom starring Andrew Garfield that I really love, where he's like, because he's playing Jonathan Larson, the playwright who wrote Rent. And there's a part early in the movie, he's about to turn 30 and he's really anxious about it because he wants to make a great play so fucking bad. And he tells his friends, listen, like, when you're in your 20s, you're a writer with a day job. When you're in your 30s, you're a waiter with a hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if I don't make it as a YouTuber by the time I'm 30, I will probably just give up. I will feel so fucking sad. Not give up as in like stop making art, but like give up in the sense that I'll give up on it being a viable career path.
For sure.
Henningway says, Isabel, that is always an option. It just requires way more discipline to be a freelance anything. Wait, what is that?
In response to wanting to not have to have a job by the time you graduate. Giga, do you have a favorite princess?
A favorite princess? Like any princess ever? God. I hadn't really thought about it. Damn. I'm going to have to think about that while I'm on the turlet.
Still not a professional artist.
Go turlet and think about my favorite princess.
Okay, so like when we talk about being a professional artist, like how much do you have to make before it's professional? Like if people pay you but it's not technically a living wage, are you a professional? Because I haven't made minimum wage through art in like 5 years, like at least 5 years since I've even made minimum wage through art. Am I a professional creator, or am I just like a garden variety insane person? Like where do I draw the line that I am now officially professional? Because I've been doing art as long as I can remember. feel like being able to support myself personally, lol, but I don't know. But that's also the thing, like, how much, what do you consider supporting yourself personally? You know, like I could technically live independently off of my income. I just would live a different lifestyle than the one I have because I share things with Bird, and we both pay for different stuff, you know? Like, I use a car I don't pay for. We split rent in random. It's just whoever can afford however much of the rent. Like, whoever has money right now, that's how the rent's getting paid, you know? Like, we don't try to make it, like, equal or anything like that. It's just kind of random. So, you know, Golden Butterflies, Golden Butthole Free with $5. Look up and read In the Ring with Miku, the anime that changed my life forever. One of my only blogs I was banned on Lamau. Also, F.U. Ellen. I will appreciate the gall to just keep saying F you to the person who can ban you as much as they want. But In the Ring with Miku. Oh, I know what this is. I've read this before, actually. You've actually paid me to read this exact article before, if I remember it correctly. Yeah, see, you do still exist on Anime Amino. Where's the other... why don't you have the other thing on here? Why don't you got the one you talked about? The Trouble Chocolate. How long is this fucker? Oh, fuck. I consider anything professional as being your primary job / income source that you get, so yeah, I'd be a professional. Bandai advertised a Gundam X Mike collab? Like Mike the rapper? Or did you mean to type Miku? No, those letters are too far apart on the keyboard.
Penis brittle?
Lanny gave me $5 to read this old blog post that he has.
Chemi Pitting?
Not one that's about anything you wanted to
Oh,
hear
it's not about Trouble Chocolate?
No,
then
you couldn't find that one.
Fuck you, Landon, you whore. Alright, you read to yourself quietly while I respond to the chat.
Fucking hilarious.
Wait, what did I miss?
But just a conversation about whether or not I am a professional artist.
Oh, I mean, if you're making money at all, I would qualify you as professional, but maybe not everyone has that standard.
Just at all, any money.
Oh, there's my partner. Where is the corn? Well, you see, I was texting you from the turlet. Karn. Isabel says, hey, don't slut shame Landon. Actually, Landon is like the one human being on Earth where it is woke to slut shame him in particular because he deserves it. Bullying Landon is the meme.
Landon says, so in the last few days I went and revisited Metal Fighter Miku and rewatched all of it. Now this blog is going to be pretty heartfelt. That has a pretty special reason.
I've never seen the show, I don't care.
First anime.
Time to lay down on the floor.
I'm proud to see that over a decade later I fell back in love with it. The other day I heard the first 3 seconds of the OP, then had to pause it. For hours I was just overcome with such nostalgia and weeps of joy that I guess I had built up since childhood. I tried to call my friend and I just couldn't speak at the adventure I was about to be going through all over again. With a tearful face I could proudly say I enjoy this now more than I did over 10 years ago. I just finished all 13 episodes to write this blog. There is some unfinished business with Miku. I must now go down my backstory with this anime. This isn't just going to be a full analysis of the show, it's also going to be paying homage to my very first anime. I wouldn't be this deep into the anime community if my father didn't buy me this VHS or DVDs or whatever it was back in the day. It's a little overwhelming watching your first show when you realize how much more you have seen since then. I've obviously rewatched a lot of shows, I just didn't put them on my Mal. though I put that there so you can see I have finished almost 600 anime and have seen at least one episode of all over 800. So today we're going back to the roots, right back to where it all started, the show that means more to me than you can imagine. Join me today on this long ride as Landonomy presents In the Ring with Miku, remembering the anime that changed my life forever. Now I know you said long ride, but I'm going to read exactly, well, you gave me $5, so I'm going to read for approximately 3 minutes. As many of you know, anime is my hobby and passion. I wouldn't be here without Miku, so let's just talk about where it began before we get into the analysis part. My first meeting and exposure to Miku in the world of anime. So if I remember correctly, I was 7. I have 2 older brothers who absolutely adore wrestling just as much as I did. We still do to this day. I'm 20, they are 24 and 28, so I guess you could say we are lifelong fans. I have been into pro wrestling since I can remember, so this is what I think sparked my dad's attention. He saw a tape that had wrestlers in near identical robotic Power Ranger outfits. So of course he got it for me to watch. After I watched Metal Fighter Miku and fell in love with it, of course... Crota just casually walks over and farts on the microphone.
Sorry, were you reading Landon's blog? I had to shit. Had to shit all over it.
You want to read some of this?
Yeah.
Inhale
Where are we at?
Fart air, you just breathe it. We're right at the top.
Love having my own farts, just like Landon does. So of course he got it for me to watch. After I watched Metal Fighter Miku and fell in love with it. Sorry, I need to read this more in a Landon voice.
After I watched Metal Fighter Miku.
Dude, of course that led me and my brothers to explore the medium a bit more. Of course we watched Pokemon after this, alongside Mobile Suit Gundam. I also played the Gundam video games. I'm very intoxicated. Now, I know neither of my siblings are into anime anymore, but this led to my oldest brother finding a little show a few years later I'm sure you have all heard of.
Landon's upset. He says, 4 red face man making the slanty face faces at you.
My partner says, you have my permission to lock Corn outside.
Are you the Corn?
I am Corn.
You are literally Corn.
They do call me Corn. It's because my name is Krona. I'm Corn.
Corna. A true voice actress, Elaine said. Landon about to catch the ban again.
He's trying so hard to like sneak the R slur into his messages without actually saying it.
Alright, I'm just gonna go until this first title thing because he only paid $5 and this is a long read.
Yeah.
Now, I know neither of my siblings are into anime anymore, but this led to my oldest brother finding a little show a few years later that I'm sure you all have heard of. It was a little show called Afro Samurai. No matter how many shows we discovered, slowly my brothers fell off the wagon, so I had to go into it alone. I loved anime too much to give up on it. It had given me so much joy for half of my life. So here's where my journey continues. I'm sure there is several shows I'm missing here, but I have a lot of memories of waking up at like 5:30 to 6 a.m. to catch every episode of the show called Itaden Jump. I loved Itaden Jump so much that it helped me continue to browse more and more anime. Landon with another $5 says, just read it.
God damn it. Landon, you were bitching and moaning the whole time we were watching a half-hour anime video, and now you're bitching at us for not reading your whole
this video
way worse, way longer anime blog.
Rambling into Itaden Jump in the middle of this video about Metal Fighter Miku.
So I'm going to give you my thoughts on this anime, but first let me start from the beginning. So I was 5 years old when...
He says, shut up, Krona.
Let's see how fast we can read it then, right? Alright, time for me to break out my Yahtzee Croshaw British accent.
Oh my god.
Though that has never changed, there is just one thing that I always realized as a kid. All of this leading back to Metal Fighter Miku. It's like nothing else was as special to me. Miku and the Pretty Four were my heroes. I always feel like I was right there with them. The wrestling ring coming alive in my living room. Probably
Jesus
another reason I
Christ.
love wrestling, so that helped too. Wrestling, sci-fi, and kawaii bishes. Bishes? Kawaii bishes? Where could like 7-year-old, 8-year-old me have gone wrong with this being my first anime? Okay, so now let's get into what I was thinking on my rewatch and explain this anime a bit for you fellow weebs. After I got nostalgia and feels out of the way, I checked out the sub and the dub for the side-by-side, honestly in shock because I didn't even remember this show having a dub, though I was very surprised it's pretty okay. Some characters are terrible, some are very solid. The show is produced by JC Stafford, it's a studio I've always been pretty fond of, also coming out of this director. The other shows I love, such as Denpa Onna Toseishu Notoko, Deta Toko Princess, Hidamari Sketch, and Puella Maga Magica Magica, that director being Shinbo. Also, on top of that, Metal Fighters is an anime original having zero source material and coming back to an anime that is very fluid and well-paced. That was a little shocking to me. I was so afraid I wouldn't like it as much as I did back in the day. I can't believe I'm saying it now that I love it more than ever. JC Staff did a very good job, especially for a show from the early to mid-1990s. A lot of people can say that they are ashamed of their first show. I heard it from my... I've heard it all from my first anime was Sayoto. My first anime was Clannad, though I'm just here to say that's dumb. I'm proud of Miku being my first anime. I not only own it, but I am happy. People need to remember, no matter what, that your gateway always is. It's still the one that got you an anime in the world community, so embrace it is my advice. Sure, Miku is a 6 out of 10 experience on average for most people that I don't care. It has the aura of my adolescence that I can never get removed from my heart. Here's the part where I'm giving a spoiler warning. The characters, I'm just going to go through the important ones and most likely just gloss over the side guys. There's a side mechanic guy, the coaches and coach rivals that will probably... Well, $5, it's $1.50 a minute, so it's only like 3.5 minutes actually that he gets, not 5. First, we're going to start off with the most important, the Pretty Four. I literally don't call them that. The name is so uncreative. I just refer to them as Miku Mania. Instead, I came up with it like 6 seconds. First up, Ginkgo. For starters, I will say her dub voice actor is pretty obnoxious. It's not that bad, I guess. It fits her archetype and role as the passionate and headstrong as well as impulsive. I must say she can duke it out with the best of the pro wrestlers at one point, taking on 4 at once and almost winning an episode. She's
Landon says, I was 17, stop roasting me. Isabel is younger than you were when you wrote this. You wanted us to read it. Isabel's writing now is better than yours was when you were older than her. So I'm just saying.
That is also true.
I'm just saying.
In the end, she grows up and gets close to her close bond to her fellow teen. Ginkgo is actually very smart as well. She is. I will say you're better than I was at 17. I'll give you that.
Oh, she's way ahead of where I was.
Oh, I meant him also. This is better than my writing was at 17.
Yeah. Oh no, I was way better at Landon when I was 17. That's right.
Yes, of course there had to be a lolly. Don't worry, not as strong and super tough. Her ability to rig wrestling matches is actually a vision that scopes out the enemy's weak spots. Pretty overpowered, but she makes a strong asset to the Pretty Four. Also, her voice actor is freaking adorable in English and Japanese, so you don't have to worry about that. Nana also has one hell of a clothesline.
Time's up. No more Landon stuff. Oh well, we have to click off. I guess that's the end of it. We got as far in as we could, but unfortunately,
we really did go all in.
If you have to send more money.
Here's Landon back when he had long hair, standing with the anime man in Aki Dearest.
Oh wow, yeah, those are very famous people that ugly guy is standing next to. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I guess this is just a girl cosplaying Himoto Maru-chan.
I can't stop shitting on Landon now. I got too drunk.
Landon,
that was probably a bit too mean.
What have you invoked? What have you done?
I feel like that insult was beneath me too.
You unlocked
there's nothing.
Bully Crota.
Well, there's nothing wrong with even being ugly, and like ugly is also a very subjective thing. But like it applies to Landon. God. I'm so mean. I've unlocked my mean girl energy.
Says anime gave me the opposite of joy.
I better drink a little bit more so I don't feel guilty.
This is hilarious. Someone is paying 2 women to roast their work. It's Landon. He's continuing to do it. Can we listen to... Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. This is Henning Lake, $4.99. Can we listen to I'm Not Good, But I Wish I Was? I'm not God, but I wish I was. I'm not God, but I wish...
I have a really hard time when people try to show me music. But I will do my best to pay attention despite my intoxication.
Boy, what is this?
Z-Cypher says, Krona, you're like my opposite. I'm mean as fuck when I'm drunk. I'm funny.
Yeah, they tried to stop me. I'm a roll a fronto up in this brown leaf. Smoke dope, I'm a smoke till I'm dying. White hose snorting coke and they trying new drugs, new pills, green bud. They can't get enough, yeah they can't get enough, yeah they can't get enough. I'm guessing this is weird.
Sorry, that came out wrong. Need commas. Well. Cypher says, normally I'm mean. When I'm drunk, I'm more funny. Okay.
I understood that.
Yeah. I didn't because I'm drunk. Yeah, it's the reverse on the show. Ellen says, I'm cuddly drunk. If I'm drunk and you're near me, you better be okay physically. That
I look forward to that.
You better be okay with physicality. Yeah. I'm okay with that. That's adorable.
Hugs, for sure.
For me, it depends on which kind of alcohol I'm drinking. Some drinks get me more like sad drunk. That's why I'm drinking whiskey right now, because whiskey is my that brings out fun, Krona. The more whiskey I drink, the more I'm like right now, I'm silly.
When are we gonna go to Brazil?
As soon as you become president and the other guy dies.
Fair. I like this beat. This rap's really not doing much of anything for me, but this beat is fly. I'd come on this shit doing some like horrorcore yo type like, and a motherfucker don't even know when I come to the show. Everybody gonna blow their heads off and they're gonna get soft. They don't even know how I got my Lara Croft. Banging in the stove, hitting with the mo, getting on the flow. Some shit like that.
Amy Worrell says, I don't think I change much when I'm drunk. Well, you know, Amy, I think I said this to Trixie earlier, but I'm like, I want to get to know you better, so I feel like soon after I joined the server, you instantly became super busy writing your book.
Oh yeah.
You've been more present like recently, like very recently, which is cool because you seem really cool.
I think she finally got far enough into her book to believe that she's going to finish it. And
Yeah.
was able to like take a step back.
Well, I was guessing it was because of the Worm podcast. It's like, oh, someone else is interested in Worm. time to come out of hiding. Holy shit, another super
Golden
chat.
butthole free with $10. 6'6" isn't my fault. Why you call me ugly? That's not. Well, that's like the. Being 6'6" is obviously not
I didn't
a
call you
problem.
ugly because you were tall. I just
Don't
called
bully
you
me,
ugly because I'm
Crota.
drunk.
Read rest of blog with your roasted anime voice. I just spent over $1,000 to fly to Virginia. I'm drunk too. We know, man. We know.
Of
You're
course
crazy.
you are.
You're absolutely out of your goddamn mind. That
What?
costed you $1,000?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What is wrong with you?
I drove here and it cost me like $30. What the fuck are you doing?
Is Mars Still Burning is back. Welcome
Mercy.
back. Amy says, I have the whole first year of this book written ahead of schedule yet, but it also helps that I'm now talking about other stuff with new friends like the Worm podcast. That's
Hell
fucking
yeah.
badass. Also, Trixie did call me out for having less of a personality nowadays, so I decided to change that. I was saying it as a joke, but I appreciate that you came out and you were like, no, it's true, actually. I swear to God, I
That's
was
really
into
funny.
other things.
Oh, well, I guess we gotta read more bullshit by,
Alright, so you got Sayaka, basically just known as the hottest one. Well, he said to read it in the roasted anime voice. What does that mean?
Dude, she praised herself on her feminine ways outside
that
of
the
the
roasted
ring and
anime?
has the hots for rich, handsome guys.
When I think roasted, I think like a roasty voice.
Tallest one, biggest boobs, Eddie.
Tallest one,
You get the
biggest
tropes.
boobs.
Though
You get the
Sayaka is a
tropes.
lot more than that, Eddie. She turns out to be the sweetest of the group, and I really think the group would fall apart without
Are
her
you
hard
doing
work.
Are you doing Fred from Billy and Mandy?
I'm doing Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Oh, okay.
I could do Fred.
Edward has a little more of a.
If you want to do Billy and Mandy characters, I can do
Every
Fred
character
Fredburger.
uses a plethora of different moves in this anime that are suited for their style. Hamburger sandwich.
Let's see! Sayaka must us to use her batshit crazy acrobatic drop kicks. It's a little over the top. I'm Fred Fredburger. I'm Fredburger.
And the star of the beauties, the one and only Miku. Yep, the last member. Also the most important. This girl is my hero. The fact that she stood tall for many years. Now that I came back to the show, I feel the pride I used to see in Miku, and it all came back. Miku is my hero. She can be kind and looked at this typical underdog shown. The protagonist of each character has much development. And
wait.
it's something I'm going to do with the depth as I explain the plot of the show operates. The next section to hold on time for that. Miku does the views of the show, so she uses mostly her backup Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu style takedown into an armbar.
I forgot to start the timer again.
Suplex in her ridiculous chicken twister move thing. It's amazing.
Wait. How much time does $10 get you?
50.
1.5 times 10 is 15 minutes. We just did like 2 minutes.
Well, no, wait, it's backwards. It's 1.5 is the amount of cost for.
Oh fuck.
So
okay. So what is? I'm drunk. How do I do math?
Hold on. You have to do.
Petra says 7 minutes. Okay, we just did 2 minutes worth. So I'll do a 5-minute timer.
Yeah.
Only doing this to Landon specifically because it's funny.
Just for Landon, we're gonna see if we can get through this whole thing in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end on him
Pause
for the last of the
timer,
important
timer.
character.
I have to respond to not super chats, but just the chat real quick. I'm sorry. Z Cypher says, I have too much personality right now. I need to go back into my cave and make more art.
I feel
No.
that, me too.
No. Z Cypher. No. You have to play Pokemon with me. You can go back to your cave after we come to Minneapolis and hang out with y'all. Until then, you are not allowed to stop having personality because I like you too much. Amy says, the moment Krona and Komugi became mods, I went, oh, okay, now I can dedicate myself to writing without worrying about the Discord imploding. That explains a lot.
Marcy said, you're not on a first name basis with Fred Fredberger. Trixie, use his full name, please.
Are you talking about Fred? That's true. I didn't know who you were talking about when you said Fred. You have to say
Did
Fred.
I not say Fred Fredberger?
You said Fred,
That's
and I was
really
like,
funny. I must have
who the
forgot his
fuck is
last
that?
name. That's probably
Fred
why.
Fredberger. I used to do this thing with my friends because, like, okay, so a couple of my friends, they had this nephew who was like maybe like 5 years old at the time, and every time he came over to their house to visit, he would go, "Can I play Minecraft?" Like he would always ask my friend, "Can I play Minecraft on your computer?" So I started doing like voices of like Billy and Mandy characters, like mocking that, where I'd be like,
Can I play Minecraft on your computer? I go, no, you can't play Minecraft on my computer.
No, you can't play Minecraft.
No, you can't play Minecraft.
I can't do I can't do him at all.
You can't do a Jamaican accent?
No, I can't do a Jamaican accent, and I won't
Damn.
try again.
I guess you're less racist than I am, because.
All right, resume.
All right.
I'm going to end on him for the last of the important characters. There are evil teams, cameramen, journalists, mechanics, and other staff members that you just need to watch the show to appreciate. These 5 are the ones that you need to know the most about, so HE is just a big alcoholic douchebag, which is why I connected with them so much, because I'm a big bourbon whiskey kind of guy myself. There's almost 0 scenes in all this anime where you won't see this guy drinking himself to death, even during the wrestling practices, which is kind of sad considering he's the coach. He used to be the famous coach of the biggest rival champion in the show. I won't say the names here for those who want to go watch the show. I spoil more stuff like that in the plot section. Okay, next up.
Pause.
Let's take it to the world. Yes.
Just occurred to me, if you read this slower, he'll have to keep paying us more and more to finish it because it'll take longer.
I want to prove to him how fucking long this blog post is so that he understands why he has to keep paying for it.
Okay, resume when you're ready.
Okay, next up, let's get into the world of wrestling of Metal Fighter Miko so you guys can get an idea of what is up. Also, maybe some spoilers for those who are not going to watch it. This anime seems to make a lot of callbacks to things in BioArmor Rygar, instead in a world where we call it Neo Pro Wrestling, which is basically just normal wrestling, but in a futuristic sci-fi setting with mecha suits to make it more entertaining for the fans, making the unique change from a mostly one-on-one regular singles pro wrestling environment and focusing on a more team-based model of tag team wrestling. The refreshing part about these matches is that there is time to soak it in. Almost every single contest will be half an episode with every character using new tricks they had been learning in the build-up prior. Also, the opponent of four our girls will have their own gimmicks, names, and build-up. Yeah, let me repeat that. They all get built up and fleshed out to add tension to the plot and matches. Hell, you want to know another thing this anime that impressed me? Almost every single episode has training scenes that actually made sense and played to the process of the characters getting stronger for later on in the story. I'm not even kidding. You actually see almost every episode all of them working towards being better fighters, grapplers, and working on their weak spots. This adds a special weight to the show. The reason this works so effectively is because there is a legit tournament arc that isn't so much an arc, but the entire process amongst its 13-episode run, when the opponents are actually given screen time and you see our heroes training and making game plans for each other.
Petrichor says, "Chicken butt alarm! Watch out, Ellen! Wee woo! Wee woo! Wee woo!"
This plays deep into their process of growth and getting better to achieve their dreams. The reason for that is that it plays a big role from qualifiers to quarterfinals, semifinals, etc. Sprinkle on top of that the fact that every match in the show isn't the main characters fighting on some no-name jobbers that didn't get any screen time before that bout. Some episodes are just other teams fighting, and for the most part it will show the whole match. The choreography for these fights aren't the best because it's just crazy fighting and screaming most of the time, though I think that worked for the show's budget and animation. So with me explaining the reasoning for the tournament arc that leads to the overall narrative, let's just move on to more of how these wrestling matches operate. Then we can get to the plot. Like I said before, not every fight is like this, but most of the tournament is set in an 8-women tag team match. I could fucking have marathoned this show in the time it takes to read this. Which means sometimes, and if an opponent is knocked out of the ring, your partner can jump in and replace you without tagging. As for how tagging works in these matches, the referee shoots an energy ball to both combatants at the beginning of the match, in which they will lock into their metal suit until they want to throw it at a team member to tag out. The only ways I've seen that you can garner victory in this rule system follows. 1. The classic pin in their shoulders to the mat for the count of 3. 2. If the legal wrestler is outside the ring for 20 seconds, which is traditional in Japanese wrestling opposed to a 10 count in most US territories. If you beat the enemy up so badly that the flux of your suit deems you unable to continue. What I just described is above on screen. If you can't continue, it will blow up your team's side of the screen. These rules apply in the singles matches without the tag rules, of course. Another great thing about... Is that fucking timer done? Oh my god, there's still 2 minutes left. How did I read that many words inside of 3 minutes?
You're very fast. You're like
Another great thing about Metal Fighters and Neo Pro Wrestling is that the show knows its own kayfabe. The show uses terms such as a Miku is going to get a push, or that she needs to learn to fall and take bumps, which I guess is kind of silly because the show isn't scripted like our pro wrestling. It's an actual competitive sport in the anime. You can tell, however, a lot of people who made this show have love and knowledge for wrestling like I do. Hell, they even call it, and I quote, professional wrestling right in the dialogue. At least for me, this makes the show never boring. I'm invested into every little thing that happens. It's epic, and it makes me excited and happy. Okay, let's get in. That could have been the whole review. It's epic, and it makes me excited and happy. That was all that was necessary. Okay, let's get into some of the plot and animation of this show so that you know how the show works. The plot the show. There is like literally no fan service in this show somehow, which is crazy when you think of 80s and early 90s anime. That is true. Earlier I had mentioned how the voice acting has aged pretty okay. I'm going to go on a limb here and argue the animation is too. Of course, there's a few jarring scenes where they blatantly reuse footage from before, which is a cost-saving technique that's to be expected. Also a common practice in 90s anime original shows. The cast never wears a lot of different outfits in almost every episode, which is something I really didn't expect. These characters only being 34. Everyone else mostly wears the same outfits and breaks character design a lot, so yeah, almost no excellent Sakuga, but it still looks good either way. All of the excellent Sakuga that does exist is done by the Yu Yu Hakusho animator guy. There's just a few examples. Also, side note, their hair changes color when they transform into the magical metal suits. I feel as though some people were wondering about that. Okay, now for the plot. It's pretty much your typical underdog story with the main character aspiring to be as good as her hero Aquamarine one day. So yes, exactly where Akko and Chariot from Little Witch Academia. Only thing is, Miku starts off with some talent, as in the show beats you over the head with her potential talent. It just decided to go farther in her character arc by trying to toughen her up. She's a very sweet girl, but there is a power and fire in her blood, which you shall see from the climax! Hey,
quickly, ban Landon from the chat before you press it.
Landon says all caps, "Omami cream in me." So.
Landon is getting off to you reading his blog out loud. Oh my god.
Landon tried to chicken butt you. That's fucking what. That's literally what my dad would do. Oh boy. As a burnout, I can relate to having one shitty thing I was really proud of as a teenager and still kind of cling to as a representative of a kind of unself-conscious creative drive that I miss dearly. Don't get me wrong, Landon's still making videos. He just can't stop thinking about this one, this particular blog post, because it's about his first anime. And what was his most recent video? I know it wasn't that long ago. 10 months. Okay, it was kind of a long time ago. He still makes content.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I had a thought to myself that if Landon and I were ever to collaborate, it would have to be a review of Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt, because I can't think of a better fusion where it's like my femininity and his like dipshit chaos. Like that's like the best possible, but like it's not gonna happen because he's too stupid. So he'll just have to jump in.
Dipshit chaos.
He'll just have to like flush himself down a toilet.
Toilet.
Blue High says hello. Blue High. Hello. It's Blue High. Oh my god.
I guess you described him in a way he appreciates.
Oh, he
Except
loves
he wrote
it.
Dishing chaos, which I don't think is what you said.
He is probably as shit-faced as I am, if not more so. He forgot how to spell words.
None of us can keep up with his level of shit face. The way he drinks is different. It's,
okay.
It's like
it's perpetual.
He has the handle, and he's just drinking it from the handle.
It's never-ending. Petrichor said, "Cute outfit, Krona, slay." She's
absolutely slaying.
I'm so fucking happy.
When she walked out in that outfit, I was like my
my
soul kind of like left my body and came back for a second. I was like, whoa!
I saw it on your
Too
face.
Cute.
Like I stepped out of the bathroom and you were like,
It's not ready. It's not ready for how cute. Also, the fact that I had just put on a black and white shirt also, like, just... Because you said, like, I'm going to wear something cuter for the stream, and I was like, I should do that, too. And then I put on something black and white, and then I saw you, and I was like, wait a minute. Neither one of us was wearing black and white before that.
It's kind of like when I came here the first time, and I showed up at your house, and both of us, just by pure happenstance, were wearing, like, short shorts and a black tank top. Like, yeah, this was meant to be. We were always on parallel life paths.
Unparalleled digressions, unswerving in direction. I still make music, but I went through a period during the pandemic at age 17 where I could not stop.
Damn.
That's nice. Literally knowing two languages and having an IQ of 134, but okay. Yeah, Landon. We know.
Actually, I have a really high IQ, and you guys know I'm actually really smart, even though I'm a dumbass, and I write shitty anime reviews because I'm so fucking intelligent.
Landon has all this money, and he gives it all to me in super chats. But if he just gave $8 to be a channel member, he would have seen the members' exclusive shorts, such as the one about IQ.
Hey, members. I was thinking about how
I love how it's just frozen.
YouTube shit.
Just a picture of you going like mewing, like.
How I've compared my YouTube career, or at least the persona.
Wait, this isn't the right
of
video.
A YouTuber in general. To
No, this is YouTube as a window. It gave me the wrong video. Also,
Petrichor says, "Fun fact: stating your IQ out loud instantly lowers it by 1 standard deviation."
Is defined through tests that test your ability to solve very specific, super limited parameter logical problems that a person made up. No perspective into reality. That is so untethered from your ability to solve specific problems. So there are people who can test enormously on IQ and be completely unfunctional inside of society. I think we made I think that was the point made right there. Yeah.
I didn't even need to see a video to understand that because I'm not Landon, but I just wanted to comment on how different you look through like your phone cameras, like wide angle lens versus like in person. I'm like, you're like 3D and shit. Like,
Giga roast my Mal. It's Isabel Inc.
Oh hell yeah! I can't wait. I don't see myself roasting it though, because from what I've seen from your YouTube, you have pretty good taste. I'd be surprised if like your taste actually sucks.
Oh, Yakuman sent me a friend request.
Hell yeah. I friended you on Mal like 8 years ago.
I have the most Mal friends.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me check. What am I up to now?
Henning Lay says, going back to what Krona said about incurious working better than stupid as an insult. Yeah, it's true.
Agreed. I have 6,623 my anime list friends.
Okay, I want to see Isabel's Mal. I'm deeply curious now. She thinks I'm going to roast her. It's like, I don't know if I can roast you if you just have the same favorites list that I have.
Shadow, excellent choice for an avatar. That girl has the cutest voice of all time.
Okay, what are the favorites? K-On!
K-On!
I agree.
Classic,
I agree.
God-tier anime.
Completely in agreement.
His and Her
Karekano.
Circumstances, classic, God-tier anime.
Evangelion, completely in agreement. What's the fourth one?
Anime. That is Neko no Onegaishi, or The Cat Returns, which I have still not seen.
I haven't seen it. I've seen the first one, Whisper of the Heart, but I haven't seen the sequel. We got Totoro in fifth. That's a great movie.
Classic,
I fucking love that
masterpiece.
one. That's probably my second favorite Ghibli after Ponyo. Cardcaptor Sakura.
Classic.
I haven't finished it, but it is very good.
Classic.
Kitty Kitty. That's also on my favorites list. Yeah. What do we got here?
Only Yesterday.
Oh, that's Only Yesterday. I really want to watch that one. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen like nearly enough of
Autistic Guide to Farming.
Yeah.
Basically.
I haven't seen nearly enough of Takahata's movies. I've seen all the Miyazaki ones though. What do we got here? This is the Haruhi movie?
Haruhi movie. I have not rewatched this since it came out, so I cannot state if it is in fact a classic.
Yeah. I never finished Haruhi, so I don't know. Like, I don't have an opinion. Haruhi! Is this Lucky Star?
Lucky Star! Classic masterpiece.
They changed the image for this on Mal. This is a worse image than what they used to have. I fucking love Lucky Star. Give it an 8? Give it an 8 and it's on your top 10 favorites list?
That's mine. That's my score.
That's your score. Okay. Yeah. I was going to say, if Isabel gave it an 8, even though it was in her top 10, I would be very confused. I'm like, damn, you're strict with giving 10s. Oh. I see nothing to roast so far. What about the manga?
We've got The Bride is a Boy, classic.
Haven't read that.
I have it.
Berserk is like my number one.
Berserk,
so.
classic, obviously the greatest manga of all time. Nichijou, really good, really good
funny.
manga.
Monogatari series, first season.
The light novel, interesting. I haven't actually read it.
Okay.
And then Komi-san wa
Komi Can't Communicate.
I haven't read it.
I like Komi Can't Communicate. I wouldn't put it in my favorites, but it's good. So far, the biggest thing I can roast you for is that you only have 5 manga listed. Read more manga, first of all, because in my opinion, in IMHO...
Read Nazca of the Valley of the Wind.
In my whorish opinion, manga can be more powerful than anime. Like, manga is extremely fucking goated, and you should read a ton of it.
Especially if the manga you're talking about is Nazca of the Valley of the Wind.
Yes, especially also because...
Which I can't help but notice Nazca is one of your favorite characters. So I would assume that if you haven't read the manga, it will... Because, like, I'm assuming you haven't read it because it's not in your top... It's not on your favorites list. And I'm like, Nazca's right there in your character's favorites, but the manga's not in your favorite manga, which means you couldn't possibly have read the manga because it's, like, the greatest. It is the greatest manga.
I want to say real quick, Isabel, if you're still here, you can add me on Mal. My username is GigaDonk99. Compare and contrast our taste in anime and manga series. But yeah, like...
Hey, look, we're already friends. I'm right there.
Well, hey! Hilarious. Yeah, she already followed me on Letterboxd, so, like, follow me on Mal, too. I use Mal more than I use Letterboxd.
Good night, Max.
What the fuck was I gonna say? I had something to say. I don't remember what it was anymore.
Landon, you spent $3,000 on a Miyazaki cell? Holy fucking balls.
Oh, that's right. Isabel says, planning on reading more manga for sure. Only seen the Nausicaa movie. Yeah, so the Nausicaa movie is like kind of... The movie is kind of a snapshot. Whereas,
Have you read the manga?
I've read some of it. The manga, by comparison to the movie, like the movie, like removes a lot of stuff. It's much more simplified. Like it's a very straightforward fantasy adventure movie.
It really
you need
is
to
like...
be mentally prepared for the fact that the manga is a very densely packed, very like big,
text heavy,
long,
epic, hard to read.
It's like Lord of the Rings. Like it's huge. You need to prepare yourself for it. The time you read
it's both. So both in the case of Nausicaa.
Oh, she already added me on Mal. Okay.
Nausicaa and Akira are both similar. I said the same thing I'm about to say. Nausicaa and Akira are both like this, where both of them are. In Akira's case, it's a 6-volume manga, but each volume is huge. In Nausicaa's case, it's 7 volumes, and they're not like huge, but they're very dense. But both of them, the anime movie covers like the first 2 volumes and then the ending, and it's like they just cut out the whole entire middle of the story. And
the movie only covers like the first volume and a half, and even then it's still removing stuff.
Yeah, and the manga goes so much farther into like the religious stuff in particular.
Yeah. Where the fuck is the login button on here? Here we go.
And actually, both of them, both Akira and Nausicaa, go way deeper into like the religious parable aspects as they go on.
Yeah.
They're both very like biblical feeling.
Landon sent a super chat, and we haven't read it yet because he's stupid, but that's okay.
Oh, he did? I didn't know. My last video, so Krona won't hate me, so my awful mic entertains Krona, and she will like me. Also, here's money, because I love Trixie, Bird, and Shade. Also, roast my Mal.
Do you think if I shit on Landon hard enough, he will just continue giving us money, like a shit ton of money, and like the hopes that eventually I will like him?
It's possible because he's very drunk. Landon, be careful.
No, don't be careful.
Wait,
give
so
me money.
He's asking us to watch his latest video.
Give me all of your money.
Okay, let's review the rest of this Mal because Yui, classic character. Asuka, classic. Ritsu, classic. Shinji, classic. Misato, classic. Stocking, classic. Boogie Pop, absolutely god tier. Kagami, also god tier. Lane, god tier. Nausicaa, god tier.
Every single one of those is a banger.
Imaishi, Ano, both god tier. Who is
that?
This?
That's Yamada Naoko.
God tier. Horiguchi Yukiko, god tier. That's the character design for K-On! Hayao Miyazaki, god tier. Mitsuishi Kotono.
Is that one of the voice actors from K-On! Or is that someone else?
I think she might be in K-On!
So I think she's on my favorites too.
Kotono Mitsuishi is the voice.
It's like Control F.
I'm pretty sure she's Misato.
Oh, is she Misato?
Yeah, she's Misato.
Hell yeah.
She's in lots of good stuff too.
Friend request.
Joe Hisaishi, the soundtrack composer for the Ghibli films, obviously a god. Sagisu Shiro, who did the music for Evangelion, a god. Yoshinari Yo, god. Teddy Lloyd, interesting choice. He did the music for Panty and Stocking. Also really good. Favorite companies: KyoAni, Trigger, Gainax, and Ghibli.
Who's the bald guy? Is that the CEO of Sex?
That's Joe Hisaishi. He did the music for all the Ghibli movies.
Oh, hell yeah.
He's a badass.
Okay, close up, he looks way less like the CEO than he did from far away.
Alright, I guess we're watching the latest Landon video.
Oh no.
Landonime.
Wait. Z-Cypher said, I have nothing to say but the comment I've already said 2 times. Lol, I'm gonna lie down because I hate anime. Wait, what did he say?
Which comment he already said? I should have said this before, but I feel like this is weird taste for someone your age. My niece is 14 and she's way into different stuff. For someone,
who?
Isabel's age. He's saying that he's surprised that Isabel likes this stuff at 15, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And my response to that would be, this is pretty much what my taste was at 15, more or less. Well, maybe not at 15, but like a couple years later, it would have been. I mean, I was already a big Fooly Cooly fan. I was a big Haruhi fan at like 16. I got into Lucky Star at 17.
Yeah.
Ghibli films I was watching around then. Ava was my favorite at 14.
Yeah.
Kare Kano I didn't see until a little bit later, but and K-On! Didn't come out till I was like 18 or so. But yeah, I would say I liked all that stuff as a teenager.
Yeah. Yep, Isabel has much better taste now than I did at her age.
Okay,
that's
so
for
Landon
sure.
sent $20
Yeah.
to watch his latest video.
Oh no.
His latest video is 30 minutes long.
Is that enough?
No. It's way less than enough.
Okay,
so
how long am I going for here?
So what's 20 divided by 1.5? 13 and a half minutes.
Okay.
Now we could speed it up and watch the whole thing. What do you think, Landon? Would you rather we sped this up? Because you do kind of fucking talk slow.
I'm gonna get more water while you deliberate over this.
Yeah. He sent another $11, so I guess we're watching all
Just
of it.
doing a random 20 anime recommendations video that I've been kind of wanting to doing for a while. A lot of these shows are ones that just didn't quite make me want to make, I guess, a full video about. And
It sounds like you recorded this with the microphone on the other side of the bathroom.
some are also ones that I've even just
While you were shitting.
watched, or just given above a 6 out of 10 that I wanted to recommend to people that
Did you record this in a bathroom? Why does it sound like it was recorded specifically in a bathroom?
may or more not so get something out of it, just like I did. And with this video, there is really
Amy said, I love that this video has re-upload slightly better audio in the title. Ah, it's still like the worst audio.
order. I was going to do initially.
You're your granddad's basement because you didn't have Wi-Fi. Okay, why does your granddad's basement sound like a bathroom?
Oh, is Landon recording in the
It
toilet?
sounds like he recorded this while shitting and the mic is on the other side of the bathroom from him.
Landon doing poop ASMR.
Personal slice of life, or mecha, or romance, or comedy, but we're all just kind of throwing them together just for the fun of the video. So I really do hope you guys enjoy. Also, a side note, a lot of the ones that you're seeing the footage of now are ones that didn't quite make the cut, ones that either were just too popular or enough people talked about. They're just the ones that were in my honorable mentions on
You've
my
been getting paid like a shit ton of money to watch garbage. This is wild. I'm sorry, Landon. You said this in your grandpa's basement? Are you sure it's not Mother's basement?
I tried to make sure that
Big basement. I think it's funny. Lucario edited this. Oh yeah, Komugi edited this video.
What?
She got paid.
Holy shit.
So some of your decent
That explains why the editing is so good, even though
Yeah,
the voiceover
comparatively.
sucks ass.
or like send you the torrents if it's not fully subtitled. But I made sure a majority of these are just set to watch. And if they, some of them aren't on this particular list, like I said, it's random. Always leave a comment or send me an email, and I can kind of give you a guidebook to what they're saying. Or if you
Marcy
don't
said she
understand
saw
or wanna
Teddy
watch the
Lloyd
show,
live.
I
That's
can do that
awesome.
for you.
Damn.
Some of these are old and not fan subbed. So with that out of the way, let's kick this off. I'm going to start up with a personally special one. Kiyosa Giga. Well, we are starting off with the first.
Landon says, forgive my drunk mic. You give alcohol to your microphone? What the fuck, dude?
I made a video dedicated to it, and I think I need to drop it here. That's one that I personally do feel that some people need to
I
do.
have to put this on at least 1.25. Too fucking slow.
I'm just picturing Landon like pouring his drink out on top of the microphone.
Matsumoto's best video, worthy in my opinion.
Ellen says, Mike from Deltarune? Everything is Deltarune. Oh my god, this video sucks.
A middle older sister who's a demon, and the oldest son It was coming back to this world. Altogether, it was from start to finish.
God damn it.
About family. If there was
I don't even know what show this video is about.
It did take me 3 watches.
20 anime recommendations. You didn't even mark chapters in the video? How do I know what you're talking about? I'm too intoxicated to follow this.
Some people honestly might get
Oh wait, it says the bottom left here. 2013 Kyoso Giga TV. Okay. Sorry, I'm so out of it. I have to like remind myself that I know how to read. Isabel says Kyoso Giga? It's literally me. Literally me IRL.
Creatures fighting against those bugs, but he is kind of isekai into it, even though I wouldn't really consider it an isekai.
Yeah, this anime is really good. It's called GigaDonk. It's actually really like it's pretty good if you like turn your brain off because it has like a
thing to watch before this, but if you just want to watch America's TV, yeah, I'd probably just do some shit. Definitely highly recommend. I enjoyed it a lot. Love saying that. No wish. Also, obviously,
I get a little silly with it.
Done by Studio Sunrise. This is an action drama, also historical. Also, kind of giving you those revolutionary vibes of your good old revolutionary girl. Even though,
I was just making fun of the way this video sounds, and Landon says, "Fuck off."
Well, not like this one, obviously, but one of my most personal memes is.
Yeah, so one of my personal memes is that EDO is like a really good
when this revolution goes on, with a very brutal fighting.
Nah, I'm good.
Just with your own thin mentality. And going through, there is some.
Gary always says, Landon, why does this sound like it was recorded inside of an asshole?
And an arc near the third, fourth. I'd say 3/4.
Yeah, Landon actually has one of those microphones that's at the end of a long tube that he shoved all the way up his ass.
Entire series worth watching for me. So definitely go look at this one. I think you can sell you on it. I'd say at least give it an episode. Bokura wa mi na kawaii so. Directed by Shigeyuki Miya. Follows a young boy who's set up in the Hawaii show. It was boring. But a girl who, oh boy, does she love to read books. So some of the things that go on within the show, the man's story, being in the Kauai complex, he has to deal with other roommates being sent there after his parents died, and they're his freshman year in high school or in Japan.
Isabel said this sounds like what my video sounded like with all the echo. Technically, I just realized it probably is even worse because there's echo from our end, but I promise it is also just bad.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad even without the echo. Yeah, Landon, I think you should ask the 15-year-old how to get better audio in your videos because she figured it out
spend
sooner
some of
than
that super chat money on a microphone would be the first. Not that I think you shouldn't just send me all the money instead of recording.
Oh my god.
So basically just a comedy that has all of these characters together just being terrible people, interspersed with one of the most...
Amy says, can you stop being drunk and answer me? Wait, which question?
I'm the only one who's drunk. Trixie's just stupid.
I've been drinking, but I just
Oh, you have?
I had multiple beers since we started this stream.
Multiple beers? Okay. In that case, we're both stupid and we're both drunk.
Wait, which... Are you too drunk for some reading after this? I don't think so. I could read.
I kind of know how to read.
All my other videos sounded better. This was a rare fuck up. That's not
Why did
true.
you... Wait, why did you...
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I don't mind that your audio sucks. I'll listen to it. But
I do.
Audio's never been, amazing in any of these.
I would just say, if this is one of the rare ones that sucks, why did you pay us to watch this of all your videos?
Also, this is the re-upload with slightly better audio. I don't know if you caught that in the title, that it says re-upload slightly better audio, but...
Slightly better? What did it sound like before?
How much for 2,100 words? It's not worm.
It's not worm. You have to qualify it with that so we know that you're not about to traumatize us.
What would I charge for 2,100?
Ellen says, if it's worm, I'll have to leave the stream. All right, I can stay here and bully Landon then. Always here for bullying Landon. Okay, Landon said, because it's funny, and shout out to Lucario. That's fair, actually.
Isabel Incorporated with $10. Now, please roast the anime list section of my mouth. There should be more to roast there. We will do that.
Okay, that's fair.
We gotta finish Landon's video.
Yeah.
Two good fall in love I've ever seen.
I might even like log into my Mal just so I can compare like the percentage of like how much my taste overlaps with Isabel, just like a quick reference. Actually, I probably don't have to do that because your Mal covers so much more shit than mine, and I agree with your taste for the most part.
Amy, I'll do it for... I was thinking about your Brazilian and my friend. I'll do it for... Fuck it, I'll do it for $5.
$5?
American, $5 American dollars.
What is that?
I don't know what that is in Brazilian.
Brazil dollar.
Whatever $5 American dollars is. Which is still probably a lot of fucking Brazilian money.
Amy says, hell yeah, I love you. So, what do they call the currency in Brazil?
Real.
Real?
Yeah. Real.
Real as fuck for that.
It's like 25 BRs.
Real.
So much. But what does 25 BRs get you? Like, what would you standard buy with 25? Royal? It's spelled like royal? Okay.
The way this currency like transfers from country to country makes no fucking sense to me. Like, should we just make it like 5 cents American? Like, it's
the same currency from Disco Elysium. I still haven't played it.
Me neither.
The hot dog you bought costed 19? Damn.
What?
God damn.
Can you convert BR to V-Bucks?
That must have been a good ass fucking hot dog, I hope.
Surely there must be some like underage streamers who like ask for V-Buck donations, right? Like that must be a thing.
I
Just
don't
like,
even know
hey
what a
guys,
V-Buck
be sure to
is."
buy me V-Bucks in the link below.
I don't know if I'm just that old, but I don't know what V-Bucks are.
Landon says, Krona, I paid to have you roast my Mal after video. We have 2 Mals to roast after this.
Mal roasting is it's a big part of my identity, I think, by place and cultures. Telling people if their Mal allows them to live on this earth or not.
Yeah, roasting Landon is a lot easier than roasting the kid, but like I'm here for it, you know. We've been given money, we have to do it.
Handsome boys and captivating in several different other characters.
Rokuho do Yotsuiro Biori.
Landon says,
I've actually never heard of this anime. Rokuho do Yotsuiro Biori.
Landon says, why am I being bullied? Because you love it, and we know you love it.
Yoshimizu.
Also, you were kind of asking for it when you got yourself banned from the Discord.
The Blade Dance of the Elementalers author. That can't be why I've heard this name. I'm probably confusing them with somebody else.
Ellen Horai says, it would be funny for Trixie to roast my Mal, but that would require me to have, like, scores and stuff.
I mean, I would roast you for having scores. It's cooler to just have no scores and be like, yeah, I watched all
I have
this.
scores, but...
I regret all my scores.
If you ask me about my scores, I'll just give you my real opinion, because it's more nuanced than the number I put on my Mal. Landon says, I'll fight you, you bully. Landon, we've been over this. Like, I don't need to fight you. Just a soft breeze would, like, kill you in 2 seconds.
Take him right off the cliff. Kuma, Kuma, Kuma Bear! You only put 2 Kumas. It's 3 Kumas.
Hey, Landon already dies, like, 3 times a day. Like,
I actually do want to finish this anime. This show looks fucking adorable. It's actually
what?
Kuma, Kuma, Kuma Bear. He forgot one of the Kumas.
I was gonna say, why is it like Kuma Kuma Bear? Would it not just be Kuma 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 or Bear Bear Bear? Like what?
Yeah, that's the joke.
The fuck?
But it's Kuma, Kuma, Kuma Bear.
Kuma 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 Bear.
It's about this girl who's always in a bear kigurumi. It's pretty fucking cute.
It reminds me of you didn't watch it, but in season 2 of New Game, they develop a game that is about a character who like they make a video game that's kind of like Kirby, where you know Kirby absorbs powers by eating people. It's a game where you're in a world full of plushies and you put on one of the plushies like a costume to gain their power, and they constantly show the main character like in a Kuma like kigurumi, and it's adorable.
That makes me want to watch season 2 of New Game.
It's pretty cute. I mean, it's a good show.
This one I can't really see not recommending to anybody. I really think some people should at least check out.
Where is Kamini? I'm so surprised. I've not seen her all night. I hope she's okay.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's not in.
It's not even online in the Discord anymore. Interesting.
Comes with dick jokes in the first episode.
Hell yeah.
Their science club. with a bunch of wacky characters, of course, just only something that
Hell yeah.
Shimbo would come up with. Well, actually, a manga that I recently reread that is just as funny. I only recently realized that this got an OVA adaptation.
We're only doing this till like 13 minutes, right? 13 and a half.
Well, he sent another $11.
Oh, he
so
did?
it's like
Oh, no. Oh, no.
18
God damn
and a
it.
half or something.
I really just want to get to Isabel's My Anime List. Ugh, this sucks.
Well, be it said, childhood friend character makes one of the greatest lines I think I've seen in any anime OVA ever. Without spoiling it, I'll give it here. With a suicide note as a confession.
It's like listening to some drunk guy tell me a bunch of anime he thought were cool. Feels like I'm listening to like myself from 7 years ago talk to me, and I'm like, bruh, get some like, get more interesting shit.
Dog. Hey, it's Rosenmaiden. This should make Ellen happy at least.
Oh yeah, Ellen said she was looking forward to this part.
The anime of Rosenmaiden that came out, and I honestly don't think I didn't like it as much.
This actually does look pretty badass.
Rosenmaiden 2013 is, I guess, kind of old style. It gave me kind of a throwback.
Like, I only ever saw the first episode of the old show, but this looks way better.
Yeah.
Almost some Zach Bell kind of situations where they want to be serious, but you can tell the show doesn't take it too seriously.
Also, is it me or is she way tinier in this version? I feel like she was bigger.
Fighting story that kind of by the end roughs off and not really caring about that exact line, just more so going into the
Landon says I
having,
shout her out.
say, like, Inshin
You mentioned
archetype
Ellen in
of
this?
Every anime genre you can believe. And I think that's why it's more enjoyable. I think I almost enjoy this one much more
Amy
as a
sent
comedy.
me 27 real. It's in your Discord. This has never been edited or revised, but you shouldn't treat it any differently because that it's what I plan on working on after finishing the death list, which is like 1/5 or 1/6 finished done by the way.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
This is an anime I had watched after going through a really bad spell.
Wait, I missed the part where he
I've always
shouted
heard
out
about
Ellen
this show being
Horai.
good.
Where you shout out Ellen
An
Horai.
archetype of almost every anime genre you can believe. And I think that's why it's more enjoyable. I think I almost enjoy this one much more as a comedy. So, to you, Ellen, thank you very much for...
To you, Ellen, thank you very much.
Oh, okay. He like mumbled it really hard.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
This is
Alright.
an anime I
I'll be right back. I'm gonna make
a
more
really
coffee.
bad spell of having seizures. And was kind of comatose out at my father's.
Yeah, don't worry, Landon. I went back and listened to it, and you mumbled really hard. So, even if we weren't talking over it, we wouldn't have heard it the first time. You fucking.
What I was informed that has General Vamp, who is kind of the most beloved character of the show, despite Sunred being in the title of the show.
Oh, this video's stinky. Ew.
Comedy, low budget version of it, like a Super Sentai kind of show.
I'm so mean.
So watching some of these short episodes, some things.
See, Cypher says, I might be hitting my limit for watching even though I get to sleep in tomorrow. Yeah.
Got figured out.
That's understandable. We have been watching garbage for a long time. Landon says, drunk fucker. I am probably going to regret a good amount of this in the morning, but that's okay. That's okay. It's only immortalized on the internet forever. What do I have to lose?
Probably the only adaptation of Beyblade that I did enjoy anime-wise as I've gotten older, a little bit more cynical about old, I guess, how visuals look. Thinking of life-size...
My partner says, I get to sleep in too. There's no one here to make me go to work.
Masters that controls it.
There you go.
Doing things even like, say...
Are you actually skipping work?
There's also some special moves thrown in there. It's a very old anime that I did believe somebody, back when I was in high school, who fan-dubbed a lot of Japanese shows, gave me, I think,
maybe
8 episodes of.
I'm always in favor of skipping work. Work sucks.
The show is now,
Work is fake and gay.
You can at least watch the first half just fine, probably 3-4 episodes.
Also, I love you.
If you guys have any issues, just give me a comment or shoot me a message and I can help you out. But I watched this entire series all the way through probably twice, and if there's anything else I can do to sell you on it, there is tournament arcs constantly for some fucking reason, and that's old shows, I guess, for you. And all the
That's hetero.
For a show that's several decades old, this one was so much.
Yes, of course it's hetero. That's how I'm saving your soul.
I'm not gonna say personal favorite, but just kind of like a personal game for me.
You have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Become hetero. Repent.
Requiem for the Phantom. Yeah, I would say probably not the...
Amy Worrell says hetero in my witchy Discord server. No, that's the trick, is that my partner isn't in the Discord. He's not gay enough. Gotta try harder.
Background, like absolute dog shit. Requiem kind of I think this show taught me that a lot of the shows give so much charm and heart into it that I started to enjoy lots of their works more. And also having a brother who is fully like, if I'm in a
Yeah, we got
gamer, and him getting me into the Hitman franchise, I'm sure you. If you
Z Cyber says my partner is in the Discord because they're like ultra gay. That's true. If my partner was like 40% gayer, I think he would be in there.
He gets kind of brainwashed.
I mean, I've told him like you can join if you want to. Like the link is public, but
That's kind of known as the Inferno, and they are like super.
No, I'm good.
Super big killers.
You know, I think he just feels a little too like out of the loop to join. This corn, I'm gonna eat all your chocolate. Actually, no, you're gonna buy me even more chocolate while I'm gone, or else you're grounded from video games for a week.
Bird's in the Discord, but he mostly just searches his name and sees what I said about him.
I like Bird. He's funny. He's funny and he's funny and he's sweet and he is a cutie. That's also
I'm gonna cut myself off right here because I do not want to spoil it, but.
I do believe that my partner would be good friends with Bird.
Bird got promoted at work. Congratulations.
Oh yeah.
Can't say anything about his job except that he got promoted.
Shout out to Bird Job.
Also, another one and the last one on this list, directed by
I actually don't know this anime. What is this?
I don't know. I've been ignoring this video really hard.
Oh, it's Heike Monogatari. We were actually supposed to do. So when We Watch Anime podcast was a thing.
Yeah.
We were doing bonus episodes every month, and the last one we were supposed to do was going to be Heike Monogatari, and we were going to have Landon on to explain all the historical references we don't get because he knows like Japanese history well enough, but we never ended up finishing the show to do that, and we just never did that last bonus episode.
I get to on this
I'm gonna go turlet again.
Turlet.
Lots of Japanese history.
The turlet.
The turlet.
With my teacher Garu, and Heike Monogatari was one of the recommendations that it's hard to give to people.
Real quick, this one's for Landon.
How hard it is to follow
Oh my god.
the history, but it's.
I know she said it was for Landon, but she did that next to my face.
How Japan wants to tell you, and that's why I find this anime so beautifully that like it just nails it in such a short amount of time because you follow Biwa, who is supposed to be you in the story directly. Because
Maybe says I like to think that I killed We Watch Anime. What did you do to it?
Historical retelling of
How did you
Japan.
kill it?
Let me put it this way: Japan has a very, very strong realization that sometimes defeatism can be a good thing. So in this story, there
Oh,
is
I forgot
no
to bring
good
her phone
or bad
with her.
guy. In the Kamigura era of Japan, there is also the Heike that fought the Minamoto family. So
Isabel said I should mog Landon by making a random Japanese colloquialism recommendations video and blow this shit out of the water.
in
Go
history,
for it.
one is better than the others. And in Biwa, our main character, just kind of being
Oh, Amy was supposed to guess in the next episode that never happened also. So we both had an episode with Amy and an episode with Landon that were supposed to happen, and neither one of them happened. Amazing. I'm trying to remember when the last We Watch Anime was done, and like how long afterwards did I think like this is not gonna happen anymore? Like
What?
Ugh. Alright. We made it as far as he paid into that video.
Oh, thank God. What'd the chat say while I was gone?
Amy was talking about how she was supposed to be on the next We Watch Anime, but it never happened, so she likes to think that she killed it personally.
Oops. I'm bumping you with my chair.
I have made a anime as a Japanese colloquialism meme in my sped class, and no one knows where it's from.
Wait, what? Who said that?
Isabella. I wouldn't expect her to. It's quite old.
In your sped class. What?
Last live stream was free run one where I said Full Metal Cock Block mode. Trixie never invited me to do We Watch Anime. At the time, Amy was anime blogging though, so that was the only reason, was that I considered her as an emergent like anime YouTuber, because I'd had Shaves and Kexi on before that.
So I just got really stuck on like the sped comment because I'm picturing Isabel as like like someone who, because her videos are good enough that I'm like, okay, so for you to be in like a special ed class while making good YouTube videos, it would have to mean that YouTube is the only thing you're good at, and that everything else about your life screams that
That's
you
true
are
with
helpless.
Me, though. That's how I am. Like,
Yeah.
as soon as the cameras go off, I'm just like staring at a wall for fucking 5 hours. So like,
I would say anyone who knew me outside of YouTube knows that I'm a bit of a dipshit, so that's probable.
Landon's with another $10. Just finish the video and roast my Mal mommies. Here's extra money. We will do that, but we have to get to.
Gotta get to
the other
Isabel's
ones
Mal.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isabel was here, and also Amy's story. So we'll get back to your video.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we already have Isabel open over
Oh yeah. Let's look at her actual list now.
Okay, a 9 to Kite, good score.
Wait,
you probably
wait.
shouldn't be watching that at your age, but that's okay.
Real quick. How many anime are on her list?
Oh, good question.
I don't know how long this is before we dive right in, because way more than I have on mine.
Okay, so we've got 222 completed.
Jesus Christ.
Only a few on hold. Decent drop list and a few planned to watch. It's not massive.
It's slightly more massive than mine, which is really funny.
Okay, A Kite, very adult but very good. A Channel, cute show. I barely remember. I actually only saw the first couple episodes of that.
Wait, real quick. Can we check if she has any reviews written out?
Oh, good thinking. Well, she said to just roast the list itself, though. But
I mean, we could roast the list
look
itself,
like it.
but it'd be easier if there were reviews.
She's got 2 forum posts, and that's all.
Okay. Well, back to the list then.
Okay, I have not seen Monogatari, so I can't judge. Air, fair. Anime Tensho, fair. Aokihono, I don't remember that one. Appleseed sucks. Boring, confusing clusterfuck that looks like dick. That's true. Begot to HK, 6, fair. Bible Black, 6.
I am a little surprised by the My Hero Academia ratings, just because, like, I'm not gonna act like My Hero is like a masterpiece or anything. Like, it's pretty decent shonen. I'm mostly surprised that season 3 is where it fell off for you. I thought season 3 started out really fucking strong. Like, I thought the first half of season 3 was the strongest part, and
This,
that
to me-
everything after that was like season 4 is where it fell off for
What
me.
I'm seeing here is I was forced to watch Boku no Hero Academia.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine, because if I gave a
Yeah.
6 to the first season, there's no way I'm watching the second
Yeah,
season.
that's true. I mean, season 2 is the tournament arc. That's like objectively the best part.
And if I gave a 4 to the third season, I'm definitely not watching the fourth season. But,
Wait. Landon said, "Oh, you want something massive, Krona?" Landon, are you talking about the shit you just took in your pants, you drunk motherfucker?
Big poop. Let's see.
Landon also says My Hero blows after
6 to
season
Boku
1.
no-
I'm sorry.
You know, a 6 to Boku no Pico is such an interesting score because it's like very fair. Like, it has really good animation, and there's some interesting things about the characters, but ultimately it's not that great of an anime. Like,
I just also want to say on the topic of My Hero, I don't think My Hero like started great and then was great until one point where it fell off and was bad forever. I think My Hero is in a perpetual state of going back and forth between like, oh, this part's really good, but then this part's fucking boring, but then this part's good, and then it's fucking boring again. It's like Naruto Shippuden. Like, Naruto went back and forth on being boring as fuck, and then occasionally like, oh, that part was really good. Ellen says, I like that Krona and Landon are getting along great now. I don't know if it's getting along great so much as, like, I feel like I've been given social permission to shit on him as hard as I want, and it's really funny.
You get it.
Because, like, I don't know.
A 9 to Shoujo Tsubaki, accurate. Also, crazy taste. Also a 9 to Urotsuki Doji. I feel like as a person, like, I feel like as an adult, I have, like, some kind of responsibility to tell you you're not supposed to watch these anime, even though I know you watched them because I said they were good. And you obviously like them, so whatever. I'm just saying, I don't want any legal liability for telling a teenager that it's cool they gave a 9 to the fucking Urotsuki Doji movie. Cowboy Bebop with a 9, accurate.
I agree with
Cyberpunk
Cyberpunk Edge Runners being an 8. That's accurate.
Same.
Yeah.
Daikon Realizing on rewatch just how much Daikon 4 fundamentally altered my tastes. 3 is a 7, 4 is a 9.
You know, I remember Dead Leaves being the first anime I ever torrented, because it was the first anime where I felt like I wanted to see it so bad, despite it being on no streaming platforms, that I was like, okay, fuck it. I gotta learn to torrent so I can watch Dead Leaves.
I'm honestly thinking right now, like, having Shoujo Tsubaki and Rotsuki Doji and Dead Leaves all as 9s is how I know, like, we could watch anime together. I'd be like, yeah, whatever you're going to put on, I'm going to be fine with it. Yeah. Like, those are all, like, 9 or 10 for me for the same reason. So
sometimes
like,
she's, like, roasting my melon. I'm like, you already have, like, good taste. Like, you're already
Death Parade
in the...
at 5, Crybaby at 8. I'm like, I haven't seen a score I'm, like, egregiously in disagreement with yet.
Scroll back up a little bit. Devilman Crybaby an 8. I give it a 9.
Wait,
that's close enough.
Hold on.
What?
Do you know what Doraemon is?
Doraemon.
This guy?
Not
1979?
Not really, no.
You notice how it says 1,787 episodes and completed on this list? I have questions. Did you really watch all of Doraemon?
So, Isabel, have you been watching anime since you were literally 2? Like, what?
The show is for babies, but it's also been running since 1979 to 2005. All of which is before you were born. So, holy moly.
This kind of reminds me of when my friend added Naruto to his anime list, and he just, as a joke, wrote 10,000 episodes in the entry because he felt like he'd watched so much of it.
Maybe says, I think Doraemon's is just money laundering.
Landon says watching 1,000 episodes isn't that hard. It's hard for me because I'm an adult with like a life and.
I didn't think all of Doraemon was translated into English. Like
that was really mean. I'm sorry.
It's not like a show.
I was trying to bully Landon, and I bullied Isabel by accident. Oops.
Well, you're not supposed to have a life before you're like an adult anyway. Doraemon is a show which I don't remember the number of episodes I've seen, but I'm convinced I've seen that amount of hours of the show in my childhood. Are you Japanese? Oh, you watched it in Chinese at your Chinese elementary school. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say, like, I didn't think anybody in America, like, knew this show like that. Watching it in Chinese makes so much more sense. Okay, Dr. Stone, Dragon Ball Superhero.
Wait, where is that?
What the
you get? Wait.
How do I read this?
Why did you give Dragon Ball Superhero a 4? I liked that movie. I thought it was pretty decent. The animation was cool as shit.
I don't know anything about it.
Maybe she just doesn't like Dragon Ball in general, and that's why there's no other Dragon Ball things on there. She's probably like bullied into watching a movie you didn't give a fuck about.
Bagel Girl. Okay, it's Korean. That's why I was like, this title does not read as Japanese to me. That's why I was so confused.
I'm just like, I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan, so I see like there's only one Dragon Ball thing on your completed list, and you didn't like it. So I'm like, okay. So you didn't want to watch that, did you?
Yeah, probably. I get the feeling there's an anime club or something. Somebody else who likes anime that's involved in this completed list.
Also, Dragon Ball Superhero is like the newest Dragon Ball thing. So if you saw just the newest thing without any context, I could understand not liking that. Okay, Isabel says, I watched Superhero for a podcast with my friend. That
makes sense.
That adds up. That adds up. I can't even be mad about that. Aromanga Sensei a 2? Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
I gave it a 1, I think.
It's very bad.
Yeah.
Fully Coolly Progressive and Alternative with a 2 and a 1. Also, yeah, the most unwatchable and downright offensive anime sequel of all time. I think.
Landon says Dragon Ball is low key mid Krona. That's why. Landon.
That is a stupid thing to say. Yeah. Come on, Landon. What do you mean low key? First of all, and second of all, shut up.
Everyone who thinks Dragon Ball sucks is like usually like someone who is like the age that Isabel is, but like with the average intelligence level that someone at Isabel's age would normally have. Like Isabel, like in terms of the bell curve, Isabel's like up here, and Landon, you're like down here below her, despite you being significantly older than her. With the depth of your takes.
And Gakugarashi with 8s. I like to see that. Great stuff. You actually watched the Astro score? Hilarious. It sucks.
Landon got timed out again.
Gintama with a 9.
I didn't even see what got him timed out this time. He's just gone.
I have not seen
He must have said the R word again. I don't know.
Hanawa Saku Shura no Gotoku. See, like, because you have such good taste, I'm actually interested in this because I'm like, I don't know this anime, and you gave it an 8, and I'm like, well, you liked everything else you liked. I have been interested in, even though this only has a 7.13 from other users. But other users on Mal usually don't make their score like logical until someone talks about how good the show is. Oh, this has just ended. That's why I've never heard of it. It's from fucking March. Hanawasaku. I feel like I heard people talking about that show, but I don't know what they were saying about it. Handshakers with a 5. That is very kind.
I'm sorry. Amy Worrell just said, "Is the camera trembling because Trixie's leg is
yes,
trembling?" It's
both of us. It's both of us at the same time.
We're both vibrating.
Some very high scores from Precure. Healing Good Precure, Heart Catch Precure with the high scores.
Yeah,
Komu would be happy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Although you haven't seen... Oh, no, wait. We have Go Princess. Have you seen Yes Precure 5 Go Go? Because then you'll truly make Komu's day. I didn't actually... I only watched the first, 20 minutes of this movie, but I'm curious to go back to it, because I don't remember what I didn't like about it, and you gave it an 8.
I feel like giving Hunter x Hunter anything less than a 10 is kind of a hot take, just because I've seen Hunter x Hunter on so many favorites lists. Like, it's on my favorites lists. It's
19 episodes.
Like, Hunter x Hunter's, I would describe it as Naruto for adults. Like, it's, the good version of Naruto, when Naruto's already, pretty good, but Hunter x Hunter's, way beyond.
I'm wondering, if this might be the only anime that has 19 episodes. I've never heard of that.
19 episodes.
So strange.
Yeah.
Hell's Moving Castle with a 9. Very clean.
Very clean.
Jujutsu Kaisen 0 with the 7. That's pretty nice. K-On!, my favorite anime of all time. Everything that makes K-On! Great in one tight 2-hour package.
Hell yeah.
Maybe not a 10 by itself. It is truly irreplaceable on rewatch to seeing the rest of the series. Agreed.
It's true. It's true. K-On! Is one of the few anime that I actually have on Blu-ray, because most of my favorite shows are not attainable on Blu-ray, but I do have a few of them, and K-On! Was one that I was like, yes, I need this one.
Not liking Dragon Ball as a joke, Lamau.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
It was I have to make sure you know I wasn't seeing
He had to save face, make sure he didn't look like a total dipshit.
Yeah.
Because I told him that the high school kid is way smarter than him, and he was like, wait, I didn't mean it!
Kanekado, you'd be hard-pressed to find another romance anime this well-made and this delightful. Ano and Gainax's best work, and would be my favorite anime if K-On! Didn't literally break reality. That's pretty fair.
I still haven't seen Kanekado. I've been wanting to for years.
Berserk anime.
Gotta get me into that.
I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. I hated this movie. Completely worthless, cry porn garbage. Sakura is one of the most unlikable characters I've ever seen in anime. Avoid at all costs. Heavily agree. I don't know this
Fascinating.
one. Kimi Tachi wa do ikiru ka. Oh, it's How Do You Live. I still haven't seen this fucking movie.
Ellen says, Landon, stop texting Trixie. You're in timeout. Yeah, you have to block his number till the timeout passes.
That would be fucking hilarious. Interesting that you gave such a low score to Here Is Greenwood. I've always heard that recommended as like a underrated classic type thing, but I don't think I finished it either.
Ghost in the Shell movie with a 9. I agree.
Highly agree. Yeah. Vampire Princess Mew with a 4. That's sad, but I haven't seen it. But I'm just disappointed to realize that it probably is a 4, and that's why I haven't seen it.
Lucky Star with a 9. Heavily agree.
Mad Bull with an 8. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Show fucks. More romantic, beautifully animated, but deeply structurally confused. Yeah, that's accurate as well.
Madoka Magica.
Why have you seen seemingly just the OVA of Maison Ikoku? Or the movie, rather. That's an interesting one to have randomly seen. I agree that this Mary movie kind of sucked.
I see Kiki's Delivery Service with an 8. I respect that, though I disagree. It's one of my favorites. I'm a little biased because I literally grew up with that one. That was one of the first movies I saw, period. But Kiki's does resonate with me very strongly. I would give that one a 10.
A 6 to Momentary Lily. I didn't actually end up finishing that, although the first few episodes were incredibly interesting and strange.
Mononoke with a 9 is a little wild to me. I just think that one is so obviously a 10, but I don't know.
Mononoke Hime, yeah.
I'm kind of splitting hairs, I guess. I shouldn't be.
Yeah,
so
to me
picky.
A 9 and a 10 is not... It's the difference between this is the best thing I've ever seen and this is my personal favorite thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, pretty much.
I never watched any of Muunto. It looks like I don't have to. Mushoku Tensei 2 with the one. Boring, nonsensical, and utterly unlikable with the shittiest protagonist imaginable. One of the worst things I've ever seen.
Z-Cypher says, Kiki's hits harder for artists, I think. Well, Isabelle is an artist, though. Like, she's making YouTube videos.
An 8 is not a low score, either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Nichijo at the 8. Nihon A Yokoso Elf-san. Constantly oscillating between a 4 out of 10 show and a 7 out of 10 show. It's a bit of a clusterfuck, but the good parts are very cute. Interesting.
Z-Cypher says, I've wanted to write about magic as, like, creativity / art before, but I'm lazy. I just don't like... Oh, wait.
I'm noticing a 7 out of 10 to the fart anime.
The fart anime.
Remember I showed you the first episode
yes,
of this?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Isabelle just
Maybe
doesn't like
she's
the
great.
ending of Kiki. That's
okay.
That's fair. That's understandable.
An adorable hamster surrounded by hilariously unlikable bastards. A fun time. Agreed. Otaku no video, essential time capsule of a formative time in otaku history that just happens to be fantastically enjoyable as well. Agreed.
Pantheon Stalking with Garter Belt being an 8 is accurate. I have that show on DVD.
I need to rewatch that bad.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it since it came out, and at the time
Yeah.
I was not into it because, well, I gave it like a 7, but I wasn't into raunchy stuff. Like I would get really embarrassed watching raunchy stuff when I was younger. So
has to be said,
I think I'd like it way more now.
I remember,
and they're making a sequel.
Earlier I mentioned like all the people I dated. My second girlfriend got into Pantheon Stalking watching the dub, and because she showed me the dub, I thought it seemed kind of lame at first because watching it in Japanese is so much funnier because the way they curse. When you watch it in English, they're just like, ew, what the fuck? Fuck you, bitch. But when you watch it in Japanese, they're like, eh, what the fuck? And it's way funnier. Bitchy.
I think we found the most interesting segment of this whole list we're about to go on here.
What, the Pokemon
the
movies?
Pokemon ratings. So it's not just movies.
Oh, it's
you
all
got the
of them.
original show with a 7. You've got
Wow.
Journeys with a 9.
Wow.
Journeys is really good. Advanced Generation with a 6. Diamond and Pearl with a 9, which is really interesting because I haven't seen that much Diamond and Pearl.
I didn't like Diamond and Pearl very much at all, and I watched that when I was a kid, so that's kind of shocking.
Movie 1 with an 8, 2 with a 7. I actually like 2 the most.
Oh my god, oh my god.
3 with a 6.
Isabelle said, I got into Pantheon Stalking when I was 10. I thought anime was really shitty at the time, and I watched it
Rebel
for
Taxi's recommendation. Wow, that's funny.
Incredible. Incredible. I mean, if there was a debate to be had about what is and isn't anime, you know Pantheon Stalking is one of the examples. Is it really anime? It looks like an American cartoon, even though it's not.
It's really funny.
Yeah, it makes sense. That is a kind of Rebel Taxi flavored show, I have to admit.
Celebi movie does in fact suck, and the Jirachi movie does in fact suck even worse. I'm glad seeing Jirachi Wishmaker with a 1 is such a like reaffirming thing. I'm like, yeah, that movie is fucking terrible. Never made it through. I've tried to watch that movie probably 3 or 4 times throughout my life, and I've
you
never
can't
finished
say
it.
that. Z-Cypher loves Jirachi.
The movie?
I know he likes the Pokemon. I think he likes the movie just because of the Pokemon. I
That's
could be wrong.
fair.
I could be wrong.
Well, Z-Cypher also said, I hate Pokemon, so I don't know what you think.
He says, I
and
love
then
Jirachi.
Yeah. Make up your mind!
He's lying about hating Pokemon. Z-Cypher yaps about Pokemon more than
Z-Cypher's
anyone on
the biggest
Earth.
Pokemon fan I know.
He says, just cut out the rest of the movie.
Deoxys with the 2, that one was really disappointing when May and I were doing our Pokemon movie like watch-a-thon, and then we got to Deoxys and I realized I didn't like it, and it kind of like it made me not want to continue because like I had remembered really liking that movie, and so realizing it sucked was like, oh, this is not good.
Isabelle says Pan Pizza's argument about Pantheon Stalking not being anime was, if I make Italian food in America, is it no longer Italian food?
You know, I think of it like Italian is a genre. Like Italian food is a genre of American food, you know? Like
it's kind of like, I think of Pantheon Stalking as like it's similar to American cartoons in the same way that Taco Bell is similar to Mexican food. Where it's like, not really.
I would look at it like, and I don't know what the right words would be for Italian in this example, but like it's like there's Chinese food, and that's an American style of food, and then there's like Cantonese food or like Mandarin food, like actual Chinese food, you know, like that's not the same thing.
Well, Pantheon Stalking also literally turns into a typical anime art style during certain scenes, like to enhance comedic effects.
I agree that Pokemon Movie 21 is in fact the best with the 8 out of 10.
I feel like Panty and Stocking doesn't look anything like an American cartoon because the animation is too good.
True.
Like, it's still a Gainax show.
Well directed,
Yeah. And Isabel just said the thing with Panty and Stocking is that so much of it is obviously anime, like that whole episode that's in Satoshi Kon style. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's true. Doesn't matter how much their little dog that they constantly beat the shit out of. It doesn't matter how much that dog looks like an Invader Zim character. It's
just grr.
It's still thoroughly Japanese in how good it is.
Papu Tipi Piku. Roku no Yusha did in fact suck ass.
Z-Cypher says, but Chinese food was made by actual Chinese immigrants and not Americans. That's true. That's why I use Taco Bell as my example, because Taco Bell is just made by fucking anybody.
Lane with the 9. Shinsekai Yori with the 1. An ugly, boring, unwatchable shit show whose entire entertainment value is predicated on whether or not you can be impressed with the show for just having any themes at all. Yeah, pretty much. Shitcom, I don't know what I watched, but I laughed a lot.
I've never heard of Shitcom.
Well, it sounds like your kind of thing, so maybe
Does
we
it?
should give it a look. Beautiful couple is enjoying a lovely dinner together, and suddenly the woman's stomach begins to make loud rumbling sounds. As she attempts to calm the beast in her belly, her partner proposes to her, leaving her both overjoyed and distressed at her situation. The astonishing events of that night now begin to unfold. A mysterious mass starts to make its way out of her mouth.
You have to understand,
coming out of her ass.
Trixie, that when you start talking at 2 times speed, that
Yeah.
I am intoxicated, so I cannot parse a single thing you're saying.
Sorry.
Oh, there's Smile Precure. More Precure, baby.
Precure.
Sonic X with the 5 out of 10. That directly contradicts what we saw in her YouTube video earlier. That's wild.
True. She did say it was like a 10 million.
Wait. Scroll back up. There's like a few different Sonic things. Is that the Sonic OVA right there?
That is the OVA. I would probably give that above a 5, but I haven't rewatched it since I was a kid. So
I would also give it above a 5 purely because I watched it when I was a kid, and there's some really funny memes in that movie.
This is the one where they fight
Metal Sonic.
I don't remember this fucking girl at all.
I do. You don't remember the girl?
I haven't watched this since I was actually a child.
Yeah, she's the girl with the cat ears that Eggman wants to marry, and then she beats the shit out of him because he's like a pervert.
Soul Eater with a 7.
She's the girl I told you earlier. She's the girl like Tails accidentally gropes her boob.
Oh yes.
And then Tails goes, "I'm so yaoi," with his like nasally voice. I'm so yaoi.
What do you think about the Soul Eater 7?
What?
Soul Eater with the 7. What do you think about that? How does that ring for you?
So, you have to understand.
I have to pee also.
Because I literally took my name from a character in that show. So, like, Soul Eater obviously has a lot of, like, personal, like, value to me. Like, there is, like, a deep attachment there. But also, Soul Eater is a very, very simplistic, straightforward shonen battle manga series. I feel like giving it a 7 is more accurate than what I would give it. Because I have, like, a very, my attachment to Soul Eater is almost purely emotional. I do think it deserves a little bit more than a 7. Like, I would give it more credit than that, just because I think, like, I would say giving it an 8 is, like, perfect. Like, that's perfectly reasonable. Well, I don't know. The manga is also better. I don't know. I would just say try out the Soul Eater manga and see what you think of that. Amy says, what's Krona's general tolerance for alcohol? Mine is very average. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good at, like, pacing myself with alcohol. Like, I don't get, like... I can get myself thoroughly drunk without getting, like, to the point of feeling sick. So, I'd say my tolerance is pretty strong. Like, I'm not a lightweight, but I'm not, like... I don't have a high tolerance either. I'm at that sweet spot where I can get funny drunk very easily. Amy says, I also gave Soul Eater a 7, but it is the anime, and I have not revisited it since I was, like, 14. I think being 14 is, like, that's, like, the best time to check out Soul Eater. That's probably when it resonates with you the most. I first saw it when I was in high school and first getting into anime.
Sweet Precure, huh?
Isabel says, I binged Soul Eater during a Zoom math class when I was 10, so I don't really remember much, lol. That's understandable. Also, during a Zoom math class when I was 10... I constantly forget this, that, like, kids are growing up nowadays having lived through the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm so interested to find out what the long-term psychological effects of that have been. Like,
Devastating.
Just like
absolutely devastating on humanity.
Christ.
We got a request for a cute, appropriate video to Nightcap. Nothing too deep. Well, we still have a few more requests before we get to Nightcap.
Cool.
We gotta make it. We gotta start plowing through this shit.
Gary always says, Isabel, are you a literal child? Without giving away her exact age, yeah, she's a high school kid.
Gordon Lagan with a 10, accurate.
Yes,
Isabel. High school kid with incredible taste, I must also mention.
Isabel is under the age of 18, Z-Cypher. That's why
Tonkatsu DJ Agataro.
That's why I didn't invite her to the Discord server, despite her being obviously a Trixie descendant.
We're pretty restrictive about the age.
Yeah. She wants to come back in like 5 years, then sure.
Diebuster, both good.
Yep.
Both very good. Toradora, Trigger-chan, Luluko, so much good. She has seen Yes Precure 5 and gave it a 9.
There you go.
Good news, everyone.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Where is Kabuki? Ah! She would literally be like, "Oh, I'm gonna sub her channel right now," and in fact, I might even become a patron. Like,
Gary always says, "I had a panic attack, like a Zoom call at 10. What year is it? What year am I?" Yeah, no, Isabel is just significantly younger than I would have assumed.
Some people are just brilliant. Some people just got the brain power from the start.
I need to emphasize, when I was Isabel's age, I was a fucking dipshit.
Yeah,
like I was dumber than Landon, and that's saying something.
I mean, you can find my blog post I wrote at Isabel's age, and you can confirm for yourself that they're not as well written. And it's not like I can't be like, but I didn't exist. Yeah, Ghostlighting existed. I was trying to copy people who write well.
Although I do need to say, before we inflate her ego too much,
yeah,
Isabel, do not stop trying. Never,
true.
Do not don't internalize the idea that you're just a genius and that you're naturally good at everything. Never stop trying to get better. You can always get better.
Speaking of someone who's always trying to get better.
Yeah.
Our friend Amy has a new story that she's previewing here.
Here we go.
This is not even supposed to start being really truly written until she's already finished the book she's already writing. But this is apparently going to be a much longer, much more serious project.
Ooh. Okay.
Arc 1, Chapter 1.1.
Should I refill my drink before we start?
Probably, yeah. Especially if you want to read any of it.
Yeah, because
I expect this to be at least twice as long as the Death List.
Ooh.
When I see Arc 1, Chapter 1.1, I'm like, all right, strap in, everybody. Because I've read Homestuck, which goes Act 1, Part 1, Chapter 1, until you get to Act 6, Part 6, Chapter 6. Gary says, when I was Isabella's age, my autism was strong and I was living my Holden Caulfield life. I wasn't even there yet. I wasn't even as good of a person as Holden Caulfield when I was 15. Like, I read that when I was, 18 and felt like that was maybe where I was getting to. But even then, I was like, wow, this guy's kind of a better person than I am. Holden Caulfield's literally better than me as a young person. I have 18 arcs roughly planned for this already, which is the same length I expect the Death List to be. The difference is that I'm already writing the Death List. Actually, I think it's 20. I don't remember. 18 arcs. Interesting. I never would have thought to plan in that exact way, I guess. Although I tend to think in terms of light novels, where usually one book is an arc, maybe two, you know? So, the one time I planned out a whole book series was for the Scarlet City book series, which had, 20 planned installments. And then a whole sequel series, which was basically the same fucking plot as Harpy Story. But except not as good because it doesn't exist.
Isabel says, I've just been terminally online my entire life. Same. Hard same.
I was just a lot more afraid of things that I wasn't, like, quote-unquote supposed to check out when I was younger.
Yeah.
So, like, I kind of had a complex in my head about, like, you know, oh, I'm not supposed to see this kind of shit, you know, that kept me away from seeing a lot of the stuff that you have seen.
Yeah.
But I think it's healthier to be the way you are, if I'm being, like, really honest. I think it's a better mentality to be like, I'm going to consume everything as fast as I can, and I got to learn what the fuck's going on in this world. Like,
it's also a difference in how, like, the internet was in our different generations.
True,
like,
the internet was a worse place when I was a kid.
When I was a kid, I was on things like Club Penguin and Webkins. When Isabel was a kid, there were things like Twitter and 4chan.
True. Well, 4chan was around when in like 98.
Yeah, but I didn't know about it back then. No one did.
No, it was a big. When I was in high school, 4chan was a big deal.
Was it?
It was, but it was only the B board.
I didn't hear about 4chan until I was like 20, and some weird guy at my workplace talked about it. And I couldn't tell what the fuck it was from the way he talked about it. Like, it was really bizarre. Z Cyber says, Webkins, I hate you. Is it because Webkins is like the bougie online game? Or because you have to purchase a stuffed toy to play it?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Every toy you buy gets you like 3 months of membership.
Forgot about those things.
I had like 3 of them. After my parents bought me the 3rd one, I think I was done with it.
I started going on 4chan daily when I was 8. Don't worry, I quit recently. That makes sense.
I am sorry, but also thank goodness you're off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That thing, 4chan is a trap.
So that would have been, God, that only would have been like 2016 though when you got on. So I don't even know what. That's already after a time where I would even know the culture there, other than the LGBT board, which is just trans people hating themselves constantly all day.
I'm curious what the other people on 4chan thought of an 8-year-old being on there. Like, I don't know if you posted anything. But
They don't. I mean, you're anonymous on 4chan, so.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't they be able to tell if you're a kid and like get mad at you?
No. Well, no, because everyone on there writes like a fucking child. Like, they're all. You can't ever tell someone's age because. I mean, there's a lot of like.
Amy says I was eating dirt when I was 5.
If on 4chan they can tell you're young, they call you a summer child because specifically when school's out, all the young people come onto 4chan. So like, it was a big thing to say like just like literally respond to posts with just the word summer. Like if you think someone's like clearly a kid.
Isabel says I like how whenever I bring up 4chan, people act like I was an underage alcoholic.
It is a little bit. Like,
it's kind of like that.
It can fuck up your mind. I mean.
My
cousin grew up on Encyclopedia Dramatica, and it didn't do good things to his brain at all.
I have seen adults lose their fucking minds by being on 4chan too much. The fact that you were a kid and you survived is kind of a miracle.
All right, let's read Amy's story.
I was born in the 4chan, molded by it.
Or do you want me to start this?
I'll take a sip and then start it.
Alrighty. Lumiere.
I feel like I'm losing my voice. I gotta like. Meow 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 meow. Lumiere's first time on a plane was proving stressful. Issues with the luggage check delayed the flight, and a staff member's gaze followed her the whole time as she got in line, probably wondering why she was only carrying a small backpack when everyone else seemed to be moving house. When she got inside the plane and it took off, the pressure clogged her ears. A baby started crying at the back, and she tried not to get annoyed at that in the few minutes it took for the mother to quiet the child down. The view through the window at her left...
Quick note, you don't need the words "at that" in that sentence.
The view through the window at her left lightened her mood throughout the trip. Cities of the Laurel Federation passed through, interjected by farming fields and hills. Twice she saw the thin line of another airplane in the distance. Sinking into her seat, Lumiere pulled her beanie over her ears and started tapping on the window after getting bored of the songs on her playlist and the audio of the cheap earphones that sounded too loud inside the pressurized plane. Thankfully, the flight would only last 2.5 hours, and judging by the city that just went by below, they had likely left Astral and would soon reach Penlow.
Could you... The man's voice faded when Lumiere turned to stare at her side. He lowered the book he was holding too fast for her to read the title. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's just that I'm getting to the good part. Lumiere shook her shoulders and smiled at the man before turning and resuming her tapping, this time on the rubber windowsill where it made less noise. Through the corner of her eye, she watched as the old man raised the book. The cover showed a figure climbing a castle, a title in bold red letters written in a language she couldn't read. Probably some fucking Harry Potter bullshit. The man didn't even react when she stopped pretending to not be watching. He seemed to be in his 50s. Most of his brushed hair was gray, and he had a well-kept mustache, but little in the way of a beard. He was also strong, broad-shouldered, and maybe an aging athlete. Should have brought a book, Lumiere thought. She had read a few, mostly old and used ones, but had to rush to sell them before the flight, much to her aunt's chagrin, if she had found out about it by now. Nothing was stopping her from downloading some, of course, except that she hadn't thought about it previously. Lumiere wasn't used to boredom. Her belly was starting to hurt.
"Excuse me," she said to the old man and stood up, sidewalking through the corridor and nodding at other passengers as she made her way towards the bathroom. The red half circle around the handle showed that someone was inside. The door was pulled open violently. Lumiere tried not to stare, but instinctively turned when she saw two men walking out. Her mouth was halfway open to say sorry when she noticed the masks, then caught sight of the gun pointed her way.
Oh.
The shot rang out around her. Made louder by the airplane's interior, the impact seemed to pull her back and then forth, then she doubled over, falling to the ground. An outstretched hand kept her head from slamming against the floor, but Lumiere felt weak.
Hold on, real quick.
What?
I don't know what the setting is, but we're on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Two men cannot fit in a plane bathroom.
Well, this is a fantasy world, right? Because the city names listed would indicate that this is not like Earth.
Okay.
So the bathroom could be bigger than a closet like they are in real life.
Huge plane. I'm just wondering if Amy's been on a plane and been in a plane bathroom, because they're tiny. They're like a little closet.
They're hardly big enough for a single person to fit in.
There are definitely people who could not fit into an airplane bathroom by themselves. Like,
that's true.
I'm saying this is somebody who uses the bathroom on every plane I go on.
Last time I was in an airplane bathroom, it was a struggle to turn around and sit on the toilet because of how little space there was. And Carrie always says, how do people fuck in airplane bathrooms? Very clumsily, I think.
It is definitely a myth, or it's just on private planes that have like specialized. I
would have to
the Mile
imagine
High Club can't be real because there's always people. Like, first of all, the staffers are next to the bathrooms. Like, on any plane, the people who like run the plane are sitting next to the bathroom. So like, if two people walked in, it would be very obvious that two people walked into the airplane bathroom.
Just occurred to me that there is a teenager watching right now, and I probably don't want to go into too much detail about the context of fucking in an airplane bathroom for sake of not.
We can't look. It's her parents' fault. It's not my fault.
It is her parents'
It's her parents' fault.
For sure. She was on 4chan at age 8. This is not my fucking fault.
She gave Urotsuki Doji and fucking Midori a 9, okay? I was afraid to watch those movies when I was her age.
She's seen Berserk.
She's seen some shit. She gave Bible Black like a 6 or something. And Boku no Pico.
Gary always says the teenager has seen movies. The Mile High Club is ubiquitous.
Yeah, that's also true.
That's so fucking funny.
I mostly think, whenever I think of that concept, I think of the movie Snakes on a Plane, because that's how it, like, the killing starts.
Should I continue reading?
Yes.
Okay, where was I? Let's see. Okay. The impact seemed to pull her back and then forth, and she doubled over, falling to the ground. An outstretched hand kept her head from slamming against the floor, but Lumiere felt weak and slid the rest of the way down. All air had left her lungs. She was only vaguely aware of her surroundings as she tried to suck in air. There was shouting, orders, and screams. Someone trying to jump from one seat to another. More shots were fired, and her ears started ringing. "Why are you shooting inside a plane?" The thought flashed in her mind.
Not a good idea.
It all suddenly disappeared, and Lumiere was gasping, her lungs now filling with air. She looked around. Girl? Blood covered the floor and the nearby seats. A masked man lay on the ground close to her feet, a terrible wound on his neck from which a white bone was sticking out. Lumiere's instincts were delayed, adrenaline trying to kick in now that she had woken up. To her left, a flight attendant was giving a woman CPR, with her boyfriend or husband shaking and staring in disbelief. Lumiere counted 7, 8 bodies. Only 2 were masked. What had happened? Did the passengers fight back while she was out? No, that had been too fast. At least she thought it was, but there had been shots. Are you hurt?
It was probably her, right? She, like, warged into, like, demon time and just fucked everybody up.
Lumiere turned at the voice. It was the old man that sat by her side, but he was He was on the ground now, leaning against the arm of a seat, eyes bulging. Had he seen her getting shot? Had anyone seen it? She looked for a place to sit, strapped by the belt without checking the seat's number. No, they just pushed me. I think I hit my head. You want to take it?
The old man stared at her, nodding. He didn't press the issue. Maybe he didn't see it. Maybe he just thought it wasn't the right moment to ask. He doesn't want to say anything that might make it activate again. Not that Lumiere would give him another chance. This was already awful. Too much attention on her. It had been too fast for her to do anything, and the fainting spared her the worst of it. But thoughts were stirring up in her mind. Frustration that her plans were already going awry before she even reached Penlow, and questions about who the masked men were and what they were planning to do.
I'm sorry. Just the comment that Isabel found you through becoming a fan of Mumkey Jones at age 7.
Oh, yeah.
Age 7. Mumkey Jones.
You know, the reason that he was wearing the monkey mask is because he wanted to be a teacher. So he didn't want to reveal his identity online. But then when he got really big off the Diary of a Wimpy Kid videos, he was like, I'm a creator now. I'm going to show my face. Fuck it. I'm Breaking Bad. I don't give a fuck about nothing. And then he got his channel deleted, and then he wanted to kill himself very badly.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh my god, YouTube was invented. Oh, okay. Gary said YouTube was invented when I was 20 years old. I thought you were going to say 20 years ago, which it is close to. We're getting there. 2006, so next year.
Just want to say, because we have been giving Isabel a lot of attention this podcast, we do have to keep you at arm's length because you are underage.
It's true.
Just please don't ever stop creating because you are really fucking good at it, and I want to see the artist you grow into one day. That said, she sent a super chat.
The manga list, the true nightcap. There's not much. I'm mostly just sending it in so you can see what's in my plan to read. That is a good
There
thing.
you go.
I appreciate that.
And we can give recommendations if there's anything missing.
All right, let's finish this. I'm noticing some racism in this that we're about to get to.
Oh, what?
Anyway, the shaking man from earlier approached the corpse of the nearest masked man and hunkered down, pulling the mask out while a flight attendant shouted for him to stay put. Fucking redskin. He sobbed the words, staring at the face. Lumiere didn't look.
But
is this like a Native American insult, or is this just like a different thing? Because
it might be a fantasy world thing.
I'm thinking it's a person who's literally red, right? Probably. Like, they probably have literally red people.
It could be like wordplay.
I don't know if Brazilians know about the fact that redskin is like a racist word for Native Americans. / a football team that had to change their name 5 years ago because of that fact.
Amy, you have a lot of explaining to do.
Another man was suddenly there, pulling him from the corpse with both arms under the first's armpits and over his shoulder. He twisted violently, turning the man the opposite way with ease. "Let me go!" the sobbing man screamed. The other let him, but stayed where he was, blocking the corridor. "Don't touch the evidence. Your wife there is dead." "She's already dead." "Still, and I'm sorry for that, don't touch the evidence. And don't you dare say that word." "Sasha!" The shout almost startled her. It was the old man again. At this calling, the second man, Sasha, turned and approached. Without another word, he masked the dead man again, and pulled the corpse up, resting it in another seat with his dead companion, even though he had just told the other not to touch them. Lumiere had barely noticed this Sasha earlier. His long brown hair braided in a ponytail and the thin beard and mustache made him look like a stereotypical headbanger, but she didn't pay him much mind beyond that. Maybe she should have. He was tall. Maybe she should have. It feels like you are talking directly to me, like the author is speaking to me as the reader, and I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think you need this as foreshadowing. I think the fact that he's being mentioned at all makes me, and the fact that she's not paying him mind already builds up that suspense to me as like, maybe she should be, but you don't have to say that. I should be thinking that without you saying it, basically.
I'm sorry. Landon just wrote Amy greater than Reki Kawahara.
This is true. That's
a pretty, not a very good writer. That's a pretty low bar, I'd say.
It might be a low bar, but he is one of the best paid authors.
That's true.
Of the last 20 years, so it is a good thing. But being better doesn't necessarily mean
maybe overpaid,
more accessible or easier to
Ricky Kawahara is the most overpaid author, while Amy Worrell is the most underpaid author.
Like, so far, my biggest compliment of this is the same thing as my biggest criticism, which is that it's, like, deliberately confusing. But I like that, but I also am like, that's why people will not like this. Like, that would be what people are going to say is, like, I don't understand what's happening in this situation. Like,
Ellen says, Ricky Kawahara did make Excel World. Is that, like...
She loves Excel World.
Okay.
But I don't.
I went to a thrift store a couple weeks ago and saw that someone had, like, there was just a stack of light novels and manga on the shelf that, like, clearly, like, one person just dumped their whole collection there. And it was all Sword Art Online and Excel World books. And I looked at it and took a picture because I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm like, whose collection was this? And the guy behind the counter, like, overheard me. And he's like, oh, we have more manga over there. There's, like, someone dumped their whole Attack on Titan collection over there if you want to check it out. And I'm like, okay, that's better than Ricky
Gary
Kawahara.
always says this is on the same level as his Dark Materials, which I haven't read, but I take that to be a huge compliment because I've heard lots of good things about that series. Like, people love that series. Big fantasy novel series. Continuing, he was tall, long-limbed, and muscular, not in the way of a bodybuilder, but of someone who did physical labor, in his mid-30s, and clearly trained. You don't need the ... Although I get why you did that, because it's like you're trying to figure it out as you look at them, but it's not from that character's perspective, so it's a little weird. The old man's bodyguard, Lumiere concluded, and probably a flourish like me. For all they tried, the staff didn't manage to keep the passengers from stumbling their way out of the plane. The police officers stationed around the landing track did a better job of keeping the people in line. Some passengers were guided toward a white stall to receive more specialized medical care. Lumiere pretended to not feel any pain in her stomach where she had been shot and continued walking, saying she was fine. Can they not tell? She's not bleeding or nothing? She's just like, tis but a flesh wound. She took note of Sasha and the old man ahead of her, slowed her pacing to keep away from them. Another man approached as she looked and began walking at their side, flashing a badge towards them. Detective Harrow, the newcomer said. Arisaka Company, is that correct? Why the commercial flight? Arisaka Company. Lumiere knew the name, but not much of the history behind it. Some big-shot technological giant that used to sell guns, or that still did so, but got big in the first place selling them. Or that still... Wait. Technological giant that used to sell guns, or that still did so, but got big in the first place selling them.
There should be a comma after so, shouldn't there?
Well, I'm confused. They used to sell guns, or they still do, and they got big in the first place selling them. Did they or not? Wait. Do they or do they not still sell guns? What do you mean, or that still do? But got big in the first place selling them.
Are we not supposed to know the answer to that?
Some big shot technological giant that used to sell guns, or that still did, but got big in the first place by selling them, which would mean...
I'm picturing Amy writing this and just being like, or this, or that, well, I don't really give a fuck.
Lumiere doesn't know much about it. The psychic distance here is very close to Lumiere, despite being in third person. This is not third person omniscient. Okay.
Alright.
I can get that. What I'm confused about is that she's saying either they used to sell guns or they still do, but they got big in the first place. But that would mean, why are you specifying that they got big in the first place if that's what they still do? I think you meant or that they don't anymore, but got big in the first place, right? Some big technological giant that... Or no, okay, hold on. They used to sell guns... Or wait, they still do, but they got big in the first place. I would have written this as some big shot technological giant that got big selling guns and maybe, but I can't remember if they still do or not. Maybe something like that. Like some big shot technological
I would write
giant
it. Okay, yeah.
Got big selling guns.
Yeah, my correction would be like
Although I don't know if that's what they still do.
Arisaka Company. Lumiere knew the name, but not much of the history. Some big shot technological giant that used to sell guns, or maybe they still do?
Yeah, like in parentheses.
Yeah.
Like, or maybe still do. I can't.
I would just end it with a question mark. Or maybe they still do?
It would be neat also to have it go from the the third person to the first person, but the first person's in the parentheses, so it kind of makes it feel like almost a conversation between the narrator and the thoughts of the character. That would be neat.
See, Cypher says, I'm too sleepy to be paying attention anymore, so maybe I need to sleep. Yeah, go to sleep, Z.
Have a nice sleepy pee-pee.
Have a good sleep so that you can not feel like shit tomorrow.
Sloppy bongy. Okay. So the old man is a big deal. Rich. I don't have to say anything without a lawyer, Detective Harrow. As you are well aware, money doesn't make me any less liable to shock.
Can I have a turn at reading?
Yes.
You don't sound shocked in the slightest, Andreas. Besides, your Sasha Darren should be anything but prone to shock. Lumiere found the whole scene odd. Was this Detective Harrow trying to make a show out of it? Was he one of those cops he saw on TV that got the job done by being annoying and persistent? He clearly knew these two and wasn't trying at all to hide his suspicions. She almost shook her head. This was none of her business. The trio slowed their pacing. Despite Andreas's denial, he was still answering the detective. Lumiere took the opportunity to step around and ahead of them, trying not to pay any attention to what they were saying. She didn't see them again through the rest of the disembark. No one bothered with her questions yet, but Lumiere doubted she'd leave the place without having to answer some. Even after they left, if the Penlow police were at all competent, they would keep an eye on what every passenger did for the next few days. As soon as she was able to, Lumiere made her way towards the women's bathroom, which was completely empty. She entered a stall, closed the door behind, and pulled her shirt up. I'm like reading at the pace I normally do, even though I'm drunk and I have to account for that. Normally, the words I'm saying would be a couple seconds behind what I'm reading.
Yeah, I get
but now
you.
it's
They're
like
all happening at once.
it's all happening at once. So
Yeah.
I just really like reading. As soon as she was able to, Lumiere made her way towards the women's bathroom, which was completely empty. She entered a stall, closed the door, and pulled her shirt up. A sort of corset over which her strings had been weaved hid the bruise in her stomach, and staring at it sent some sort of signal to her brain that increased the pain. She had to fight against doubling over. Her strings had stopped the bullet, but the impact left a purple spot that looked something like what was left behind after being hit with a concussive object. She had tested her strings' resistance multiple times before, but never with a gun. She didn't even know for sure that they could stop a bullet before now. Her cautiousness had paid off. By the way, this is just a personal gripe of mine. No one else on Earth cares about this. But I feel like the word multiple is really overused, and I really wish people would just say the word many instead. And it's not because, like, multiple is wrong. It's because multiple is a really cumbersome word to say.
Yeah.
Like, you're really disrupting the flow of your sentences by saying multiple. Like,
More
it's a
than
weird
once
word.
would also work.
Because, like, well, it's just because many means the same thing. It's just, I think people get it in their heads like, well, many makes it sound like a lot, whereas multiple means more than one, but not necessarily a lot. Whereas I'm like, no, many can mean anything. It just means more than one.
And also, more than once is 3 syllables. Multiple times is 4. So you're just you're shortening a little bit. You know, which I'm always going for.
It's a very, very personal gripe of mine. You don't have to take this advice. I'm just saying, when it comes to writing, if you want your words to flow as well as possible, my personal preference would be to say many in place of multiple.
Yeah.
Because multiple also just sounds like, that's how people talk, like, casually. That's a very,
or more than once if you're not, because many imply, like, multiple could just mean 3 times, and many could mean
2,
like
it could mean
7
3,
or whatever,
it could,
you know. But
many could mean anything that's more than one. Yeah.
But I would definitely go with just the phrase more than one if you want to imply not a ton, but more than once.
It's true. But yeah, pedantic rant over. She had tested her strings resistance many times before. See? I'm a genius. No. Amy says, no problem. I like the advice. That's cool. I'm not a professional writer. You've written significantly more than I have, but...
Well, and I always try to be on the lookout because, like, as amazing as Amy's English is, it is also not her first language. So I do want to be like, maybe you just don't know that this phrasing is not, like, common. I don't think it's her first.
It's insanely common in America. I just feel like I wish it wasn't.
Well, and people love to say multiple times. Like, multiple times. They love saying that. There were multiple head wounds, like that kind of shit.
I just really
very
want
news speak.
I just really want to bring back the word many. It just rolls off the tongue so much easier.
Many times.
Okay.
Many such cases.
Okay. She had tested her string's resistance multiple times before, but never with a gun. She didn't even know for sure that they could stop a bullet before now. Her cautiousness had paid off. She opened the door and walked out of the stall. I was shot. The thought suddenly struck her. If anyone else had gone to the bathroom at that time back in the plane, they would have been killed. If she simply hadn't been lucky enough to be a flourished, that's capitalized so you know that means something. If she simply hadn't been lucky enough to be a flourished, or to have this ability in particular, she would be dead. Easy as that. Dead. Special powers or not. The house never bought back. The place is beyond the gate.
Real quick. Golden Butthole Free said, not doing my request. That's crazy. And you call me boring and long-winded. We're doing the other ones that came before yours. Amy's request is before your request. God damn you. You son of a bitch. We'll get to you.
Yep, you have to stay up till literally 3 in
You
the
have
fucking
to
morning.
be up all night with us,
Yep.
you motherfucker.
Yep. Keep throwing money at us the longer the stream is gonna go. I'm just saying, you can't complain.
true.
You can't complain
Yeah,
if
you
you
did
made
this.
you did this to us. You gave us the 30-minute fucking video to watch. You made this happen.
He also said many is good, or you can say several. I didn't think about that. Several does also work.
Several works.
Resistance several times.
Yeah. Amy, keep that in mind. Several works just as good, if not better than many. Okay, where was I? I was at easy as that. Dead. Special powers or not, the house never bought back. The places beyond the gate never visited. Everything that she could ever have done, interrupted. Lumiere turned the sink on, splashed some water at her face, stared at her own reflection, right eye blue and left brown, pulling her beanie off, and managed to suppress the urge to strike at the mirror. She would only be creating more problems for herself. Besides, it was too valuable for that. Have you also had that feeling of wanting...
Many times of staring myself in the mirror, and particularly because of the Death Grip song "I Break Mirrors with My Face" in the United States.
Oh my god!
And I used to get drunk and just stare at the mirror, listening to that song, and like doing calculations in my head of like, well, the medical damages are going to cost you this, and replacing the mirror is going to cost you this, and like you're not going to ever look the same again if you cut your face the wrong way. And just like staring at the mirror, thinking of all the reasons not to break it with my face.
Amy says multiple times. You mean
multiple? And multiple sons with their mandible tongues sent crucified fires to petrified homes.
Literally.
I wanna let it burn.
Literally, legitimately, multiple times. I wanted to say that happened to me too a few times where I was at my friend's house and I went to the bathroom while I was drunk and looked in the mirror and I thought really fucking hard about headbutting the mirror. And what stopped me was just ultimately, I don't want to ruin everyone else's night.
Yeah.
I cared too much about my friends to put them through that because I knew like there had been previous bad experiences with people harming themselves and I didn't want to put my friends through that again. And I was like, despite how drunk and depressed and manic I am right now, I'm not going to headbutt this mirror. I feel you on that.
You know what? I'm actually gonna give Landon one thing because he said, "Amy, learn what is a sentence, mommy." I thought he was just being a dick. Then I thought she opened the door and walked out of the stall. Because it's a paragraph break, you should use her name at the start again there because it doesn't completely. We don't. I mean, I don't know. Should we? Is it? I mean, it's still obvious you're talking about the same person, right?
I feel like
reason to re-clarify.
I feel like the paragraph. I feel like the paragraph there is to signify that time is passing.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's to make you feel like this is
fuck Landon.
This is
He's
another
wrong.
scene. Yeah.
I was shocked. The thought suddenly struck her. If anyone else had gone to the bathroom at that time back in the plane, they would have been killed. If she simply hadn't been lucky enough to be a flourished or have this ability in particular, she would be dead.
Sorry. Just Landon said, "Krona, you drink too much. You gotta slow down, sister." Landon, shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about? Continue.
Easy as that. Dead. Special powers or not. The house never bought back. The places beyond the gate never visited. Everything that she could never have done.
I gotta twirl it again.
Everything that she could ever have done interrupted. Lumiere turned the sink on, splashed some water at her face, stared at her own reflection, right eye blue and the left brown, pulled her beanie off, and managed to suppress the urge to strike at the mirror. She would only be creating more problems for herself. Besides, it was too valuable for that. What were the odds that something like this would happen in her first opportunity to even get close to a gate? She was expecting to land on Penlow without as much as talking with anyone else. Now the notion seemed comical. You know, I've never seen the phrase as much used that way. It's usually so much as talking, but I don't think it's wrong to use as much. Like, grammatically, I don't see how there's a problem there. It just struck me that the word of is usually used in that context, but I don't think that even matters. There was no doubt in her mind that whatever the masked man had attempted was somehow connected to the gate. Lumiere had tried to book a flight to Garin, but they were all sold out. The closest place she managed to buy a ticket to was Penlow, the neighboring city. All of that was understandable. The government couldn't afford not to let the population know that a gate was opening, but of course that announcing it always brought a wave of tourists and worse people. Her plan was already flimsy to begin with, a mixture of a decent opportunity and her wanting to speed things up. She knew she couldn't simply walk to the gate and through it, then visit the places in her mother's pictures and ask around about them, but this was an opportunity. Never mind that, the situation now made all of it feel like a child's stupid optimistic dream. I would actually make that its own paragraph, just that sentence. And then there were those two, Andreas and Sasha, a rich man and his flourished bodyguard. The obvious answer was that one of them was the target, but the hijackers had to be incredibly incompetent and try to fight Flourished. If they had any idea of what they were doing, they would have done with Sasha what they did with her, an unexpected shot. She was almost sure he was a Flourished, at least, and not all of them had abilities or enough Corolla to survive a gunshot.
Okay, what did I miss?
I guess Corolla is their magic.
Toyota Corolla.
She's just like reflecting on everything and being like, wow, they really should have just killed me right off. They really fucked up by just like shooting me normal.
Okay. Oh, is this the end of the chapter? Do I get to read the last few paragraphs?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay. Unless they knew she was also a Flourished? No, that was unlikely. Very few people knew, and none of them would be here or had a bone to pick with her. At least not that she was aware. Fuck, stop that. She always did this, went on thinking about things when she should be worried about what had just happened. Her acquaintances from school would be in total shock from the moment the first shot was fired until now. Maybe for the rest of the day, or even a few days. Lumiere blinked and quickly turned the sink off. She shouldn't waste water.
I wonder why.
That last line is great.
Yeah, interesting. Where is she? California?
Landon says this reads like Little Witch Academia, but better and more autism. I agree.
Interesting comparison. I don't see it, but I'm fascinated.
Well, I don't agree that it's like Little Witch Academia, but I agree that it's better than that and more autism. Amy says more autism. Amy, don't take offense to that. That's a good thing. Autism is better than no autism.
I don't think she's offended. She's like, wait, but how? What? What did I do? I'm trying to find. I started writing a story. I thought I had done it in a fucking note, but I don't see it in my notes, which is confusing. Well, I posted it on the Discord, so I'll just read from there.
Isabel said autism is a Japanese colloquialism.
This comes from shortening some time. Alright. I want to start writing because Amy also writes every day, and I want to write something daily. I asked Amy, what should I write? She said, you should do a backstory for one of the Labyrinthers characters. And I was like, that's perfect. The main girl, Lana Hickman, she's just like a girl from Earth. It'd be great to tell her story of like what makes her special and interesting. So I started off. This is how I started. Contrasting the vorpal howl of train cars screeching through a turning tunnel track, Lana Hickman lays flat upon the roof, unmoving in silence. Less than 1 inch from the tip of her lit cigarette, the ceiling rushes past so quickly that leaning forward slightly would take her nose off.
Ooh.
When only the butt of her cigarette is left, she spits, letting the wind take it, then very carefully produces the next cigarette from her pocket, hand hovering nearby to her body as it moves the nicotine lipward. In a heavily practiced motion, she soon shields a Zippo lighter, nearly clipping the ceiling with her hand in a place that it had already lost a chunk of flesh some months prior as she lights up. Now I need somebody to ask me a question that I can continue writing the story to answer. We got a girl, Lana Hickman, she's smoking on top of a train in a subway. Inches from the ceiling as it rushes back. What question do I need to answer next in order to continue that story? Is what I want to ask you all in chat. Meanwhile, we'll go and do Isabella's manga thing, and then there was also, what was that link I had in here? And Landon's thing.
And Landon's dumb, stinky, poopy, farty, warty, fucky, wucky bullshit.
Fucky, wucky. Warbly, blarbly, fucky, wucky, doongy, goongy.
Hamburger sandwich.
Hamburger sandwich. I've got you saying it. Excellent. You're the first person to catch on my hamburger sandwich catchphrase.
Jumbo combo, baby.
And jumbo gumbo combo.
Jumbo gumbo combo, baby.
That's a Mondo jumbo gumbo combo.
Oh, darn it. My partner messaged me like an hour ago saying he was going to bed.
Oh,
and I didn't even notice.
When you went to
so
the bathroom,
sad.
he texted you because I assumed he thought you had your phone.
So sad.
I messed it up. Oh, I typed 2 O's.
Womp. YouTube.
Oh, now it just says Yatu.
Yo.
Come on.
YouTube.
No,
You
now it
won't.
says you won't. Oh, wow, I'm fucking the worst at this.
Be your trunk. Oh my god.
Okay, here we go. Sunset Shimmers Monday Blues. Oh my goodness. Okay. My Little Pony.
I didn't even see this one earlier. Cardi B said, "GigaDonk, hope my video request ends your night well." What did Cardi
That's
B
this
say?
one.
Oh, it's this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cardi B, great name.
When was that sent?
A while ago.
Is Cardi B in bed now? Did Cardi B fall
very
asleep?
Possible.
God damn it. It's just... Oh god. Is this one gonna have like feet stuff like the last one?
Oh, I like Twilight's outfit just a lot, actually. Her with the glasses kind of slays. Monday Blues.
I
I
just
know,
like,
sad.
Every time you put a video on, I'm the one who puts it in full screen.
Sometimes when it's like an independent creator, I want to like leave the name visible for a while so people can tell what it is.
Gotcha.
This isn't.
Yeah, this is very obvious just glancing at it what it is. And it's
Sounds
not
terrible. The singing, I mean, like.
What do you mean?
I can't remember what song this is a parody of. Really like her outfit.
Kind of crazy how her hair looked better after it started raining.
Yeah.
And Twilight's hair
That's
does
what
not
I'm-
look
I'm-
wet enough.
I'm wondering if the idea here is that like Twilight, in spite of doing like she's really trying to do everything right, but it's all gonna go wrong for her anyways, and the other girl, despite putting no effort to doing anything right, is like everything's gonna be slightly better than it would have been. She's really cute with her glasses and her little vest.
Agree.
Also, Sunset Shimmer giving like T-Boy vibes in this, like.
I just don't like her hair at all.
It's bad.
I don't really get T-Boy vibes from her.
I'm just thinking the whole like hoodie, like pulled up look.
I guess.
With the trim and everything. This is a little femme with the like the heels on the boots. Are they even friends? I guess they become friends. In the first movie, they're like enemies.
Okay. But then they make out at the end.
I think so. Verity's looking fucked up. What happened? Pinky's just fucking like...
Everyone is suffering.
She does have foot stuff. You called it.
Wait, what? What was the foot stuff?
Look, her feet have gone through the shoes. She's
No!
got her toes out.
No, not the toes. God damn it.
Applejack just showed up in her slippers, and that's her.
Everybody's a fail.
Look, Rainbow
girl.
Dash's foot made it into the photo. I'm telling you.
Oh my god.
And look, even Fluttershy's reacting to it. She's like, "What is up with this foot being in this photo?"
There are toes in her face, and she is perturbed. Gary always says toes expose. Feet.
Toes expose.
She ran so fast her shoes burned off. I know that's what the implication was. I'm just upset. Cardi B says, you noticed the feet.
The Digibrody analysis video convinced 12-year-old me that Equestria Girls is actually really good, and I'll never forgive you for that. It's true. I did kind of like defend it and say it was good. I don't know. It probably
please tell me that you're going to binge all of My Little Pony with me so that I can understand.
That's the plan this
show.
October. I know I've been saying it, but this October we are all watching My Little Pony. I don't know who you are who's hearing this, but you're watching My Little Pony this October.
Very good.
It's the 15th year anniversary of Friendship is Magic. 15 years. That's a long time to be a My Little Pony. We're definitely doing it. We have to. The opening shot also had the feet popping out of the bed conveniently at the end of the covers. I hadn't noticed that. Yep, y'all got the eyes out for it.
Gary always says, quote, 12-year-old me, and it was like 3 years ago. Yeah, every single person in the chat just becomes like a 14-year-old. Oh god, my worst nightmare. Make YouTube videos for kids. Oh no.
They're babies.
Are you quoting the Ninja Turtles movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. The second one, I think.
Okay, so we saw
Secret of the Ooze.
All right. Finish Landon's video.
Secret of the Ooze group watch
review
when?
His anime list and review Isabel's manga list. Soon.
Secret of the Ooze.
Ooze. We gotta do all of them. We gotta do.
Yeah.
A like side character.
Hey, I gotta pee again.
Oh, we're watching this shit again?
Yeah, he did
freedom.
God damn it.
Are just wrong. All of you who have, say, one emperor marry another
very good.
Just fight alongside each other or kill them if not.
So yeah, Trixie Shark, you think this sucks too, right? Oh, you do?
Because I'm kind of trying to rush through this because
I agree.
Get a little too spoily. But
well, I mean, he gave us money, so I can't.
I'm going to.
You know, I can't complain too much. I am getting paid to watch garbage at least. It's better than when I just watch garbage of my own volition.
If some of you watch it, re-listen to the ED. I can't wait to hear after your watch what you tell me about how you feel about those Dion Shoujo bells. Okay, oh boy. On to a much popular note.
Petricor says, what overall score would you give My Little Pony Friendship is Magic? I've not seen, nor have I had a particular interest, but I've heard so many people like it. I will be sure to force Trixie to read that chat when she gets back, so she can answer that question, because I haven't seen much of that show.
I've been in limbo here for like the last 10 years. Because we're kind of like an equal.
My Little Pony started in 1986, so it's turning 40 pretty soon. That's funny.
Kind of registered more to me because
Cardi B says 10 out of 10, but that's considering the monstrous amount of fan works you suddenly have access to understanding.
That shows him as
I can only imagine. I had friends who were in the Brony fandom, but I myself was not one of them, sadly. Isabel Incorporated says the correct scores. My Little Pony seasons 1 to 2 are beyond a 10. Season 3 is a 6. Season 4 is a 6. Season 5 is a 3. I didn't watch the rest. I wouldn't be surprised if those are the exact scores Trixie gave to it.
Between your 20s, your 30s, your 40s.
Landon says you're gonna watch it and fucking like it, Krona. Alcohol is king. See, I only drink alcohol when I'm with friends. If you're drinking alone, stop it. Fucking dork. Is he though? Is he though?
You mean, is he all there?
Oh, Petra asked earlier what score you would give to My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
What score? I don't give those anymore. But
well, just how much do you like it? Do you think it's like good, really good, a masterpiece? How do you feel about it?
Oh, that's such a tough question.
Cardi B says score slowly decreases each season after 2, then slowly improves, and I mean that's basically what Isabel said. She said it like decreased after season 2, but like she didn't watch past season 5.
Yeah, I haven't seen past season 5 either. It's really more like episode by episode type thing. Like some episodes are really good and some of them are just kind of weak and forgettable.
I've only seen like 4 episodes, but the ones I saw were like a pretty decent. I think I gave it like a 6. I don't know. I also discovered My Little Pony after Steven Universe, and I feel like Steven Universe is the same thing but better. So I don't know.
They're not as similar as they probably seem at first, but
well, just like thematically, it's like they're both about. Like I see both of them as like a tutorial for autistic people on how to be like how to understand socializing with other people and be better at it. I just think Steven Universe is better because it's slightly more mature and also gay. Because like I mean I don't know. Because both shows draw like a heavily autistic and trans crowd.
True.
I just like, yeah, you get what I'm saying.
It's been so long since I've seen either one of them that I really have to rewatch them. That's just called kids shows. Yeah, I mean that was the intent when they made them.
They are both kids shows, but like
they got adapted by an autistic audience.
I don't know. Steven Universe is kind of geared
Steven
more
Universe
towards.
is more clearly made for adults with neurodivergent systems, or
it's
not even adults, but like teens and like preteens.
It's teens and young adults.
My Little
Pony
Pony is for babies. Like it is objectively a baby show.
Steven Universe reads very much as young, like YA fiction.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Landon says, "Krona, you're the biggest autism I know." Thank you. I take that as a compliment. I am extremely autistic. Landon says Steven Universe is so ass. That's a Lily Orchard tier take. Like that's
damn.
You're in the same tier as Lily Orchard if you believe that. You don't want to be in the Lily Orchard tier. That's the lowest tier there is. You really got to do better.
For loved ones and also for children, and it kind of throws.
Lily Orchard could never recommend whatever this is.
The Mastomo says Steven Universe had bigger ideas, but My Little Pony was so much more solid and consistently good. I don't agree. I think Steven was remarkably consistent.
I think it's actually aged pretty well.
Isabel says Landana May is the Lily Orchard of humanity.
That's messed up.
That's a little.
Aggie Dye said, "I wonder what Lily's up to today." She is now called CD.
It's pretty fucking mean, but it's kind of funny.
She changed her name again to CD something.
I don't watch her stupid channel.
I definitely give this one a look too. Smile down the road. I'm gonna let you guys hear.
So Lily Orchard's one of those YouTube channels where you watch like 5 seconds of her video and you go, and you click off.
I forgot about this anime.
Did she rebrand to Hide or just because she felt like it?
I would think to Hide probably, but
I can't think why else she would do it.
Yeah.
Make their own opinions of it.
Mr. Enter called Lily Orchard debatably a human, and that really stuck with. That's hilarious. That's a really mean, but it's kind of deserved.
It's brutal.
It's brutal for sure.
Especially coming from the fucking mysterious Mr. Enter, who is like not like a very normal or like
not a cool guy.
like a super cool dude.
Not a cool guy. Yeah. The guy who started all of the Turning Red 9/11 memes by accident. What?
I did not know about that.
Yeah, so he made a review of Turning Red where he complained about it because it takes place in the early 2000s, and he said that movie was like, he said it was ridiculous that the movie could take place in that time period and not have 9/11 have an effect
I mean, on the like 10 or something. Like
it takes place in Canada. So there were a shit ton of memes after he made that review of people like would edit like the red panda girl like crying and saying they hit the Pentagon. He got made fun of really hard for that. It was a huge meme. It was great. Landon says, Mr. Enter my puddle. Isabel says, Mr. Enter is like the Garzy's wing of YouTube. Oh my god. Have you heard of Mr. Enter's cartoon pilot that he shopped around?
No.
So, it's a cartoon he came up with called Growing Around.
It's terrible.
Wait till you hear the premise. The premise is that it's a show where kids rule the world and adults take the role that children take in real life.
Wait, repeat that.
It takes place in a world where children are the ones who run everything and adults are the ones who are stuck going to school. So it's like their roles are reversed. And he pitched this pilot to every like children's cartoon network there is, and nobody wanted it.
It sounds terrible.
It's really stupid.
His Kickstarter for the pilot was $500,000.
He has continued to try and crowdfund it despite every network turning him down because it's a stupid idea. He insists on this idea.
There's a McDonald's in the Pentagon. I work at the McDonald's in the Pentagon. Yeah, there's not a bunch of spots for lunch, but it's a killer gig back here. Max, serve them in the Pentagon. Serve them in the Pentagon. Their vendors came and went there. Their vendors came and went there. It didn't go well for Taco Bell, and there was all that stress at the old Panda Express. So stick with us in the USA. Our cooking standards straight from corporate. It'll be like any other location, except no small talk about your occupation. Not allowed at the McDonald's in the Pentagon. McDonald's in the Pentagon. We're eating nuggets, we put plenty. Nuggets, we put plenty. And our faces flush through every rush. The beast gets so discordant, but your work is so important. Working at the Pentagon. I'm an employee at the Pentagon. Working at the Pentagon. All the DoorDash drivers get confused, cause users blew through the glue for user reviews. Cause like, you just got to check on McDonald's, not checking which one that you spent it on. Bitch, you in the Pentagon.
Mr. Enter wrote a book that was a proof of concept, and it's like completely riddled with typos, and the cover art is a 240p JPEG. Oh my god. Yeah, Mr. Enter is definitely on another level with his autism, where he's not like the cool T-girl flavor of like autism. Like, he doesn't have autistic swag. He's just like autistic in the sense that he like
bookish, like very particular about everything.
Like, he never got a chance to be cool. He's kind of just been like, he gives the impression of someone who's just been like huddled in his room doing the same boring shit for years.
Gary always says I miss ska. Tomo says ska is still around. I have to send Gary some ska, I guess.
For a show with over 30 episodes, I don't really
only ska I can think of is Jeff Rosenstock.
So, Landon gave us $2 saying, "Oh my god, my Mal, you drunk creamers. Landonime, what the fuck? Are you implying that you want us to skip your video and go straight to your Mal?"
I think he just thought I was abandoning him entirely because I played the McDonald's in the Pentagon song and he's impatient.
Yeah. Well, I do want clarification on this because the video is boring as fuck. So true. Would you prefer that we just skip straight to the Mal? Just let us know. You don't have to give us more money. Just let us know.
Slice of life that has character.
I mean, some of these anime do look good.
I've barely been paying attention. I'm really drunk.
I'll give him that some of these anime look good. This is definitely a Mitsuru Adachi anime of some sort.
Elaine says, "I don't think Mr. Enter's the worst. He's funny, but he hasn't done anything morally questionable in a few years. At least I haven't heard anything." I'm just like,
did he do something morally questionable more than a few years ago? I do think it's funny that there would be like a statute of limitations on like the awful things a YouTuber's done.
I mean, if he has legitimately bettered himself as a human being, I can't hold too much against him because like I can't ask for more than that.
No, yeah, at this point,
I'm just saying he's kind of a clown. Like he's kind of said a lot of stupid shit.
I haven't seen one of his videos in such a long time. I can't even imagine what they are currently like. I assume he still does it.
Well, I haven't seen any of his videos since the one where he complained about 9/11 not being and turning red. So
That does sound hilarious.
Is
He had
it-
a huge anti-woke screed in 2020. Well, that's unfortunate.
In that case, bully him as much as you
bully-
want.
Bully him as much as you feel like.
If someone was bigoted recently, like within the last few years, then I'm like, all right, I think we can just beat
Elaine
the shit
said
out
he
of
got
him.
too angry in reviews and his audience harassed writers, and that's the
That's
biggest
true.
problem I had with him is that he would always be like, he would always like single out the writer of the episode back
Yeah.
in the My Little Pony days,
Yeah,
because he was
yeah.
also a brony YouTuber, and he'd be like, it's like such a travesty that, you know, I can't even remember their names, that writer X did this, and I'd be like, okay, you don't have to like make it so personal, like.
Biggest lack of comedy aspects of the time. So,
There's
Yes, Petra, he did hate Turning Red because it didn't mention 9/11 enough. We were talking about that a little earlier.
Yeah. Someone sent me a clip of Mr. Enter where he said he was like really mad at a bad episode of SpongeBob, and he like said to the writers of the show like, "I will hunt you down and kill you." It was really funny.
Apparently, he was involved in a Kiwi Farms Discord.
What? I didn't know that.
final entry of the day.
Wait, where did you hear that? Because I've never heard that before.
I want to preface this with saying,
Elaine says, I didn't know about anything anti-woke. If that's true, sorry. Yeah, I didn't know about that either.
You don't have to apologize.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize. I've never heard any of this shit
ripping on
either.
this guy.
I'm just clowning on the guy because I thought he was kind of dumb. I didn't know he was also an asshole.
Right, exactly.
If that's true, and he was also like a raging dickhead, then like, yeah, let's bully him harder.
Metal Fighter was my first anime. In 2003, when I was like 6.5, 7 years old, my mother and father bought me a VHS tape of Metal Fighter Miku.
Oh, hey, it's the other thing that we're still reading of his, I think, maybe? Wait, was he paying me to finish this video or to finish this post?
He does want us to finish the video. Okay. He clarified that. He said, finish the video, you bullies.
To put this in a recommendation spot because it has, more sentimental value to me, and that's subjective.
Lyman says, let's go beat him. I think him referring to Mr. Enter.
After rewatching it back in 2016.
We don't need to beat up Mr. Enter. I feel like the internet has done that enough.
This show stands the test
Like
of time.
I don't think anyone really takes him seriously.
Miku is challenging herself to get to be the world champion within this entire, drive to become from the bottom to the top.
Okay, he said it was a video where about Predator Hunt, and he talked about working with the head of a Discord server who was an absolute creep.
Okay, that I believe.
But then a lot of those 6-women tag matches and stuff, like No and some of these other characters, they
Like,
kind
that's
of
pretty
get
egregious.
swept into her journey. Yeah.
And Petra says, Landon, do you have a better mic now?
It's a coming because it wasn't for Metal Fighter Miku.
Or release some sound dampening stuff. Like,
Started
goddamn.
learning hiragana, katakana, and becoming a part of the anime community. And for this show, I felt like I needed to.
It's like I'm just like looking around the room that I'm in right now, and there's sound dampeners in like every corner.
Yeah.
It's like that corner just has towels taped to the wall. There is a considerable effort put in.
This stuff back here is all
Yeah, just like there's a considerable effort put into making this room not echo.
Anime recommendations from your boy Landon. I really appreciate you for watching this far, and hopefully I can get some more videos out to you guys soon. And if you guys have any questions about anything, comment. And
Petra says, I don't know if I could ever get this much echo on a mic intentionally.
Throw some filters on it.
If you throw the microphone in a toilet, I think you might get there.
Alright, we gotta look at the manga list.
Okay. Isabel Incorporated. Are you actually a corporation? That's kind of cringe. That's I'm really shit
The way you
faced.
looked at me when you said that was hilarious. Looks like you are currently reading Boogie Pop, which is sick. Boogie Pop rules.
I need to read your copies of Boogie Pop.
I will literally read you the first Boogie Pop book.
Yay, story time.
I would rather just read it out loud than anything else. Death Note with the
Oh, wait. Amy Worrell says, good night, every pony, and thanks for the feedback. New chapter of the Death List in like 10 hours or something.
Fuck yeah.
Let me know everything Landon says for the rest of the stream tomorrow. Night, Amy.
I need to catch up on the Death List, too.
Yeah. I just want to catch up on the chat real quick. Ellen says, Krona and Trixie making fun of this video with terrible audio feels like a
Retsupere
episode. I don't know what that is.
It was like an old show that made fun of Let's Plays.
Okay. Oh, Retsupre. I get it.
Yeah.
And Landon says,
basement, I'm sorry, we know.
I recorded this in a basement. Well, you could have filled that basement with towels. If you just thought to tape towels to the wall, you could have fixed it like Trixie did. But, I guess you're not on that level.
And also Oyasumi Poon Poon for some reason.
Oyasumi Poon Poon. That means good night. Poon Poon.
It's to Pray was so much fun.
I just want to say, I have read Oyasumi Poon Poon. Out of any piece of media I've ever consumed in my life, that one hollowed me out more than anything else ever has. Like, I felt genuinely devoid of hope and meaning for like a solid 24 hours after reading it. It hurt.
We've got Fooly Cooly with a 10. Bride is a boy with a... Fooly Cooly with a 7. Bride was a boy with a 10. Inaka, which I've never heard of, with a 3. But it looks like some trash.
Hang on a second. I'm trying to figure out what Elaine was responding to earlier.
Oh yeah, I was trying. You don't want to read that out loud, but Kitchen no Hime-sama with the 7, I'd never heard of, and Ningen Shikaku with the 7, I've never heard of. What the fuck is Ningen Shikaku?
Never heard of
Isn't
that
that No Longer Human? Yeah, this is No Longer Human. This is actually like, it's. Have you ever heard of No Longer Human? Not at all.
Nope.
It was originally a novel from like the early 1900s that is in many ways considered like the Japanese equivalent of Catcher in the Rye, and that it's like very obviously a story about just like an autistic traumatized person like going through like really going through it, you know. And the author was like a very troubled guy too. And this is a Junji Ito manga adaptation of that book, and Bird has this and read it and was really like really fucked with him in a way that he was like, wow, this is crazy stuff. So it's a huge influence on light novel authors in particular. Like Nisio Isin is credited as one of his favorite books and stuff, and shit like that. Only 7 manga completed, or 6 manga completed, is interesting.
Yeah,
definitely have not been trying to like make this a big part of the thing, I guess.
Well, I also have Berserk on hold, and that's because I just haven't gotten fully caught up yet. The author passed away, and you know, it was really uncertain whether or not his assistants were going to continue the story. So I was like, well, I was waiting for the Fantasia arc to be over before I get caught up, and now I don't know if it's going to be over ever. Yeah. But now, like, his assistants have taken over, and that arc is over. So I'm like, well, yeah, I'm gonna get caught up now.
Isabel says, I love the original novel, but I don't like Ito's adaptation as much. It is super out there and does a lot of crazy meta shit that wasn't in the OG novel. Mass Thomas says, the guy was way worse off than just being troubled and autistic. The man was completely sociopathic and antisocial. Well, true, but...
Who are we talking about?
The character in the book.
Okay.
Ichigo Mashimaro is a plan to read. It is a very funny manga. Komi-san wa Komusho. Monogatari, Nichijou, One Punch Man. So basically a lot of stuff you already like the anime.
Yeah. I wanted to respond to Agadine saying Oyasumi Poon Poon is intense. Author really gets how depression works. To that I just say, Oyasumi Poon Poon, like, I've consumed plenty of media that's about feeling depressed and shitty. What set Poon Poon apart for me is that it has really long sequences of characters just monologuing about how hopeless and shitty life is, like the meaning of life, like life is pointless. Like there will be literally scenes of a character just standing on train tracks wanting to die, and they'll give their reasoning for that, and it's kind of convincing. So by the time I was done reading Poon Poon and it had delved into the depths of depression so far, I was past the point of like, okay, like this is actually convincing me that life does suck and I kind of need to stop. Like, I've never had any work of fiction affect me that negatively before, to the point where I'm not sure if Goodnight Poon Poon is a masterpiece or if it's actually toxic. I can't tell anymore.
I couldn't even read the first volume of it. I was just like, this seems fucking... seems not fun.
The first volume is the most fun part. It's so funny. But it's also fucked.
Was like, this doesn't seem like it will be any fun to read at all.
I bought volume 1 and I thought it was really fun and depressing at the same time, and I was shocked to see that everything past that is horrifically depressing. I can't recommend it to anybody.
Though, I felt that way about all of his works, that it's all just to me like, hey, what if I wrote something that sucks and it's like horrible experience, and I'm like, why would I want that?
It's true.
Okay, Akira, classic. All you need is kill.
I have a Akira. I bought the fucking box set, the like quote unquote limited edition box set that they kept renewing like every year for like 6 years. I haven't read it. I read volume 1. I haven't read anything past volume 1. I'm a terrible person. I need to read Akira.
It's very, very good. And very influential.
You have to motivate me to read more Akira. Okay, continue.
Akira, good. All you need is kill is fun. Bakuno, the light novels, I have not really read. Bakuman, great. Bokurano, great.
Bakuman is on my favorites
Chainsaw
list,
Man,
as
great.
is Chainsaw Man. Yeah.
I have not read the light novels myself. I don't know what this is. Fukakai ni na boku no subete o.
I didn't realize Gunslinger Girl was that long.
Cute. This looks like some baby stuff.
It's very big.
Oh wait, I have read this. This is that trans manga I really like.
Tender?
Yeah, Love Me for Who I Am. I just forgot what it was called in Japanese. Very good. Genshiken, very good. Gunslinger Girl.
Isabel says you gave it a 10.
I don't remember the Japanese name, right? This is like 5 years ago.
Also, super chat from Landon. $2.
Met Otomo in California at Anime Expo. Great guy. Hell yeah. Katsuhiro Otomo is one of the goats. I would love to meet that dude too. I mean, shake his hand and just say, wow, you're a god.
I'm sorry, there's a manga that's just called Hitler?
I think it's a Tezuka manga too, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, it's not. Mizuki Shigeru. I don't know whose this is. I mean, I do. It's Shigeru Mizuki, but I don't know who that is.
That reminds me of those memes where people like edit like the Naruto manga, so it's like him reaching his hand out, being like, "We can fix this together, Adolf." It's like the biggest fucking burn against Naruto I've ever seen.
Gunslinger Girl is great. Gunsmith Cats is very fun.
Oh yeah, Nausicaa is
classic.
Yeah, there you go.
I still don't know what this kitchen princess thing is. Kitchen no Hime-sama Tenchi no Cake was.
Gotta say, it's kind of sad that I have owned the Nausicaa manga since 2017 and I never finished it.
It's a hard read. I owned it for a long time before I read all of it. Like,
it's difficult, but it's probably worth it.
Ghost in the Shell is fun.
Yes.
Monogatari series final season. Monogatari series second season.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oretama, my balls.
Oh yeah, my balls.
I read that because of you talking about it.
That's hilarious. I've never even read it.
It's literally porn. It's
yeah. I only knew about it because Bakurauta wrote about it like ages ago.
Oh my god. It's really funny, but also it is just porn.
This manga fucking rules. Soloist in a Cage. This I would heavily recommend to everybody watching this. It's 3 volumes. It's really fun and cool.
Yeah.
King of Bandits Jing is one of my favorite manga. Pretty Face, I'm pretty sure is a trans thing. Suicide Girl is pretty cool. I've only read a few chapters of it, but I talked about it on Manga Monday.
Yeah.
And the Zarigoto series. Yeah, so I'm seeing mostly either stuff that I have been very insistent that people read, or stuff that is like you already like the anime, so you want to check out the manga. But there's definitely a lot of my favorite manga in here.
Yeah, I have checked out the manga of K-On! And it is exactly as disappointing as you said it was in your video about it. It's so fucking lame. It like the anime makes the manga look like trash by comparison.
Pretty much.
It's just the most generic, boring shit possible.
Well, maybe not as generic and boring as whatever the fuck all this shit is. Wait, this is Queensblade? Why is that even still a thing? Amazing.
Isabel says the K-On! Manga is so shit. Yeah, it's so cliched and tiresome.
Anime and manga. Ah, DDR. Smiley K.
Hi, DDR.
Hey, let's real quick just watch the Sakura-Con commercial.
My favorite.
Do we have anything left? Was that everything?
I don't know.
I think that was everything. Oh, we have to do Landon's Mal.
We have to do Landon's Mal.
Which I'm sure we've roasted before. I am like certain of it.
Sakura-Con Gekima.
I accidentally added a G in there.
Sakura-Con Gekima.
I love sushi. That's the voice actress who plays Asuka.
Oh. What are you, stupid?
Tea ceremonies. J-Rock. Garugamash.
Ian Manga!
Garugamash.
Oh, yeah. I love anime.
Anime.
Ian Manga!
Gaming!
DDR.
DDR.
Smiley K. Sakura-kon gikemasu.
Don't just talk about it. Check out SakuraCon, April 10 through 12. Check sakuracon.org for all the details.
And that's Vic Mignogna at the end there.
Oh, I did not know
Doing
that.
the little read. Get down to SakuraCon.
Vic Mignogna is, unfortunately, he's inseparable from my most nostalgic memories because he sang the version of the Dragon Ball Kai opening that they played on Nicktoons every fucking day. So his voice is ingrained in my memory permanently.
It's almost like child predators go out of their way to put themselves into the, precious memories of young people so that they will work their way into your consciousness.
He has wormed his way into my brain permanently forever, and I am cursed with knowledge. Tyler W. says, had GigaDonk show up for me earlier today and hadn't caught up to this channel for years. Just saw this live. Wild it's been so long. Also got my first estrogen dose today. Lol.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, baby.
I like that you showed up for this person because I assume you mean like I'm not subscribed, but you were in the homepage feed. That would be nice.
That's pretty funny.
If you're getting promoted to people who sub me who haven't even watched my channel in a long time.
I really hope so. That's been the goal, is for me to catch people who are like in your audience but not like super engaged recently. Like I want people to get
Landon, why did you say shut up, Tyler?
Yeah, fuck you,
Tyler
Landon.
didn't say anything, any single thing to be said shut up to. You're getting timed out again, you son of a bitch. Why did you do this?
Landon,
there was literally no reason. 30 minutes. It was absolutely a no need whatsoever to say shut up.
Totally uncalled for.
Literally jail.
Jail.
Now we get to shit on Landon's My Anime list while he's timed out. So,
but yeah, Tyler W. I'm glad you're here because I consider myself a reformed Digibro fan in the sense that I was a fan a long time ago, and then once Trixie transitioned and there was the shift in her content, instead of being like, ew, I hate you now, go back to being a guy, I was better than those people, and I was like, based, and I transitioned as well.
What the fuck is this? Who is the one land anime?
Completely of my own volition, I transitioned and I became a better person at the same time she did, and now we get to be besties because of that. And it's pretty fucking cool. I'm having a good time. I make YouTube videos now. I'm having the time of my life.
This fucking random thinks that they are land anime. They're not. This is land anime. You could tell because Go Sick.
Yeah. Pretty funny. Pretty
Ellen
epic.
said, what did Landon do? He said, shut up, Tyler, to this person, Tyler, who just showed up in Discord, in the chat, and said absolutely nothing of any kind of...
Someone who...
nothing deserving of any sort of pushback whatsoever.
Someone who showed up being like, oh, hey, I haven't been around in a while. I'm really nice, and I'm glad, I'm happy to see that you guys are doing well. And the Land's like, shut up. So we kicked his ass.
Tyler said, character growth is sick. I subbed to you earlier today.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, Landon, I do like your profile picture. It's pretty sick. You look like you're in a dress or a maid outfit or something.
Say, I did just hit like 300 subs today.
Like a kung fu maid outfit.
It's pretty cool.
How I rate and review anime system, including decimals.
I'm up to 305.
Oh shit!
Hear that, Isabel? You're at what, like 298? You're gonna have to catch up. You're very close.
Shit.
She's literally gating on me.
Wild.
Yeah.
Just a romance-loving drunk weeb, he says.
Yep.
Favorite anime, Go Sick.
So he said to roast his anime, so we're just gonna
have
say...
you seen any of these? Go Sick?
Nah, Go Sick sucks. Fuck
Tennis no OG-sama?
That show sucks too.
Love Live?
Nah, it's dumb. That's fucking stupid.
What about Rakudai Kishi no Cavalry?
But he likes that? What a fucking idiot.
Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Space Patrol Luluko. Is that the other time?
I did say twice a day. That's the other one.
What about Nodame Cantabile? I don't like it.
Never heard of
fine,
it, but I
okay.
just have to say because Landon likes it. Like
It's fine. This girl's got really big hands, so she can play piano.
I like
That's
how
the
you
idea.
dropped it.
I was like 16 though, so I would probably like this more if I watched it
Well,
today.
I mean, you are the arbiter of what good anime is, so.
Real Life is fun. I like it.
No, it's not.
It's alright.
That's blue pill anime.
That's true.
It's got a blue pill in the title. It's blue pill.
Kyoso Giga, I still have not seen. And Yawara, I also have not seen.
I haven't seen it either because it's trash.
I am surprised how many of these are shows I haven't really seen. So I've only seen half of Gosick. I've seen like none of Tennis.
Isabel says, I only know Naomi Cantabile because people used to shit on you for how you pronounced it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
How's it supposed to be pronounced?
Cantabile.
Cantabile.
It's,
okay.
It's like an Italian
So
word.
when you said Cantabile,
yeah,
you were teaching me wrong.
Nodame Cantabile, which is wrong.
God
it should
damn
be
it.
Cantabile because it's Italian.
Cantabile.
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 Nodame Cantabile. Sort of.
I'm just going to glance through Landon's character list real quick. I just want to say Luluko and Nia are based because Nia is the best character in Gurren Lagann. All the other ones are stupid and Landon's a dipshit.
No, you'd probably like Nodame. She's cool. Noda Megumi.
Well, she's at the top of Landon's favorites list, so I absolutely wouldn't like her. But
I'm honestly shocked that Victorique is not at the top of the list, but in fact Nodame is at the top of the list. Because I thought that loving Victorique was the main reason Gosick even was the number one.
If Victorique is his favorite character, I mean, she's only ranked that low because he's stupid and doesn't realize she's his favorite.
Maybe.
Which makes sense.
And Kazuya is also above her, and I thought he liked her more than him. They're both Gosick.
I'm gonna get more water.
His favorite love live is Kotori Minami. I don't know nothing about her.
Oh,
I do really like.
I am quite
wait, this isn't. This is the deaf girl from Koi no Katachi. I thought it was Chitose from fucking.
Koi no Katachi.
Oh, what the goddamn is Chitose from the show Girlish Number? I thought this was Girlish Number, and I was gonna be like, it's actually really cool that you've got Girlish Number girl as your number 2, but it wasn't her at all. It was Koi no Katachi girl, who is boring. So, I don't care about her. Ideon girl, I don't know anything about. She looks cool though. She looks very cool. Pretty sure I saw her die in the compilation of everyone dying in Ideon. Nia's cool. Luluko's cool. Miku from Metal Fighter Miku is fine. And of course we got the best, the absolute best. Alice from. I don't know why they're saying he right here in this. I don't know why they're referring to Nagi by male pronouns when it literally says right here Nagi is a woman in a man's body and prefers the name Alice to Nagi. Says he truly doesn't care how he's referred in the end. Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's a better idea to use male pronouns in the My Anime List write-up. That is a trans woman. I don't know how you could fuck that one up other than being an idiot. But anyway, good taste. Landon has one of the few trans anime characters in the top list, so that's good. Wish the My Anime List mods knew what the fuck they were doing writing the section about it. Alan says, anime fans being transphobic? Never. Yeah, I know. Hello, Mayday from space. Isabel Incorporated said, go dick. Go shit. Absolutely true. Kamina is the only based male character to ever be created. Other anime men quake in fear of his sheer aura. He does have a lot of aura. What about Archer, though? Are you Gar for Archer? Are you the bone of your sword? Shimon is even better than Kamina. I think I kind of agree with that, too. My biggest fear about whether I can become a popular indie tuber is that I don't know how many people will just refuse to watch because I'm trans. That is true, but I would say the bigger concern of becoming a popular anime YouTuber is whether that's even a thing that like can exist in 2025.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not an anime YouTuber.
Me too. I haven't thought about anime in a while.
I cared a whole lot about anime when I was younger, and now
What is Ganbare Doki-chan?
There's some anime I still care deeply about, but by and large, I am just vibing.
I love Japan, period. Let's see, what am I a YouTuber about? I am a YouTuber about not joining the U.S. military, death to imposter syndrome, thunderbolts, art, dochi, whether things are deep, which they are. Anime onlys are literally bad people. Goat lyrics. I guess I'm a everything YouTuber.
I very much slot you into the genre of like kind of like motivational speaker, like self-help video type of things, where you're like that for trans women, where you're like you're a trans girl who's vibing, and like you're just like, I don't know, you just have enough experience and enough like wisdom to share with the world. Like you know what's really going on, and the people who aren't sure what's really going on can come to you for your fucking sagacious wisdom.
Thank you. I like that word, sagacious. Sagacious.
Very
with
gay.
Emphasis on the gay.
Very clean.
Say gay, sis. A lifestyle vlogger. Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. I just have a very different lifestyle.
And that, I mean, I consider my videos the same genre as whatever you're doing, so if you're a lifestyle vlogger, I guess I'm that too.
Just a couple of gonzos.
Yep.
Like whenever the funny thing is I used to call myself gonzo journalist. Riley is very insistent that he just does gonzo. Like he's not gonzo journalism, just gonzo. Well, we've pretty much caught up. We've made like $200 tonight, and it's been 6.5 hours. Do you think we should wrap this up?
I was gonna say this might be the alcohol talking, but I really, really love streaming with you, and I could do this every day for the rest of my life. We made a good amount of money off of Landon's dumbass and some really sweet, cool people also.
Absolutely. And even people who didn't send money are cool here.
Yeah, I would also say I'm very intoxicated. I'm definitely going to feel this in the morning, so we probably should wrap this up before I have to drink more.
Elaine said,
"What
more. Is gonzo?" I hear this a lot. Basically, just like, okay, so where it comes from is that my role model Hunter Thompson was a guy who, not Gonzo. Hunter Thompson, his first book was written by, he joined the Hells Angels for like several years and then wrote a long ass book about his experience in the Hells Angels, which resultantly got him beat almost to death by the Hells Angels.
Jesus Christ.
And then he worked in like porn, and he worked in a bunch of other like weird fringe industries basically, and wrote about it. And so the idea of gonzo journalism is that it's writing journalistically about something that you are doing, whereas normally a journalist just goes and studies someone else and like asks them about what they're doing. He would just go do the thing and then write about it. So when I called myself Otaku Gonzo Journalism, it's like, well, I am the otaku. I'm studying otaku from an otaku perspective. Whereas you know, gonzo basically just means bizarre or crazy. And like where the name comes from is that in his fiction book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, the main characters are himself and Dr. Gonzo. And Dr. Gonzo is just like a fucking crazy guy who hangs out with him, and it enables him to do all the crazy things he's doing. So people started calling his journalism Gonzo journalism in reference to Dr. Gonzo, and he kind of embraced that, and so it became the name of his style. So mostly it was just associated with Hunter Thompson. Like it was just the name given to what he does was gonzo journalism, and then other people have kind of taken that. I don't know a lot of people other than me who have like gone out of their way to say like, I'm gonzo, you know, like but I am a big fan of Hunter Thompson in general. So
the Masked Tomo says, if you aren't tired, I have a request I'd make. My response to that would be, How long would it take?
Yeah, how long is it?
Because it's like 1:15 now, and I went to bed around 2
We could be
last
cuddling
night.
and playing N64 right now, so...
Yeah. It's either we do a short request real quick, or we stop now and play video games till we both pass out.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to do more streams, so it's not like this is the last chance you have all week or anything.
I'm here all week, so feel free to save it to next time if you're tired.
I do believe the anime studio Gonzo also gets their name from the same concept.
Especially if you want me to be sober reacting to stuff, because right now I'm very sloshed.
I think we should wrap it up. All right, everybody.
Okay.
It's been nice. It's been sick. It's been sweet. I
had a good time. I had a great time, in fact. Right. Meow meow, everybody. Fart.
Thank you, everybody.